Wait. Live.
124 to 123. The Sacramento Kings go into We the North, and they actually came out with the victory tonight. Oh my gosh, we got Robert, we got myself, Pinsari Basketball Zone, doing the first official live collab on YouTube. Robert, give me your initial comments, man. I am dying to hear them.
No comment.
Hey,
no comment.
All I gotta say is that Scottie Barnes was a hooper tonight, man. De'Aaron Fox put everybody on notice tonight that he's back. Yes, he's injured. Scottie's injured as well. But De'Aaron Fox is very, very good, man. I loved what I saw from him. His spirit, he was bleeding, little guns blazing on his face. He didn't care. He kept on playing. That's toughness, man. That's toughness.
Okay, I got something to say now. Leo,
what you got? What you got for me, bro?
We were texting throughout the game, right?
Yep.
What did I text you in the second quarter? What did I text you?
We text a lot. I forget what you tell me what you said.
Did I say guess who I just bet on to win?
Oh, you did. So Robert legitimately was a prophet, and he said, "I just bet on the Kings to win this game." And I was like, "Bro, you crazy? You're crazy." And albeit at this point, the Kings are down big. Okay, and like I took the Kings plus 11.5 first half because they were down by 14, I think 15. And covered that. But yes, Robert was so confident in the whole. That's ballsy. And for people who don't understand it, for a team to be down, say anywhere from 10 to 20 points in the first half, and take them money line like Robert did, that is, hey, respect, bro. Tip my hat off to you, man.
So here's the details of the bet. I promise this is going to be a 1 minute little bit. By the way, guys, we're going to do call-ins, okay? We're going to do call-ins from Sacramento. We're going to do call-ins from Toronto. We're going to dissect this game. But I need a moment to just explain my theory and why I did what I did. I want to explain this so that next time this happens, you can cash in on it too. So here's what happened. The Raptors came out. Scottie Barnes was aggressive. The Kings looked pretty lax. Right. So I was like, you know what? I didn't want to bet on this game because betting on the Raptors right now with this unpredictable team is pretty much like it's dicey, right?
Right.
So I made a mistake. I bet like $20 on the Raptors, right? Initially. And then I saw Fred VanVleet hit a few shots.
And I was like, you did say this, by the way. Hey, he's not lying, y'all. He said Fred's good. He's playing well, but in the second, I mean, you're right, bro.
So this is my theory. If Fred VanVleet starts a first quarter out even reasonably well, and by his standards, reasonably well is like 3 for 6. Okay. If he starts out the game that way, he will absolutely shoot you out of the game, dominate the ball, and kill you. So at the moment that I saw him starting to dominate possessions, there was a stretch right around, and the Kings, by the way, at this point were 5-1. Like the Raptors were 5-1 favorites to win this game at that point. And Scottie Barnes is like making these incredible assists. He makes that baseline, dive to Delano Banton. And I'm like, oh my God, this team has to see how well this is working. They're not going to go away from this. And what do? Fred iso ball, Pascal iso ball. The minute I saw that happen, I was like, you know what? This game is over right now. It's Kings win. I parked $300 on the Kings to win. And it was the ballsiest bet I've ever made. And you know what? It worked out.
The Kings haven't won. People have to understand that the Kings have gone blown out by the Raptors consecutively for a while now. And I think you said the last one was in that Tampa, which again, that doesn't count to me. So that was ballsy. No Kevin Huerter, obviously no OG as well. But Terrence Davis, gave him some life early. He shot a lot, but he also made a lot of threes. And I thought he was composed and he was excited to be back.
Absolutely. And, I really think that the Kings missed what do you call him? Red Velvet?
Red Velvet. Or
Kavon's
the other one.
Kavon. He's been incredible for you guys this season. And I think the Raptors would have had all sorts of trouble with him tonight. I think OG Anunoby definitely would have helped the Raptors to contain at least Domas. I think Domantas Sabonis was a really tough matchup for Scottie Barnes. Look, we're going to talk about a few things. Let's start this out with a positive for the Raptor fans. There's a lot of you in here. I'm positive. So let's start with a few positives for the Raptors. I think that today you saw all three of what I would call your main guys who were in the rotation played their game. All three of them played their game. Unfortunately, those games don't really mesh right now, but all three of them were who they are. Fred VanVleet, bet on yourself. He took every shot he could. He went for it, and you know what? He made a lot of tough shots. I don't think his shot diet was great tonight, but congrats to him. He made a ton of shots. I don't have a lot to say about him in terms of this is a negative performance because let's be honest, if it wasn't Fred VanVleet, if this was Dame Lillard, I would be like, great game, Dame. So I'm not going to exert some double standard. I do, however, want to say as an individual, it's a great game, but how you as an individual play impacts your team. And I saw at least 15 times. And guys, by the way, for you Pinsire basketball fans out there, you better bet there's going to be a low light film of this game. You can damn well bet it. So like there's hundreds of mistakes here to break down. So in terms of like a plus performance, hey, Fred VanVleet scored over 35 points. I think that's a plus given where he was trending, right?
Yeah.
Scottie Barnes. This is about as Scottie Barnes a game as Scottie Barnes gets, okay? Everything that he was doing inefficiently up till this point, he did efficiently tonight. We saw more in the paint. Yeah, he missed a couple of those hook shots late.
Sure.
There were a couple of turnovers. One very costly turnover. We're not going to duck that. That was a costly turnover. But the playmaking, my God, when the offense is running through him, the way that he's able to survey the floor, the way absolutely, he is seeing this game at a completely different speed than the other guys on the court. And I don't even think that, even to those of you who are his detractors, whether you're his fans, tonight has to be a humbling moment to say, if he can do this, this is what the Raptors saw in him when they took him off the table for Kevin Durant, because this type of player is the type of player you build around.
27, 10, and 7. That's a damn near triple-double. That's what he's going to be for the rest of his career. Always flirting with that triple-double. In my opinion, he's that good. He can get you 10 rebounds. He can get you just 3 offensive rebounds a game just on pure hustle, right? And then if you just think about his efficiency, productivity, if he learns how to just play within the flow of the offense and take the shots that he's comfortable with, and I'm not saying forcing shots because a lot of the times the defense will force you to take shots that you don't want. I thought tonight, 2 of 3 from beyond the arc. He took the right shots. He was patient, and you got to love it because he was playing at his own speed. The Kings didn't speed him up. He was playing at his own speed, which is super, super critical. And for a second-year player, that's pretty damn impressive.
I agree. So, Leo, tell me what your positives were for the Kings.
Obviously, De'Aaron Fox coming back from a 2-game absence. He played last night in Philly. He didn't look right. The Kings got blown out. The Sixers imposed their will early on, and B was too much. I thought tonight was going to be another issue with the length of the Raptors, and it was, right? They came out kind of like a daisical a little bit towards the middle of the first quarter, but then De'Aaron Fox, Sabonis was an issue in the paint for them, 20 and 20 tonight. I mean, the guy's been he leads the NBA in double-doubles. The guy gets out of bed and he gets 10 and 10 automatically. Like, this guy plays the right way. I know you loved his father. And tonight, Raptor fans got to see a point center. The amount of times that Sabonis grabbed the rebound, pushed the ball in transition, which makes him so unique in the NBA. And that's what I kept telling y'all last year when I saw him on film. I'm like, okay, if this guy can do this more consistently, he's going to be just a force to be reckoned with. He's been doing it all season long, which is no secret why the Kings are actually a decent team this year, right? And he did it all game today. Like, it was super impressive.
You know what's interesting? When you're watching basketball, you have a bird's eye view that players do not have. Players, as they're on the court. And by the way, guys, call in. The link is in the description. I already see a couple of people. Larry, hey, how are you? We see you. Kenyon, see you guys. So we're gonna get to some calls here. There is a really interesting question here by we're gonna get to that too. But I just want to say that in the previous stream, someone asked me Domantas Sabonis or Pascal Siakam as a passer, and unequivocally I said Domas, and people thought I was absolutely insane. I want to point out something. When you have the bird's eye view as a fan, you're seeing things that it's almost impossible for players to see. And the great passers, somehow they find a way to see better than you can see on the TV. That's what makes them great. Scottie Barnes sees the game that way. Domas sees the game that way. Find me 2 plays this whole game where Domas missed a guy clear mismatch in the paint or missed a wide open shooter. It doesn't happen with great passers, guys. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen with LeBron. It doesn't happen with Luka. It doesn't happen with Jokic. But how many times tonight, and it was already in the comments 2 times, so let me address it, and it's going to be a big subject of my low light film. How many times did Scottie Barnes seal De'Aaron Fox, who, no offense, Leo, is a freaking pylon on defense at times, and didn't get the ball? How many times, if we break this game down, did Scottie Barnes wave his hands up? And you can't even tell me that, oh, he didn't have it tonight. No, he had it. And you could have easily gotten this guy 40 points, but you missed him wide open underneath the basket, post up on De'Aaron freaking Fox. And this is, that is
Domas would have missed that. Like Domas would
never miss that, because he's looking. When you make up your mind going into a play that this is going to be my scoring opportunity, that's when you screw up. Fred VanVleet on that last play made up his mind that was going to be his 3. And he made up his mind that it was going to be a fadeaway. And I tell you right now, I had no concern that he was going to hit that shot, because yes, I did have a bit of money lying. You know how I knew? Because I saw his face. And by seeing his face, I knew that he was the one who was going to take the shot. He was breathing hard, and he was like, and I was like, he already knows that he's going to miss. He missed that shot before he took it. He didn't see that he was wide open. He faded. You fade away on a wide open
nobody around you. Like you get away with
nobody around you.
Like you get away with the shove.
I don't want to turn this into a Fred VanVleet slander pod, but guys, this is exactly what I mean by awareness. Great players do not do that. You have 100%. all the time situational awareness. Now, Leo, would you like to tackle this question here? Because I think it's a really good one. Can you please explain the difference between an ISO play and hero ball?
Sabonis, I think when we break down the film, I think House of Highlights already has them up. I just want to show you guys what Sabonis does. His instincts, right? Like if you give him an isolation play in the post, his instincts are to look first. He'll have the ball up here, and he's looking between all of his peripheral visions on both sides, and he's looking, and his instincts are to pass the ball first rather than attack. Now, nothing's there. Like he's waiting for that down screen on the weak side to happen so he can dime somebody out, or do like his behind the back passes. I think with guys like Fred, he's a guard, but more so like Siakam, like you said, sometimes they've already made up their mind that they're gonna do X things. And for me, I think Siakam is a very good transitional passer in transition when he has going left to right. But in the half court, I think there's levels to this, and he doesn't process the game as fast as Sabonis does, which is I think the difference between hero ball and ISO ball. Like if Marvin Bagley
it's
has
also the difference between picking up basketball at a really early age and having a father who's a generational passer watching him, and etc.
That's why
guys, even the last play. Okay, I just want to say, okay, some of you will say, okay, well, Pascal Siakam hits that shot. Okay, this is something that they teach you in grade 8. No time, no score. Okay,
right.
You're down 3. You have 2 seconds left, and you decide to put up a layup, not even looking. Is there a guy open for a 3? You're down 3. Do the math. This is something that I swear to God, if I know for a fact that this exact play, someone taking a layup when we were down like two seconds, this thing happened in OBA. That's not super high level basketball. It's Canadian basketball for any of you guys who play OBA. I swear to God, that guy got benched and he got chewed out in the locker room. And what scares me is that your superstar max player is not going to get chewed out for that play. That is a low IQ play. To take that layup, even if you make it, I don't care. It's an open layup. Yes, the Kings want you to hit that open layup so that you don't pass out for a 3, because the Kings know the pass that you should make. Apparently you don't. Man, that made me mad. But hey, like this is what happens when you run your offense through players who just honestly consistently make low IQ plays.
You were texting me, oh my God, they got to give the ball back to Barnes. And that's when the Raptors were at their best, was when Scottie was making all the decisions. He was looking off Fox, right? Like Fox was kind of shocked. He's like, damn, like this guy has high IQ. And he was always a step ahead of the Kings. And it was just so obvious to me. And to me, as a guy who not only loves Scottie, but I'm a guy that just loves high basketball IQ. And for me to just see Nick Nurse not continually go back to Scottie in that situation is infuriating. And I think we have to start looking at Nick Nurse, his offensive scheme. Obviously, he's not the offensive coordinator, but we have to hold him accountable because he hasn't adapted in my mind. Like, I feel like he still thinks he's in the glory days when he had Marc Gasol and he had, the Kawhis of the world. Like, this team is different. So you have to adapt with your current personnel. And I feel like he hasn't done a great job of that.
Yeah, this is one of those games that really kills you, right? Because you dropped 2 to Orlando, right? And granted, Orlando came out like gangbusters today in the first quarter against Atlanta, but you dropped those 2 games. I think Raptor fans should agree that at least one of those should have been a win.
At least one.
And then you drop a game tonight where the opposing coach gets kicked out. You have a very favorable whistle. I'm not going to be a Raptor homer here and tell you that this was an even whistle. This was not an even whistle. I think the Kings got robbed in terms of the whistle tonight. Okay.
God.
Hey, Kings fans, here's an opposing team,
Thank you, Robert.
Analyst being honest and telling you guys had an absolutely uneven whistle tonight. The refs did everything to game this for the Raptors. And by the way, the Raptors didn't turn the ball over. When the hell did that happen? I think it was an entire quarter or an entire half. That's incredible.
That's incredible.
I think the Kings are not a great defensive team.
They're not, but but they're a team that's working towards that, and we all know it's a whole new team, it's a whole new system. Defense takes time in terms of scheme, and they've progressively gotten better. They were 26th, they got down to 17th, and they're flirting with that. And
we're gonna get into go ahead. We're gonna get into what the Kings do well.
Right, so like get to 17 to 15, and you're a playoff team.
I agree. No, we're going to get into what the Kings do well, because I think that the way you guys are playing under Mike Brown is a complete tonal shift from the way you guys played last year. And I really want to talk to you about that, because I think Raptor fans would be really interested to know how you were able to turn seemingly an inefficient offense into a very efficient offense by changing the culture. We're going to get to some calls here just because I don't want to
just like the Raptors last year. It was awful, like offensively.
Yeah, we're gonna get some calls here. We got Larry first, guys. Hang in there. And just an FYI, yes, we received some criticism last time that hey, these calls are too long. We'll try to keep it a little bit more condensed today, but I do want to hear what people have to say. Yeah, we'll keep it to 2 or 3 minutes, like not too much rambling. And in all fairness, those calls are usually long because I go off on tangents, so I'll try to shut up a little bit more today too. Okay. And we got the GOAT.
Hey, man.
We got Larry Cain.
Leo, nice to meet you guys. You pretty much covered it all. Like, I mean, you like
whoops.
You stole all my thunder. Like, I thought the Raptors came out really well when the offense was moving through Scottie. I thought he was brilliant early on. Mm-hmm. And where the game started to slip away is when Fred tried to take over and run the show. And, when Scottie was initiating the offense, Fred was playing off the ball. He was moving. He was getting open looks. Scottie was finding him. Some of the passes Scottie made tonight were brilliant, like just absolutely brilliant. And but when Fred started to run things more, everything bogged down. And we started to see hero ball. And, Fred got his 39. And, the other night, Rob, you talked about there's a bad 39 and a good 27. And that's what we saw tonight, because Scottie's baskets were all within the flow of the offense. I didn't even realize that he'd taken that many shots, and all of a sudden he had 27 points. It was just, it was really discouraging. It was, the first half was a lot of fun to watch until probably about maybe 5 minutes left in the first half, and that's when the tide started to turn. That's when Fred started to try to impose himself in the game more, and from there on, it was a dogfight. And
Chad, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry, Larry, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Sorry, Chad. I see you in the back, and I'm seeing you, and you're making all these amazing faces, so I'm a little bit distracted. Can I ask you a question? Okay. Let's say you were a soon to be 29-year-old point guard, undersized a little bit. He's exactly your size, actually.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an Olympic gold medal, so you got him beat there. All right. So what would you do if you saw a non-rim protecting big like Domantas Sabonis and a not so great point guard in front of you like De'Aaron Fox? and you saw that and you're like, I'm having a really bad season, would you kind of plan this game on your calendar like, this is the game I'm going to go for 50?
Well, I'd like to think that winning would be more important to me than, my contract. And
that's why you're a winner.
But it's like, I think it's a naive notion in today's NBA because, there's only like a handful of teams in the league that have a chance to win. And the other 25 or so are, guys start the season knowing they're not going to win, and they're playing for their contract. Like, I mean, that's part of the culture of the league, unfortunately. I'm longing for the days of guys that wanted to play the right way and put winning first, like Kyle Lowry. And Scottie's that type of guy. Like today, like he gives up the ball so freely within the context of the offense, and he rarely gets it back. There was a point with about 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter tonight when Fred was bringing the ball up the left side of the court and Scottie was wide open on the right. And he had a lane to the basket. He was around midcourt, and he had a lane to the basket if Fred would get him the ball. Fred looked at him and tried to throw it into the left corner, and I think it was deflected out of bounds. And Scottie was hopping up and down, waving his arms. He was so upset he didn't get that ball. It's just like the decision making is just like diabolically bad. And
I agree.
And it's like like I agree with you when you said it all season. He's playing for his contract. And
guys, let me know in the comments.
Play to win, and there's a difference, unfortunately.
I absolutely agree. Thanks a lot, Larry. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate
keep up
you,
the
Larry.
Good work, guys. Yeah, Leo,
Thank you.
Keep up the great work. And the last thing I'll just say quickly is, hey, Kings fans, this is a Kings team that we in Toronto aren't used to seeing. The offense is really exciting. You got some exciting players, and I'd like to see them play more. So,
I love this comment. Guys. I love this comment. No time limit on Olympians.
Okay, I'm out. True. Okay, cheers,
I completely concur. There's a little bit of favoritism going on here. Okay. Sorry.
I'm out.
Yes.
Let me know in the comments below, guys. Can you please let me know if watching those low light films where I slow everything down, is it changing how you view the game? Just give me a yes or a no. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just trying to see if what I'm doing is working before I keep doing it. Okay.
To Larry's point, as he said, VanVleet really did impose his will and, made his stats great at the expense of quality offense, the way they were getting that offense when Scottie was running the show. So I think that's what the Kings wanted, because going into the game, they understood that he was struggling. And it was more of like, okay, we'll live and die with Fred beating us. Like, that was the game plan. He got his, and damn near he almost beat them tonight. Was scoring 39 points, but he was struggling shooting just abysmally from everywhere, I feel like. And tonight he was hitting the mid-range shot off of great screens. And that's how he got his shots. And if we're being objective, like if you're a Kings fan, Raptor fans, he got away with like at least 5 push-offs today that created the space for him to actually hit those shots. He also airballed a floater in the first quarter. I don't know if you guys remember that too. And to give some context to what Robert said earlier, he might have circled this game. I don't know if he did or not, but just to give some context to what De'Aaron has done this year defensively, and knowing that he came into this game still in, and he legit has a huge injury on his foot. Like, it's not easy to just bounce back, and he's been grimacing just like Scottie has all year long, since November 4th. So his on-ball perimeter defense is in the 86th percentile, which is an A-. And when I tell you guys he's a hawk on defense on the ball, he truly is. Tonight, I didn't feel like he was, which is why Fred got a lot of advantages. And then his loose ball rec rate is also an A.
That's loose ball recovery rate, guys. So it's basically like how active are you getting 50-50 balls.
And he's in the 94th percentile. And then where he struggles is his screener mobile defense, which he got a D. And that's where you saw Fred get open tonight. So that's the context that I wanted to add, because one-on-one, Fred's not beating De'Aaron off the bounce unless he pushes off, which he did. And those were the only times when he actually got those shots up.
Yeah, there was a lot of pushing off that the refs allowed tonight. We're gonna have okay. So I want to give a shout out. I want to introduce this guy because he was one of our earliest supporters. Always the first to comment when we barely had any comments, and I really do think that he set like a huge culture for all the comments that you guys leave on these videos. And trust me, guys, bad comments, good comments, I read them all. Some of them make me cry at night. Some of them make me laugh. So here, Chad. Hello, sir. How are you?
What's up, man? I knew I'd finally get on here sometime.
How are you doing? What did you think of the game tonight?
It was a good game. Obviously had its flaws, and I could see a breakdown coming before. I put in the chat that I made the same bet, but definitely not at your price level. I'm like $5. So I was like, yeah, I think their comeback's going to come here. So I got worried about it. And the last drop of that play, I was like, showing my girlfriend, I was like, man, this man can't take the final shot. And she's like, why? And I was showing these percentages, and yeah, right back to him.
Should I give you Nick Nurse's email? I have it. You want me to? You want to forward it to him?
I'm not even surprised you had it. Did you catch my email the other day? I sent you. Like, you're doing a great job on these, man. I know where there's little comments about controlling the conversation and stuff like that, but your patience through them. I'm sure there's one particular that was on the last one that was causing some problems, but you had great patience. You're controlling it. It's tough and you get a lot of hate, but man, you're staying calm through things. You're not actually getting too many bad people, but like, good job on controlling the conversations.
Good job to you guys, man. Like, honestly, like, go to any basketball forum and tell me how many stupid things you hear. Go to Facebook groups, go to Twitter, Reddit. I don't hear I don't hear much stupidity here at all. You know, even when we disagree, there's a logical take. I love it. Disagree, agree, I don't care. I know I have a bit of a reputation sometimes for being like very like stubborn minded. Yeah, I see things the way I see things, but that doesn't mean I can't disagree. And if you want proof of that, go check my entire thread with Sam Vecini from yesterday, which was pretty epic. And I'm going to publish that at some point. But yeah, okay. Well, thanks a lot, Chad. I hope you'll stick around for this. Any final takes?
I'll try and stick around. Yeah, one last thing. The fact that you watch these games at half speed, it's like, no wonder you see these things. Anyways, great job, man.
Thanks a lot, man. Thanks so much. All right.
Great stuff there by Chad. Great stuff there.
All right, Chad.
Let's keep the conversation
Kings
going.
fans, feel free to chime in. All you got to do is hit the description. You're going to be backstage for a bit. We have a pile up of callers here, and I love it, guys. I don't care. We're not going anywhere. Don't worry. We got some time. We're going to talk to you, okay? Okay, next up we got we got Mo. Mo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Are you a Kings fan or a Raptors fan?
I'm a Raptors fan, but I'm also a Kings fan this year. I like their team.
Great. What do you love about the Kings this year?
I like their talent level.
Me too.
100%.
They're really talented. They're really deep. They drafted great this year with Curry. And I was excited for them. They were like my league pass team, like my number one league pass team. So yeah.
Love it.
But I want to talk about the Raptors.
Okay.
I think the main issue with this team is low IQ guys. There's just too many low IQ guys. There are too many ball stoppers.
Agreed.
Yeah. And we only have 3 high IQ guys on this team, from what I've seen.
I'm curious to know who they are.
Otto Porter Jr., Thaddeus Young, and Scottie Barnes. That is it. OG means well. He has a good heart, but he doesn't have that natural high IQ for the game. But he does his best, and he always tries to make the right play.
I'll disagree. Yeah. But nevertheless, go on.
But if you throw him in there, I'm not going to disagree with you because I like him.
Him and Christian Koloko are my audibles there.
Yes,
I agree with you that.
But I would. Koloko for now is on the lower end, just from his raw skills.
For me too.
There's a lot of mistakes with Koloko, a lot of fouls.
I agree.
So, but it comes from a good
fouls
place.
Fouls and young big men go hand in hand, buddy. Every single young.
I can swallow those. I can swallow those, and I can accept them.
Yeah.
Then we got the ball stoppers, and there's a long list of ball stoppers on this team. We got
give them to me.
We got Achua, we got Boucher, we got Trent, we got Fred, we got Pascal. And there's a couple others. I'm missing some.
By the way, do you want to add Brad Doughton into your high IQ list just to make me happy? Given that my team just lost. Okay,
I'm only naming guys that really see the court at any consistent basis. You can even throw in Juancho in there too if you want. But
Juancho's been great, actually.
yes.
He's been solid, yeah.
And today,
Cruz,
if you were watching the game, I don't know how you couldn't think that Fred wasn't playing for a contract or trying to fix his contract situation tonight, because he's been tanking. I don't know how you go to the negotiating table with those statistics and his deteriorating body and his size. So tonight, I mean,
Yeah.
I just want to say, compare how De'Aaron Fox did his damage and
100%.
compare how Fred did his damage. One guy played within the offense. One guy hijacks the offense. There are plenty plays. Most of the game, Fox is letting the offense do its thing. He's letting Sabonis do his thing.
Amen. Preach.
He's letting Monk curl. He's letting Murray get his shots. He's letting people eat. He lets the game come to him. Fred does this predetermination. It's my time. I'm going to work. I'm taking these shots. Pascal does the same thing.
Mo, I got to tell you something.
Call of the year.
You really understand basketball, brother.
Yeah.
I coach youth basketball, and I see
there
it.
you go.
Thank you, God. Thank you.
Thank you, God. Yes. And
honestly,
please coach them AAU too, because AAU, that's where guys build bad habits and they just have and they develop this tunnel vision. My gosh. We need more of you, brother. I appreciate you.
Mo, are you in Canada?
I'm in Toronto.
You coach youth basketball in Toronto?
Yeah.
Does your team watch the Raptors?
I don't think so. No.
Please don't let them. Ban it.
Yeah.
Ban this basketball until it improves. Ban it. Because you know what I'm worried about? I'm worried about having kids. Okay, I'm worried about having kids. This is my long-term vision. I'm worried about having kids and having a kid who plays the right way, because God knows I'm not going to teach my kid to play the wrong way. And having that kid circle around, cut back door, and have this guy be like, oh, I'm just going to bet on myself, and be like, oh my God, this is like a curse. You understand, like, you know how many players are coming up right now saying they were influenced by Vince Carter?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How many players have come out? Shaden Sharp, Andrew Wiggins, all these guys say, like, I was interested. These guys, the way they play, the way these guys call it on the, oh, this is a great game for Fred VanVleet. These young kids are hearing this. Hunting for my own stupid shot, mid-range contested jumpers, floaters in the lane when I'm shooting below 40%. These are good shots. Alvin Williams, I retract my compliment from the last stream. You made me mad tonight. Saying that when Fred VanVleet has it going, it's usually good things for the Raptors. Check your stats on that, buddy. Unbelievable. So yeah, like, he's gonna shoot no matter what. So when you say when he has it going, you mean like when he actually hits his shots, because he takes pretty much the same amount of shots whether he has it going or not. He's going to score, but he's going to score half as many when he doesn't have it going. But that's just math, right? He's going to shoot 50% in his good games. He's going to shoot 20% in his bad games. He's going to end up at 35%. That's how you get 35%. Anyways, Mo, thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you for coaching the kids up. And please don't let them watch this hero crap ball. Teach them movement, teach them motion. And you know what? I hate to say it, because I was not a huge supporter of the Kings. I liked Herter, but I told Leo, I'm not sure about your team this year. If they want, I'll pay for League Pass for one of those kids.
Yeah.
To watch the Kings.
I had to beat it to the head of my best player. You let go of the ball. The ball will find you. The ball finds the best player. The ball has
energy. The ball has energy.
Always comes back to the best player because they look for you. They just want to touch it.
Amen.
But
Mo, tingles. Hair's going up. I love this. Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you, guys. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Will do.
Wow.
All right.
Love it. And just real quick, man, to his point.
Have you ever seen callers like this on a show?
God damn, no. I mean, this guy was high. Obviously, he's a coach. So that's where, like, that mind and that way of seeing the game comes in. When he said De'Aaron played within the constraints of the offense, I'm like, this guy gets it. Because I was telling James Welch on Facebook, right? Huge supporter, also big hater. But I'll say this. De'Aaron Fox is a 30-piece every night, and he can do that. But when he stopped doing that, the Kings started winning games. Do you see the difference now? Because now he's playing within the offense that Mike Brown has integrated. Now it's a 50-50 split in usage rate between him and Sabonis, as opposed to just Fox doing everything. Now he's a good off-ball cutter when he used to always have the ball in his hand. So obviously he still has bad habits, but it's going to take time. And and the guy wants to be coached, and now he has a little bit of structure. And as this caller just said, when you give your best player structure, the ball is coming back to you regardless. That's the best thing I've ever heard in my life. The ball will come back to you, y'all. Pass the ball and let everybody touch it.
Yeah, I think Scottie Barnes is screaming that right now in the locker room. All right, we got Daryl. Daryl, you have a very tough act to follow, and your audio better be better than last time. Your video sucks right now, though.
Yeah, I actually had to go hide out in my car because it's the only quiet place I could find. So yeah, no, I lost sleep over that audio last video. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Anyway, yeah, I was literally sitting here in the car praying, "Don't put me on next after that guy. Please don't put me on next after that guy." That was an awesome call. Like, what do I say? What do I say?
You say thank you, Mo. Thank you for shedding some,
thank you,
some
Mo.
light.
Larry also stole a bit of my thunder because I specifically marked the time down in the fourth quarter when Scottie threw up his hands in frustration after the low IQ play.
He did it 3-4 times. Don't worry, you're gonna get the low light film.
Yeah,
that's a great call, by the way.
Oh no, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
I love that.
No, I did. I marked it down because I was like, I'm going to call in. I'm going to talk about that moment. And then the very first caller. Yeah, well, that's the way it goes. Anyway, to salvage any sort of bit of positivity from my call in. Nice to meet you, Leo. I've been watching you for a while. My name is Daryl. Rob and I have been Facebook friends for about a year. It's I like to watch Basketball Zone. I've developed an appreciation for the Sacramento Kings, largely because of you. Quick question. For Leo, both of you guys, what do you make of DeMarcus Cousins' comments about Chris Paul saying he's not a top 5 guard of all time?
I saw that today, and I was highly disappointed in him. Obviously, DeMarcus, till this day, doesn't like me. He said, actually, quick story. I saw him at Starbucks by the arena maybe about 6 months ago, maybe less, and he told someone else that he saw me and that I would live to fight another day, because like that's how much he doesn't like me. And I don't want to go into the details, which is pretty sad that an NBA player,
I want to hear the details, man.
No. We don't have time for details on this call,
but
buddy.
His thoughts on and this goes back to his Kings days. He hates Chris Paul, so for him to say that, it doesn't surprise me at all. Like, oh my God, like stop the nonsense. Chris Paul's a top 5 point guard. Come on.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
I
have nothing to say about that other than I absolutely agree with what Leo said. We're gonna Daryl, thanks a lot for calling in, man.
See you next time, man. See you next time.
Thank you so much. And by the way, Daryl from Taiwan, always adding to our international numbers here. Did you find my third Taiwanese fan though?
I'm looking, man. I'm looking.
Send them the link. Get them to call in. I'm working on my Mandarin. Yeah. All right.
I'll start charging you a commission for every fan.
There you go.
I will give you 3 cents per Taiwanese subscription. See you.
Worth it.
Thank you.
Worth it. See you, man.
Bye.
Hello. Here we go.
Augustine, how are you? Am I saying that correctly now? I realized when I watched it over that I kept calling you Augustine and I screwed it up even though you corrected me.
It's fine, man. So I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I know I'll leave the analysis to you. I'll look at this big picture wise. So we know that this team is not working. Even if you believe in the players that you believe in, you say, okay, Siakam had a below average game and Fred had a really great game and whatever. And even if you add OG, you don't have the guns, or you don't have the firepower to win consistently in a league that injury is a fact of life. So having said that, jumping to the the next step is basically what's the plan for this team? What should Masai do? And I think the fundamental changes have to be afoot. I'm talking about front office has to change their philosophy somewhat. I think the coach has to go. I think you put Fred and Siakam on the block. You sell on Siakam high. You get draft pick and whatever asset you can get. Maybe you sell Fred as well. You build around Scottie and OG, and then you go from there. Maybe tank, get some assets, maybe get some picks. I think that's the way you got to go, because this team is not good enough.
Let me shock you. I'm going to shock you and every single person in this room. I am not with this idea of trading both Siakam and Fred. Let me tell you why. I think that there is a policy in all of sports, and I'm going to share it with you guys. It's called the 2 knucklehead policy. Okay? You can't have 2 knuckleheads in the same locker room. Okay?
Yeah.
They will find each other and they will multiply, and then they will gauge influence in your locker room. You can't have J.R. Smith and Nick Young. You can't have them both. Okay? You can't have 2. So when you get rid of one of these guys, the other one will come into line. I guarantee it. You know, Pascal Siakam is not a selfish person. I feel it. But when he starts to get under the influence of Fred, he starts quoting Fred. Bet on yourself. I don't know if you can see it, but Pascal Siakam is a follower. Fred VanVleet is a leader. Mm-hmm. Scottie Barnes is a leader. It is in their personality. It is in their DNA. It is in who they are. That is not shade on Pascal. Don't even say that in the comments. It's not shade.
No, it's
I'm
not.
talking about the mentality of a human being. Pascal Siakam is an extremely hard worker. Pascal Siakam is an extremely capable defender. He is a prototypical player that you want if you want to build this Vision 6-9. You do not get rid of Pascal Siakam if you're trying to do this, unless it is for someone who is a better version of what he is, which is Kevin Durant. Okay? Right. Selling for picks and all this stuff. Look, Scottie Barnes is not a good loser. I said it in the last stream. I'll say it in this stream. If you put Scottie Barnes on a rebuilding team, he will kill somebody. This is not a guy who's made to lose. Now, today I saw a shift in Scottie, a mentality shift, because he could have done this the whole way through. He chose not to. He chose to let guys find their rhythm, hunt for their shot. Today I saw a Scottie Barnes who said, enough is fucking enough. Mm-hmm. I am done. So many times tonight, believe me, guys, I'm hyping this low light film, but trust me, I watched this game. I'll tell you, there's like hundreds of instances where the body language is so obvious, where he's just like, not today. I let you guys do this all the time, not today. And this is the guy you want to build around as a cornerstone, yes. But I think that Pascal Siakam will be willing to concede to Scottie running point. But I do not think that with Fred and Pascal together, that the dynamic will allow Scottie to ascend to his natural position, which is, by the way, Pensari, do you think Scottie is ready to run point? My friend, you have been lied to by the media. The media is selling you on Scottie Barnes as some raw forward who's trying to learn how to play point. The truth of Scottie Barnes, if you have access to those EYBL games, if you watched him in AAU, if you watched him in high school, if you watched him in college, if you watched him in Mauvard, you would know that Scottie Barnes is a point guard. He's not turning into a point guard. He's not trying to be a point guard. He's not developing into a point guard. He is a point guard. Yes, however, he is a 21-year-old point guard. Ask Leo about the growing pains that they had with Tyrese in his first year. Ask Leo about the growing pains they had with De'Aaron Fox in their first year. You're going to see some turnovers. But you know what? Here's the thing. Fred is not going to make the same turnovers that Scottie is. That turnover that Scottie Barnes had, some of you out there might say, this is why he can't be a playmaker. This is why he can't be a passer, but the play was the right play, guys. Fred VanVleet was wide. Go ahead.
Sorry. So would you have trade Fred, keep
I would trade one of them. I would trade one of them because without the other, we'll fall in line.
Like, you can't just, Pascal will get you more stuff. But Fred is
no doubt. But what are you trying to get for him? That's sort of my question at the end of the day. It's like you're building.
Like my worry is if you try to get more stuff, you trade Pascal and you get more stuff. But then Fred is a problem. Fred has to go.
I have seen Pascal Siakam
is basically saying keep Pascal, trade Fred.
Scottie has an A+ playmaking talent on the playmaking grades and metrics on B-Ball Index. That's the 99th percentile. I don't think people understand how great of a passer he is. It's insane, y'all. If I can share my screen with y'all, I'll do it in a little bit. But my God, it's so impressive.
Yes. Honestly,
so trade Fred.
I would trade one or the other, but I wouldn't trade both. That's where I stand on it. If you trade Fred, Pascal, you better trade for a superstar like Kevin Durant or something like that. If you're trading Fred, then yeah, but let me tell you, if you trade Fred for a role player who just plays more within the offense and maybe even like a future asset,
that'd be great.
You're not going to get worse. You're actually going to get better because it's going to unlock the rest of your offense. And we've seen this
Fred for like a pick and guard depth.
Sure.
It would make you
Something
better.
like the,
At this point, it would make you better because you know what?
like
There
the
aren't a
Rudy
lot.
Gay trade back in 2013.
I think
We
if you
traded to
traded,
the Kings.
if I know that the Kings would never do this, but if you traded Fred VanVleet for Kevin Huerter right now, you would be 3 games over 500, not 2 games under. Anyways, I'm not even kidding. Like I think yes, Fred VanVleet brings a lot in terms of watching Scottie try to navigate screens today and get burned time and time again. I am very cognizant of the value that Fred VanVleet brings as a pesky, screen defender. But what he gives up in all the other areas of defense, you can't this is the beef that I have with Sam Vecenie. You can't just pinpoint one part of defense and say this guy's great or this guy's terrible because on one part of defense, Miles Turner is the greatest defender in the world.
Sure.
Is he the greatest defender in the world? No, he's not. Okay. Same thing that Leo and I have gone back and forth about Davion Mitchell. Leo thinks Davion Mitchell's a really good defender. There's a good defender on one type of situation, but there's 10 other situations where maybe he's not as great. So I think that this is where defense needs to be contextualized. Anyways, Augustine, thank you so much. I hope this was informative. Always great talking to you, man.
Yeah, take care, man.
Cheers. Next up, we got we're about to get very American in here. American 1, meet American 2, meet American 3. NY4 Raps, how are you?
Where is he?
NY4 Raps, are you there? We're going to come back to you. Not going to get very American. All right. Next up, we got Josh. Josh, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
We're good. What'd you think of the game tonight?
I thought it was pretty. I mean, listen, I love Fred. He fought tonight, but it's hard for me to watch his team at points. I'm not gonna lie to you. Listen, Siakam didn't play great tonight. He was okay. Nothing bad. He wasn't bad last game either against Orlando, but I do expect a little more from him. But Fred,
You lost him?
disappointed in him. Listen, I love him. I love him as a guy. He's a great teammate. But I think
what makes him a great teammate? I need to understand this. What makes him a great teammate?
I feel like in interviews he's the leader of the team. I feel like
Okay, here's the thing. Let me just I don't want to cut you off, and I certainly want to give you a chance to explain why you think he's a great leader. But I do want to say one thing to anyone out there.
Mm-hmm.
When you are a great leader, you do not have to tell people 15 times in every interview that you are the leader. Let me tell you that right now.
100%.
And this is coming from somebody who has worked at a hedge fund in various degrees. I've worked in sports. I tell you, I've been around really great leaders that I have learned from. Never once have I heard one of them say, I'm the leader. This is no. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, Fred is a great quote. That is it. There was a point today where I legitimately wanted to smash my TV screen watching this guy hunt his shot and leaving his teammates out to dry. That is not a great leader. When you have a teammate who is going the way Scottie is going, if you have a teammate who is struggling the way Siakam is struggling, and you are the point guard because you insist on bringing the ball up the court at your crawl space, at your crawling pace against a team that is just, gunning you the other end and is a bad defensive team, in my opinion. And you can exploit those early opportunities if you look for them, and you don't get Siakam going because you don't generate anything good for him.
Okay, that I can't argue with there because listen, you are right in that perspective. And the other thing is, I will say, I agree with you on is, it just feels like he's always trying, he's right. He's playing for a contract. You can tell it there, right? Like Siakam is this year, and it sucks. It's part of the NBA, but these guys are trying to get paid, right? And
do you really think that Steph Curry would do this? You think Steph Curry would? Do you think Kevin Durant would hijack an offense to gun for a contract?
No chance.
Who is another player that is not on the Raptors who you would associate with this type of behavior? Do you think LeBron would do it?
No, I really don't. And I'll tell you what, Fred, I mean, honestly, people love him and I get it. But
why?
I've been a guy who's wanted him to be traded since he started the season. He looks like he's not mentally, physically, looks like he's physically he's taken a toll on him all the minutes he's played. He's so inconsistent. He's so inconsistent, and I am not going to extend a guy if I'm Masai Ujiri and pay him a shit ton of money. I'm not going to do it. And I'll tell you what, I'd rather pay Siakam that money. And people are talking about if he makes All NBA, which he will, is he going to get a super max? But I'm not going to pay Fred.
Some people may disagree with this. Some people may disagree with this. but
Mm-hmm.
when a guy's entire game is predicated on burst, like Siakam's is, and getting calls while flailing and running into 3 defenders,
God damn,
that
he
is
did that a
not
lot tonight.
that is not a player that ages well. Let me tell you, players who age well are players who are extremely smart and extremely good shooters, and or extremely generational athletes. And I don't mean quick twitch big I mean big, like big athletes.
To be fair, Siakam can't be your best player, and we've gone over this 1,000 times over and over. Like, he can't be your number one.
The Ringer
option.
just named him the 14th best player in the league, and I get that the analytics say that, and I get that. But
his numbers are amazing this year, right? Like,
right, they are.
But
he
how
can't be your best
how
player.
can we ignore? Look, De'Aaron Fox's numbers were amazing last year. What did I say to Leo? Until you make other people better,
before,
I don't fucking care if you put up 26 points per game. If you are the author, if you are the engine that is behind the worst half-court offense in the league, I'm sorry, you're not a superstar to me. If every other player is struggling as you get your own, well, that means that the offense is designed for you to succeed and for others to fail.
But do you think
you
do not think Siakam improves other players around him this year? I mean, how many assists is he averaging a game? Like almost a 9?
So here is the fundamental disagreement that I have, and this is why. Siakam averages more assists than Domantas Sabonis. Okay.
Yeah.
Does he really?
But yes, he does. But Siakam is not a better passer than Domantas Sabonis.
No, I'm not. That I agree with.
So we can agree that assists per 75 is not entirely going to be a be-all function of how great a passer you are. Okay,
he does average 4 assists.
Let me tell you, there are great passers who have averaged 5 or 6 assists for their entire career. I'll give you one: Tracy McGrady.
Yeah.
Great passer. Okay, Draymond's a great passer. At some point, you have to realize that there is a consequence for dominating the ball. I'm not going to get into this every single stream. If you're more interested in hearing about my rant on dominance, about basketball dominance, please go watch any of the last 3 streams. I promise I have waxed poetic on this 12 times, okay, already. But I will say that to use assists, look, I don't care if he missed shots today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. Okay, he missed a ton of what people would call easy shots. I don't consider any of those easy shots. Diving away from the basket over 2 defenders, no, those are not easy shots. Those are not easy shots for anybody. And just because you consistently make a good deal of bad shots every single game, this is what I say. Last year, when Fred VanVleet was on his tear, I told you his shot diet is too bad for this to continue.
It's always been bad.
It's always been bad. Exactly. So when you are a career, when you on your career, like Fred VanVleet has shot above 50% in 5 playoff games, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
He's never been great in the playoffs when I watched him, besides when he was on.
And why do you think that is? Is it possible because when you play a team 6 or 7 times that they kind of figure out your tendencies, and if you don't have counters, then maybe they and is it possible that maybe defenders try a little bit harder, and maybe teams realize that, hey, this guy's going to take 20 shots no matter what, so why don't we just stick some lengthy defender on him? Tyrese Maxey is not a good defender at all. I don't care what people say. He is an awful defender.
He's awful defensively.
James Harden is an awful defender. That means the Philadelphia 76ers backcourt last year, now everyone is going to say Fred VanVleet was injured, but look at the regular season.
I don't want to hear that crap. He did not play well. Yeah, he did not play well, and you know what? That was it.
He didn't play well.
The last thing
continue to take shots. Go ahead.
Last thing I want to ask you is, honestly, so what do you really think this team should do? Because I've rooted for Fred to be traded, because I really do believe that if you're going to keep Siakam, like you said, one of them needs to go, and I picked that to be VanVleet. I can't watch Fred anymore. I can't. It's torturous for me to watch him. It's brutal, and I just.
And this is coming from a guy who thinks he's a good leader and a great guy.
Listen, I think he's a great guy. I his kids. I think he's a great father.
Okay.
And this is coming on the heels of a 35 plus point bringing performance. Masai Ujiri, if you're listening, if any of you are listening, because by the way, guys, just an FYI, I don't know who here knows Sam Vecini, but I called him out in the beginning of the last podcast, and I didn't realize that he actually commented on the stream. So apparently some pretty crazy influential people are actually watching these streams right now. So if anybody in MLSC is watching this is how your fan base currently is expressing their frustration with Fred VanVleet's ball dominance. We don't hate the guy. I don't hate the guy. I respect the hell out of the guy.
That's what I'm saying, is I don't hate the guy. I like him.
There's no hate here. It's a hatred for how he's playing.
Exactly.
Okay. And I know that he has people in his ear. I know the people in his ear. Okay. And it was when I, someone called it out on Real G. I'm like, how did Rob, happen to meet Fred VanVleet's inner circle? How would he have even talked to these people? This is a really big claim. Well, I happened to be a moderator on a Raptor group, and I happened to talk a lot of shit about Fred VanVleet last year while he was gunning for his, all-star thing.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people messaged me from his side. And I was very surprised to find out that they were people who were extremely close to him. His cousin, these guys all, like, every time these people messaged me and I would look through their pictures, it's all like pictures of them in high school together. They're like buds, like they're close. They spend
his
Christmas
inner circle.
He's in his circle, and his circle is telling him chase the bag. His circle has always told him to bet on himself. He's surrounded by people who are saying bet on yourself. So what I said today was, today you saw a game where everyone chose to be themselves. Scottie was himself.
I loved it. He was aggressive, and he was incredible. He didn't care.
He was incredible. He went to the paint.
What did I tell you, Rob? Guys have a bunch of what? Yes men in their circles.
But
guys
Scottie
don't
doesn't.
hold them accountable.
Hey, Scottie does not. And let me tell you that. Scottie does not. Scottie has aligned himself with people who tell him no all the fucking time.
And that's the difference.
And that is the difference. Because when you always want to be the smartest person in the room, and this is, guys, I know that I'm a basketball speaker, and you're like, bro, I did not sign up for life lessons and life coaching, bro. What are you talking about? But I just want to throw it out there because I think that, in my 35 humble, years of life, I've learned one thing. If you insist on being the smartest person in the room all the time, you will fail. You always crap out. Always surround yourself with people who know things better than you. Surround yourself with friends who challenge you. Surround yourself with trainers who challenge you. Surround yourself with trainers who are willing to tell you when you're doing the wrong thing, like Scottie has. Shout out B-Mac if you watch this. Honestly, like, to have people in your corner who are always just telling you, yeah, you're great. That's gas. Don't fuck with those people, because when you run out of money, those people will leave you. I promise you, telling people the truth is the only way to show people you care. Anyways, Josh, 100%. This got real poetic, and I'm sorry I got like really animated.
So one last thing I want to ask you quickly, one thing before I go. So what do you think they should do with the two of them? Like, who do you recommend should be traded, and what scenario Fred. Do you think? Like, I think trading for a guy to star doesn't help at this point. I don't really know where this is going to get you. You need depth.
If you trade for a superstar, you have to trade Siakam to get that superstar. That superstar will put Fred in line. If you don't
you
trade,
might be right, yeah.
Absolutely.
But
Fred was a little puppy dog when Kawhi was here, huh?
Like maybe Shea goes to Alexander. Like, I don't really know.
Not that type of superstar. No, you need superstar with pedigree. You need Kevin Durant, Luka, not available. Giannis, not available. Any one of those guys carries so much weight that Fred VanVleet would have no. And honestly, his game is best when he's not pressing. When he's not pressing, he is an amazing point guard, guys. Honestly, he's great. When he's pressing, when he is in a system that allows him to press, with coaches that allow him to press, with people that are saying, hey, Fred, be aggressive. I will guarantee you, I haven't watched Nick Nurse's post game, but I will guarantee you he will be asked about Fred VanVleet's performance, and I guarantee you he'll respond by, he was aggressive. Maybe a little less aggression, a little more thinking, a little more passing, a little more caring about who is going and who isn't. A little bit more about, you can't go 4 possessions and not let your teammates touch the ball and then throw it to them with 2 seconds and be like, now do something. They're out of rhythm. So anyways, thank you so much. Josh.
So real quick, when we talk about and criticize guys like Siakam and Fred, we also have to come into the conclusion that a lot of this too is the actual system. It's the front office, the pecking order of how guys are ranked, and what Nick Nurse and that coaching staff are allowing certain guys to do. So we can criticize Siakam all we want, but right now he is the featured guy, and the 1A, 1B is Fred. We hate that as fans and observers of the game, but that's what they're asked to do, and they have the liberty to do that. So me and Rob and Kenyon, we always talk about one thing, pecking order. What's the pecking order right now? And unfortunately, Scottie is in 1 and 2, right? And I think that has to do a lot with why we see these guys play the way they do in such a selfish way. Because if Fred's your 4th option, he's effing great. If Siakam is your 2nd, 3rd guy, he's effing great. So this has a lot to do with the front office and the coaching staff allowing this to happen of how they constructed this roster. So we can blame them all we want, but some of that blame has to go to the coaching staff and the front office, in my opinion.
Look, I don't mind if Siakam leads his team in shots attempted every single night.
Right.
He should. He should, frankly. He is a more efficient scorer than Barnes right now and Anunoby. And he should lead this team in shot attempts. What he should not lead this team in is usage.
Yeah.
Okay. Usage leaders need to be smart as fuck, especially when you start floating into the 25 to 30% range. You need to be really smart. This offense needs to run through Scottie and Pascal. And you know what? And OG. Those three guys need to be your 1, 2, 3. And I don't care which order you put them in, but if Fred VanVleet is not willing to move to 4, and I don't care what Nick Nurse thinks and 100%. What vision of, little man brings up the ball like that he's married to, but that's not the way the league is going. Ball handlers getting bigger and bigger. Look around the league. Okay. So when you have a guy who consistently cannot see over the defense, look, watch his eyes, bro. Next time you watch a game, here's a free tip. Watch his eyes. How many times is he looking down?
He's not athletic enough, like a Garland, like a De'Aaron Fox, to actually, for a coach to be like,
he weaves into the paint, goes at Domantas Sabonis, and as he pulls out, that 4 seconds where he's pulling out, he sees nothing. He sees nothing.
He's predictable.
Put your, they teach you, put your head on a swivel. You got to be able to see it, because in those 4 seconds, you might see a pocket, an opening, an open shooter. A defense might make a mistake. It's so predictable. It's one guy goes at the paint, the other guy goes at the paint. Look, honestly, you're not going to get these calls in the playoffs, guys. Why do you think the Raptors are struggling so hard on the road? You want a clear indication? Usually they say young teams struggle on the road. We're not that young. We're not that young a team, guys. We're not that young. We're not the Orlando Magic. They also say that bad defensive teams tend to struggle on the road. Well, last I checked, we are a top 10 defense. So what else is there that isn't carrying on the road? The favorable whistle. That's what's not carrying on the road. Go look it up. Okay. Home team usually has the advantageous whistle, usually, unless you are the Sacramento Kings in 2002. I'm sorry. But that typically tends to happen, and teams get really aggressive. And you know what? The Raptors get a shit ton of calls because Fred VanVleet or Pascal Siakam, Gary Trent Jr., these guys foul bait all the time. But the reality of the situation is, in the playoffs, you don't get those same calls. And frankly, if you are going up against Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jason Tatum, Luka, any Kevin Durant, these guys are going to live at the line. And I'm telling you right now, at that point, the league, the refs, everybody, they're not going to favor Pascal Siakam to get whistles over those guys.
Or Fred VanVleet. Like that shit he got away with today, pushing off like crazy.
Unbelievable.
That's going to be called when he's going up against a guy like a Tatum, like a Jaylen Brown on a switch. Even a James Harden will get that call and the benefit of the doubt. So tonight, he went up against the right guy that gets no love by refs, and his name is De'Aaron Fox. So good for Fred, almost 40 points. But I was just astounded by how methodically slow and predictable his game was. And the refs really allowed him to play like that today. So to his advantage, good for him.
Sad. We're going to have Jonathan on now. Jonathan, how are you doing, man?
Hey, really good. Thanks. Rob, Leo, very nice to meet you.
What's up, brother?
I hope my voice is coming through okay on these files.
It's a little bit boomy, to be honest.
I apologize. Is that better if I talk quieter?
Just go with it. Yeah.
Just go with it.
Okay. So, Leo, you made a great point as far as going a little bit further up past the player level. There's something going on. The fact that Scottie gets like this chat from Masai.
Yep.
Where's that chat with Fred? Where's that chat with? No, I can't really say anything, Pascal. He's a good 2-3. That's all I have to say. I'm not going to take up much of your time. Love you.
Thanks a lot, Jonathan. I really appreciate it.
Like why wasn't that leaked, Robert? The fact that Masai had this amazing conversation with Scottie, but not with a guy like Fred, who is, let's be honest, a ball hog.
I'm an extremely outspoken person, and these live streams, sometimes I get really heated, and sometimes I'll say something, and then later on I'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe I let that slip, because I am trusted with certain information that I'm not supposed to say out loud. But let me say this as delicately as possible. I'm going to say
it very delicate for us, bro.
I'm going to say two things, and hold on. Let me put on my Fred VanVleet hat on and get really political about this. Okay?
You have to.
I have to, right? I don't want to get sued. Okay.
No.
Let me put this way.
Yeah.
Number one, conversations between Masai and players happen all the fucking time. Number
All the
one.
time.
Number two, the conversation that Masai had with Scottie Barnes, which was presented as a scolding, hard truths, Michael Grange. I know that you were supposed to offer more details on that. I realize after watching Will Lose pod that you didn't have more information on that. Let me tell you, that was not the nature of that conversation. And I want you to report on that. So that's as politically correct as I'm going to be about it. So people who are wondering, did Masai go to Brooklyn to yell at Scottie? No, he did not. Okay? Hard truths is an interesting way to put it, but that is not the way that I would put it. I don't think that's the way a lot of people will put it. But you know what? Hard truths could be, we're struggling right now. We need you to be more assertive. I don't think, hard truths could be.
And that's not how you even go about things today.
Let me explore this. Let me explore this. Leo, hard truth, right? Let's pretend you're Scottie Barnes on Masai Ujiri, right? Hard truth. The NBA is a business, young man, and you have a bunch of teammates who are chasing their contract, and you're going to have to wait your turn. Is that a hard truth for you at 21 to learn that? Is that a hard truth? Okay. Hard truth, young man. The media is going to roast you right now. Every young player goes through it at some point. Is that a hard truth? I think that's a hard truth. Young man, I know that the sentiment around you is extremely bearish right now, but Kobe Bryant missed air balls in the playoffs. Michael Jordan was considered a selfish player who would never win. Every great player has to go through the fire where everyone doubts their greatness. It will make you greater. Is that a hard truth, Leo?
I mean, that's me being Scottie. Like, what do you want me to say?
Every one of those things that I said was a hard truth. Young man, you need to work a little bit harder and stop bitching to the refs. Is that a hard truth?
And he said it in that tone. And like, I want people to understand that, because in today's day, you're not fucking yelling at guys. Like, these are millionaires, like professionals. People have to start associating hard truths or scolding with like raw moments. That's not what Masai did. And it felt like that in that reporting, which was absurd, right?
Masai loves Scottie. Like 100%. You have no idea. 100%. Every time he talks, look, guys, fake smiles, they don't reach your eyes. Now I'm going real wax poetic. When you want to spot a fake smile, it's not in the eyes. When you see, anytime Masai is, when he's talking about Scottie Barnes, look at his eyes. They are literally twinkling. He has finally found a player that he has been trying to build around for 15 years. Masai Ujiri on Scottie Barnes, almost a direct quote. He was asked last year, have you ever seen a rookie this advanced? He thought about it for nearly 40 seconds. He came back with maybe Carmelo Anthony in 2003. Do you understand that Masai Ujiri has been in the league for a really long time? Do you know how many rookies he's been around over that time that he had to dig back to fucking Carmelo Anthony as a rookie? And to those of you who picked started following basketball last week, I'm sorry, but Carmelo Anthony, when he came in, was widely considered one of the 3 best young players in the world. Okay, like that draft was generational because of him and Bosh and LeBron. So for him to compare him there, and to see these people being like, oh man, Franz Wagner is better than Scottie Barnes because Masai Ujiri yelled.
Good fucking riddance.
Guys, look, I'm just saying, pick a lane. Pick a lane. Be real, but don't fucking change your tune every day about like who's good and who's not based on whose shots are going in. People go through struggles. Young players go through struggles. You know what I am encouraged about? That Scottie is trying. Number 1, despite this batshit crazy offense. Number 2, that he's still willing to make mistakes. Sometimes you'll see him float the ball up. Let me tell you, he'll make that mistake. He'll watch the film. The next time he won't make the same mistake. That is always every scout I've ever talked to. They always say, I always ask them, like, this is a question that I always ask people when I meet, anyone who is doing something that I'm really curious about. What is the biggest misconception about what you do? Like, what is the biggest misconception about like how I think you should think versus how you actually think? And they said with kids under 24, 23, we actually consider high turnover rates, depending on why the turnovers are happening, as a positive, because it means they're seeing and they're trying. Fred VanVleet doesn't see, Fred VanVleet doesn't try. He's not trying to throw those passes. Whenever you've seen Fred VanVleet actually try, those turnovers go up, right? There was an 8 turnover game last year. That's when he's trying. So you just pound the ball and you take a shot, you're never going to turn the ball over.
Facts.
Scottie is constantly looking. He's trying. And let me tell you right now, for those of you guys who are like, why is he always throwing no looks? Who does he fucking think he is? When you throw a no look, you buy the player that you are passing that no look to an extra quarter of a second because the defense isn't expecting it. When you project passes, the defender reacts sooner. Scottie is giving his teammates close, like it's a look. You do the math, you do the calculus.
And he's
I'm telling you,
his teammates too. So
trusting his teammates.
There's a trust with that too.
Absolutely. Okay, let's get NY4 Raps. Are you back? NY4 Raps? Bueller. Oh man. Too bad. That guy's awesome. Let's get Ace JB.
Oh, what's up, Ace?
What's up, man? What's up? How you doing?
Good, my brother. How you doing?
I'm good.
Thoughts on tonight's game?
Great after the night game. I ain't
Light the beam, baby.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about the game tonight?
I called in to say 20 and 21 is not to be slept on.
Right.
You know my opinion on the trade, and
yeah. And what's funny is that Robert is on your side. He loves Tyrese, but I do
too. Hey, I do too.
Yeah.
And just because I say what I'm saying now doesn't mean I'm still not hurt by the trade, but I understand the trade. I get why the trade had to be done. He does open up the floor. I've been, trying to be open to the trade. It just hurts when I see Tyrese kill the Warriors tonight. It just hurts when I see him put up 26 and 12. It just, but other than that, I'm looking at the stats. 20 and 21 is great. I wish he was able to perform a little better during the Knicks game because I believe he put up 9 or 6 shots that game.
Yeah. Just for context, you're talking about Domas, yeah?
Domas, yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah. I need him to be a little bit more aggressive, especially when Fox isn't on the floor. You're our second best player at this point. We need more than 6 or 9 shots out of you. I can't remember right off the top how many it was yesterday, but I didn't really care for that.
Let's get a poll going in the comments, guys. Can we get a poll? If you think that the Kings made a mistake trading Tyrese Haliburton, who is currently killing it with the Indiana Pacers, for Domantas Sabonis, who's a slightly older player who has really done well for De'Aaron Fox and really opened up the offense. Just let me know in the comments, Tyrese or Domas. Let's see what comes out of this.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tyrese has a bright future, and that's why it hurts. If you hear mistake, that's where it's coming from, because we understand the potential, and not just potential because he's displaying it right now, but we understand a passer like that at 6'6", they don't just grow on trees. Like, it's hard when you got to give up a player like that, even if he's balling out like Sabonis. But I don't think it was a mistake. I understand the trade. I understand why we did what we did. I just wish it was a better fit. Like, I wish Tyrese was able to stay and we was able to groom around him as well, because I don't see another player like him coming out the draft for another 5 years. Like,
his name is Dyson Daniels.
You don't have him though. Honestly, man, I see a lot of Jason Kidd, bro. I really do. I think you guys missed on. I'm unusually high on Tyrese. I told you this at the time of the trade. I think you guys fucked up, and I think like the shots coming around. But
to be fair, though, I also think that guys haven't scouted him well. If you sit on his left hand, as I've said 1,000 times, like the Kings did, he's going to struggle because his shot is funky.
Leo at this point is sending emails to other teams being like, "Can you please sit on this guy's hand so this trade can look?"
This shot,
Leo
just put a lanky defender on him.
Tyrese has a bad game. I don't know what Tyrese did to him, but Leo always points out his flaws.
Honestly, Tyrese Haliburton is one of my favorite players in the NBA. I made a list
to watch.
I made a list
because he plays the right way.
I made a list.
Tyrese plays the right way, but he's not as good as people make him to be, though. Like, he's not.
He is.
Okay. I don't think that's true.
He's not.
He is. Look, I made a list of 22 players that if they're playing, I will watch, and he was on it. Okay,
He's fun.
And you know who else was on it?
He plays the right
Domantas
way.
Sabonis.
Yeah.
So you know what? I don't think it's a lopsided trade. I'm not trying to treat this like Vince Carter for Eric and Aaron Williams type of trade. Obviously not. You did get a potential all-star. You got a very good player. I think Domantas Sabonis presents a lot of issues in terms of team building, in terms of building around him. And I don't like building around players who are hard to build around. Personally,
I don't think our focus is to build around Sabonis.
But you are, though. You're building an offense around Fox and Domantas Sabonis.
But you mentioned Fox. I think our cornerstone, or even like Sabonis said, I think a week ago, he said Fox is the head of the snake.
Oh, he can be the head, but he is but Sabonis is the tail. And to me, it's like these two play off of each other the way I think that what they're trying to create, to be honest, is like with Herter, especially. I think Herter is the one who unlocks all of this for you guys, to be honest.
Say that one more time.
And I think Herter is the one that unlocks all of this for you guys. The way that you guys are running motion around that guy, I think you really missed him tonight. I think if you had him tonight, I know that Raptor fans are probably going to hate me for saying this, but I think if both teams were really healthy, I think that the outcome doesn't change. I think Herter is that impactful in terms of movement and shifting defenses. And OG Anunoby, is a hell of a defender and probably one of the best non-big defenders, if not top 2 in the league right now per every metric on the planet.
I mean, it was a 1-point game, so yeah,
But I think how much Herter, in place
opens
of
up
in place of the guys who were playing in his place, like Terrence Davis. No shade to Terrence Davis.
TD's
awesome.
Out tonight.
TD's awesome.
Yeah,
right.
I think he deserves some more minutes, to be honest with you.
He does, and his analytics are insane. And honestly, it's really too bad the Raptors lost him, but that's another win for Masai Ujiri. If you ever doubt Masai Ujiri as a scout, you need to be like you need to have your head. You need to have your head checked. Great. He's a great president. He's like a bit of a war leader, to be honest, like a bit of a dictator. Like, fuck Brooklyn.
Bobby Webster's fucking great too, though.
Yeah, to be honest, I think they're both incredible, but Masai's eye for talent and eye for people is next level. I think if I could pick his brain for 2 hours,
okay.
I would say any.
So like real quick, now that I have 2 Tyrese lovers on the stream, okay?
Don't label us like that.
I just want to point out, just specifically even tonight, and this is why, if you look at the B-ball index grades, why Fox is so elite as a playmaker, because people, again, Rob said this too, people just look at box score assists. And right now, Tyrese is a leader in box score assists.
I don't care
I'm
about
not
that.
saying he's a great guy. I'm sorry. I'm not saying he's not a great passer. He's a phenomenal passer. But Fox gets a slight and gets disrespected and slandered because he doesn't put up 10 assists a game. But if you watch tonight, the amount of pressure that he puts on the defense and how open he gets his teammates for open shots, it's fucking incredible. Like, he is such a gifted passer. It's truly insane to me. But
I don't think when I
never
give
get the
Tyrese,
if he's a gifted passer, what is Tyrese? Is Tyrese a blessed passer?
Yeah.
Is he a walk-on water passer? Like, how far are we going above gifted? Because I will tell you, I think Tyrese is a better passer.
Okay, when I give Tyrese
and a worse scorer
in transition.
Go ahead.
I can't tell you without looking at the numbers more carefully and looking at the tape. And I don't want to talk out of my ass, but I think he's like, I'm comfortable saying Tyrese is like a top 3 to 4 passer in the NBA, and this is at a time when passing.
He's a better passer than LaMelo Ball.
Yes,
I had that argument with one of my friends.
Crazy. He's not.
It's not.
I mean, he's not, but yeah.
It's flash versus effectiveness, the way that he plays. Look, honestly, the reason I like Tyrese is just a good person. That's all. That's what it is. I love him as a person.
And great for the team chemistry, great to build around. He's just a good person to have on your team. Like, besides just what he provides on the court.
Someone want to respond to this comment right here? Raps should get Dyson Daniels, SGA, or KD. You know who else the Raptors should get? Prime Michael Jordan, Prime Kareem, Prime Hakeem. Can we just build a super team?
Prime Shaq, Prime Kobe, Prime Vince.
Oh my God, Jesus, guys! I wish that we would have moved off these guys before they tanked their values some more. But thanks a lot, Ace, man. It was really nice.
Real quick, Fox's assists per 75 possessions, 89 percentile, A minus.
Can I say
passing playmaking talent, A plus. I mean, this shit.
Can I say one thing? when I give Tyrese his flowers, I'm not knocking Fox. When I'm saying Tyrese is the best passer or Tyrese has great just presence, I'm not sliding Fox because Fox I'm looking at it, 27 and 10 tonight. I like what Fox does too. Last year was kind of hard to watch Fox on the court because I don't know. It seemed like he didn't want to make it work, and that's where we had our conversations off the podcast.
That's fair. Yeah.
When I give flowers to
Tyrese,
I'm not taking them away from Fox. Fox is a hell of a player. Like
that's a good point.
Can't
it's
win
not
without
zero
him.
sum.
I agree
it's not zero sum. Both teams can win in this situation. Both teams will have a bright future, and both teams are winning right now. So let's just call it a wash. But I'm just telling you, just as a because I got to get the final word in. Sorry. This trade is going to look worse by the year. Right now, it's going to look great. It's going to look worse by the year, and I think Ace agrees with that. Leo doesn't, but Leo, let's table this conversation. I'm gonna
appreciate y'all having me on.
Thanks, Ace, man. We're gonna have this conversation in 5 years. I'm gonna tell Leo, see, I told you so. Leo, how many times have I told you to bet on somebody? How many times have I been wrong? You gotta trust me at this point. Okay. FA, how are you? Wake Forest, North Carolina, how are you, brother?
Hey guys, I'm doing good. Sorry, I'm not going to turn my camera on tonight. I'm laying in bed, just waiting for you guys to call me before I go to bed.
So I appreciate you waiting.
For the conversations that you guys were having just now, I think is a win-win trade for both teams because if you look at Sacramento, right, they've not made the playoffs for 16 years. Mm-hmm. So if Sabonis is going to take them to the playoff, that's going to change the franchise for a long time, right? So I know everybody likes Tyrese. I love him too, but sometimes you got to look at how to get a winning culture back and not be rebuilding over and over again. So
yeah. So what do you think of the Raptors tonight? Because FA here, as we found out the first time he called, is a Raptor fan who used to live in Edmonton, who is in Wake Forest, North Carolina. Did I get that correct? Do I remember you perfectly?
Oh my God, you got everything 100% correct. Yeah. So
you left quite an impression on me, sir.
Thank you, sir. So I listened to all your videos and stuff like that, but with the game tonight, right? I'm in line with a lot of the things that a lot of folks have said. I think there has to be a decision that needs to be made. The ball needs to move. The ball sticks too much. And regards to the high IQ players that you said, I think you guys are spot on, right? We have about 4 high IQ players on the team. They have so many low IQ players. At today's game, right? A lot of times when Scottie is like raising his hands and getting really frustrated, right? Because Scottie doesn't hide his emotions, and it's so.
Why do you think I love him so much?
Yeah, he's not a diplomat. I don't think he'll do well with politics. But VanVleet is like the ultimate politician, right? So, but I think it gets to a point where you have to start calling out Nick Nurse, right? What is he coaching? Before Nick Nurse got in the Raptors, I thought Nick Nurse was one of the best offensive coach, but it's all about pounding the ball, which is what we hated about Dwayne Casey. Pound the rock, pound the rock, pound the rock. But they started this game with Scottie being engaged, right? When everybody touches the ball, even the center that maybe Koloko and everything, let everybody touch the freaking ball. I was watching one interview, but I was saying Charles Barkley or Shaquille O'Neal say, even if you have a center that can score, just let the center. No, it was Isaiah Thomas, sorry, on NBA TV. Let the center touch the ball, and they will give you back to you, right? He's not going to hold on to the ball. But VanVleet, maybe because he wears number 23, he's trying to play like Michael Jordan, trying to shoot over 3 people like in the paint. Yeah. He was lucky today that a lot of the shots were entering, and Sacramento Kings, they don't have long players like Orlando Magic. So obviously he could drive and get foul and score. But that really changed the whole game, and that got into his head. So I think something has to happen, and I know you don't want them to trade Pascal and VanVleet, but I think sometimes you just have to cut your loss and trade when Pascal is hot. Trade both of them and get some young players and build around Scottie. Everybody's saying that Scottie had these turnovers and everything. He had those turnovers today because a lot of people, they're not used to getting the ball anymore because the ball doesn't move. There was a pass that he tried to make to Cambridge, and Cambridge wasn't expecting the ball. It's because these guys don't even expect the ball anymore because Pascal, VanVleet, or Gary Trent Jr. pounding the ball, and finding their own shot, and Scottie standing in the corner. And everybody talks about Scottie taking the trees, right? You know that Scottie is one of our best shooter when he's doing spot up shooting. He shoots like
Yes, he is.
42% right now if you add to this game when he does spot up shooting. Well, VanVleet just like
his catch and shoot. Honestly, like his catch and shoot numbers caught me off guard, and I'm one of his biggest fans. But when I was talking like to whoever I was talking to yesterday about this, like that was something that really popped off the page to me. Like this needs to be a bigger part of. He needs to get away from the mid range as much as possible because he's kind of like. I was as critical as I could be of Scottie yesterday in the Sam Vecini thread. If you want to check Sam's channel right now. Which was that I think that his shot diet hasn't been great so far this year. He's gotten into some trouble taking a couple of long twos a game, which the defense will happily live with. His touch around the paint hasn't been great. And over the last, 10, 12 games, he hasn't been great from three. So obviously you're going to have some pretty abysmal true shooting splits. However, we have seen in spurts where Scottie can be really efficient. Tonight he was really efficient, and he got the ball.
Let me throw that back at you. Who has been great? Apart from Pascal.
Who has been great?
Yeah, and OG. Everybody has been shooting blanks, right? So if you want Scottie to develop, you want him to be the player. We're not going to win the championship this year. Let's take that off the table. So you have to start developing Scottie to be like the franchise player. I watched a pass today by Luka Doncic, right? Back pass to somebody in the corner, right? Luka makes a lot of turnover. But that was a great pass, right? Because the players, they were expecting it. Scottie made some great passes today. Fine, we understand the turnover he made late, right? But that was a good intention. That was supposed to be a good pass, if not for the player raising their hands.
It's always the idea.
It's the idea, right? We did not lose the game today because of that pass.
Yeah, I would be much more frustrated if he was like trying to go ISO and he dribbled it off his foot or some stupid shit like that. But let me tell you, I know that one thing that analytics are really behind on, in my opinion, and I think as we get further into the analytics of tracking data, I think we're going to finally figure it out. How many times do you miss a pass that would generate a great opportunity? This gets very dicey, and I encourage somebody out there who has the analytic mind to take the ball and run with this, because this would unlock the crap out of selfish players, because there's so many times where if Scottie Barnes has De'Aaron Fox sealed 3 feet from the basket and there's no defender there because there's no paint protection for the Kings. They tried to throw in Rashawn Holmes late, but that didn't work out too well. Scottie Barnes, that's 2 points. So if you don't make that pass effectively, to me, that's a turnover. That's how I see the game. I see you not making an obvious pass. If you like for instance, Scottie Barnes tonight, he threw the ball up, and you remember Gary Trent streaking up the court, and Scottie just saw him. He had that awareness. If Scottie takes 2 dribbles and he takes that 2 points away from Gary, to me, in my book, that's a turnover.
Exactly.
That's what I mean.
Exactly. 100. I agree with you 100%. So I think the long run, right? They need to have they need to make a decision, and it has to. And if you look at the next 7 games, we can go 0 of 10. Period. And honestly speaking, I had fun today because.
Are we about to get swept by Brooklyn?
I had fun today because Scottie played well.
Yeah.
If you ask me, right, I've only enjoyed 2 games this year. One is the game against Atlanta where Scottie made 5 3-pointers, and today's game.
There's something very remarkable about that, because in both games, let me tell you, F.A., in both games, he came out with exactly the same energy. Prior to the Atlanta game, he was challenged to go more in the paint because, he wasn't like a shooter. And so he, literally before the game, if you recall, Nick Nurse was like, he needs to go into the paint more. And he kind of pulled that thing. And Coach Carter, you remember that guy who always shoots threes in Coach Carter? He basically did that. He like totally rebelled. He's like, you telling me I can't shoot threes, bro? And then he just came out, pull up three. That is who Scottie Barnes is. Guys, here's the thing. Scottie Barnes, If you have watched him in EYBL, if you watched him in FSU, this is a player who plays with his heart on his sleeve. He is emotional. He is loud. He is obnoxious. And if he's not on your team, he is annoying as hell. He will scream at you for no apparent reason. He will do crazy things. That's who he is. That's how he gets his energy. So when he comes out with that attitude, you can see it within 12 seconds, and it is always a good game. Always, always, always. He had that attitude against the Lakers. He had that attitude against Brooklyn last year when he did that crazy thing. He had that attitude against Boston last year when he had 23 points. When he comes out with that vibe, that energy, that, like passion, and it's hard to get passionate about playing in this offense, especially if you know what you're doing. Especially, if you had told me, if I didn't know who these players were, and you had told me that Scottie Barnes was the 13-year vet tonight, and Siakam and VanVleet were the rookies or second-year players, I told Leo before tonight that I have a new nickname for Fred VanVleet, and please feel free to coin this, but do give me credit wherever credit is due. I'm going to call him from now on LA Fitness. I'm going to call him LA Fitness because this dude reminds me of that dude at LA Fitness who literally will not pass the fucking ball no matter what. And it's every time he touches it, he shoots it corner three. And you're like, God damn it, get this guy off my team. But he was on my team because he jumped on my run. That is LA Fitness. So Fred VanVleet, you are LA Fitness. Last year, somebody told me that they call Precious Achua LA Fitness. This year, I give the LA Fitness award to Fred VanVleet, because this dude is going to be playing at LA Fitness in 3 years if he keeps playing this way.
He plays that way.
And let me wrap up quickly, right?
Yeah.
2 things. Apart from the prize, we did not lose the game because of Scottie Barnes. Pascal missed 2 layups. I'm not going to blame Pascal because Pascal is giving up his all. He has tunnel vision sometimes. But during the game at halftime, Michael Grange tweeted something about Scottie Barnes, saying that they had like 3 blow-bys on Scottie Barnes, right? It got me really, really pissed. You can go look at the tweet, and I think I responded twice on the tweet. I was like, stop this hit job, right? They're blown by, even Fred VanVleet, they're blown by Tyrese Young today. They've even blown by Gary Trent Jr. Why are you picking on the young guy? That you guys are destroying your own young players.
Yeah.
So I'll get off now for other folks to join. So you guys continue. Great
Thanks
job,
a lot.
guys. I love this.
Thank you. Guys, just a reminder, hit like on this, share this, get this out there. We got about 290 people in here. Let's get some more. Let's get some more people into this conversation. I know it's running late here, and dial in if you want to talk. The link is in the description. Leo and I are here to talk to you. We're here to discuss Raptors, Kings, whatever you want to talk about. You want to talk about the league. Let's talk about the league. And as we get into, let's call it the second hour of this, we'll do a video breakdown. So, if you just
I got
had
the
enough
highlights
of us.
ready. Do you want me to share my screen?
Not yet. We're gonna talk to a few more people first. Let's get into that, into the second hour of the into the third hour of the stream, if you don't mind. Yeah. So we have Mo back here. Mo, is this the same Mo? Mo, you back?
Yes, I'm back.
You got more to say?
I do have more to say.
Let me
a quick rant, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So, Raptor fans, hero ball by a guy under 6 feet is not the answer. Fred getting calls like James Harden is not sustainable.
Yeah.
Fred having a Kyrie Irving layup package for a night is not sustainable. Fred playing like he's 2001 Allen Iverson and Nick Nurse doing his best Larry Brown impression is not the answer. But Barnes' performance is easily sustainable. I want us to play the way we can play to win playoff games. This can get us a win on a random Tuesday or Wednesday against the Kings. We almost did it, but it's not the answer. And when Fred has the ball, he rarely creates an advantage for his teammates. When was the last time Fred was double teamed? He takes too long to do whatever it is he decides to do. Mm-hmm. And also when he has the ball, that is one less shooter on the court to spread the floor on a team that severely lacks shooting, because Fred can't pass to Fred. So is Pascal and Scottie spreading the floor for him? A guy who can't consistently break down the defense? Our half-court offense.
Exactly.
Our half-court offense should run through 4 guys in the half-court. Mm-hmm. 4 guys to me. Pascal, Scottie, OG, and Thad. And everybody else play off them. And also when Pascal...
You're getting a lot of support in the comments, brother.
Listen, when Pascal is out of the lineup, we are not a lottery team. When Fred is out of the lineup, we are not a lottery team. Why do they have this approach like LeBron James in Cleveland, where if I sit out, we are a Division III team? I feel like Masai and Bobby need to get rid of Fred simply because Nurse's bias is over 3,000. The scouter has broke on his bias. And it's like removing cake from the house so the fat kid can't eat any. And I want to say something about Pascal. He can learn something from Sabonis, where it's okay if you score 8 points and your team wins. You don't have to be like, oh, we're doing good. We're on a 10-0 run, but I didn't take a shot. Let me just go on one-on-one. You don't need to do that. You will end up averaging 23. It's going to happen, 22, 23. There are going to be nights you score 14. It's okay, buddy. You don't need to shoot 20 shots every game. You'll average out to 20. Some nights it might be 8.
Facts.
Amen.
Seriously.
Damn.
Amen.
That's the best call of the night. Second.
He's
like right there.
Who's he competing against? Himself?
Yeah.
Himself the first time? Okay, straight up, bro. Let me tell you something. When I was a kid, I used to call into the Fan 590 all the time.
Yeah.
And I used to call in on hoops and stuff. And I used to steal the thunder from those guys all the time because those guys would be talking mad shit because they're company men, you know, Jack Armstrong, those guys. Mm-hmm. And I would just come out and say like this crazy stuff, but it was true. It was like facts, you know, like even though I was a kid, I understood basketball at a very intuitive level. And the callers would be like, how are we going to follow that up? Right now, I know you're not 17. You're a man, right?
Yeah,
but I'm getting the same vibe from you. And it's like, I don't know who to put on after you because I don't know how to follow that up. I feel like kind of like you should be doing my job. I should be the one calling into your show. So let me know if you ever start a show. And honestly, I will support it. If you ever start a show, and you know what? Look up the about section on Pensari basketball. Just look up the about section. My email is there. Please email me. I would like to talk to you. We can do a show together. I want to hear more about what you have to say. I don't want to do it in this call format. I think people in the comments really do appreciate what you have to say. And you know, like we can push back on each other. I'm sure that we will find a disagreement at some point, but I think that when two people, you know, sort of understand basketball, patting myself on the back a little bit here too, some healthy debate can be found. So thank you so much, Mo. I really appreciate you.
I just don't think there's coaching going on. There's no accountability on my team. When my best player, when a player gets a rebound who can dribble up the court and another player claps his hands for the ball, I call a timeout and I tell him, what are you doing? Run up the court.
Mo,
dribble the ball. Don't need to do that. Fred, that's all he does. Barnes gets a rebound and he stares at him like, give me the ball. How about you run up the court? Because we have a generational passer holding the ball. How about you run up the court and create space? He walks the ball up the court. We have a horrible half-court offense, and he walks it up the court. He dribbles the air of the ball for 8 seconds. There's about 10 seconds left, and he's like, ooh, let's run a play. No wonder we're last place on offense. No wonder. And we can't shoot.
You know, Mo, the only difference between your team and this team is your team doesn't have guys gunning for, honestly, life-changing money.
Yeah. Yep.
And that is the difference.
Yep.
Because if your players knew that the difference between 20 points per game and 18 points per game was like $10 million, it might change how they view it. So I appreciate you, man. Like I would love to talk to you because I think it seems like you really.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
If I was on Fred's corner, I would ask Fred, how many years of his life, of his basketball life, is he removing by this? The way he's playing on both ends.
That's true.
Like in his mind, I think he's like, I can make 40 million for 4 years. But if he played the Drew Holiday style, he could make 30 million, 35 million for like 8 years.
I disagree. He is not Drew Holiday. He will never be Drew Holiday.
But
he will never be as good as Drew Holiday. I don't ever want to put those two players in the same sentence. Drew Holiday has physical advantages.
Yeah.
Look, honestly, I spun myself dizzy last year telling people that you should not compare Drew Holiday to Fred VanVleet, and people said Fred VanVleet's an all-star.
I don't think he's better.
Watch Drew Holiday.
That type of 60 points per game, spread the floor, do what you can, play off two other guys.
When you talk about players with Fred VanVleet's physical profile and athleticism, and I'm not calling him an unathletic player because I got into that in the last rant and I got like really upset at people calling him unathletic, but I do want to say relative to NBA point guards, height, width, height, strength, burst, length, all these things do factor in. If you take his physical profile, you map it out over the course of the league, you really do have very rare exceptions of players who are playing well at 32, especially when you start getting into Drew Holiday territory. Because I will tell you right now, Drew Holiday in his peak, Fred VanVleet has never touched that.
No, he hasn't.
Ever.
No, I agree.
So to say like he could do what Drew Holiday's doing for 8 years, I disagree. Anyways, Mo, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming on. Please do email me if you're interested in having like this chat, because obviously you are extremely well spoken, and I think
love the show. Only place to get objective truths. And Matt Devlin is the biggest Fred VanVleet hype machine you will ever see in your entire life.
I heard he bribed him with like a cake or something. Yes.
Yeah, and he might have a sex tape on Nick Nurse. I don't know.
Jesus. Mo. All right.
Mo,
thanks.
I love you, Mo. Appreciate you calling in, man.
Yeah.
I just love your insight, man.
I just really like you a lot. We're not in love yet, but I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
So okay. Mo, that was great. And again, he brought up what I've said, which is hold Nick Nurse accountable.
Absolutely. Nick and Kenyon, we see you. We're going to get to you right after this. Nick, and by the way, anyone else out there, make sure to like the stream. I know that sometimes we can just get caught up into commenting, but like it. It really does help the stream get out in front of more people. And if you're interested in calling, you want to have a conversation with Leo and myself, you want to talk Kings, you want to talk Raptors, you want to talk Fred VanVleet, you want to talk about the league in general, who's going to be MVP, feel free to call us in. You have a take on the game, call us in, let us know. And yeah, so and the link is in the description below. All you have to do is click it. It is super simple. Just make sure you have somewhat decent audio. You can access it through Firefox, Chrome, whatever, on your phone, on your laptop. No software downloads required. It's super simple. So if you got something to say, talk to us. Nick, how you doing?
Pretty good. Thanks for having me on.
I can tell by your accent that you're not from America.
What are you talking about, man? I'm from Hamilton.
That's what I said. That I can tell from your accent that you're not from America. I was trying to figure out if you were a Kings fan or a Raptors fan, but
I'm a Raptors fan.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Okay, so I was super hyped watching the off season. You know, we got Christian Coloco, and I was an avid watcher of the Rico Hines runs.
Me too.
And like, call me crazy, but like, I just had a sense of like Siakam not improving as far as his only like go-to move is like the spinneroonie, right? And it wasn't automatic. I'm like, why is this guy not like I don't know. It just seemed to me like it wasn't automatic. 50% of the time he'd go.
You saw that move that Domas pulled on Scottie, right? Where he kind of spun him around a little bit. That's advanced footwork, right? So Siakam has a competitive advantage over any player he plays, which is that his feet are like ballerina feet. Okay. This guy can do things in the paint, and it does throw defenders off. But when it gets scouted, the third time a defender plays him in a 7-game series, that is exactly why, guys, if you go back to the bubble, I don't want to bring up that period in Raptor history because it will make me mad and I will smash this computer and probably end this stream prematurely. But if you go back to the bubble, you go back to the playoffs last year where he was virtually invisible for those first 3 games. If you really look at it, that's what teams know what Nick knows. Nick.
Yeah. So just watching that whole run throughout the weeks, I'm like, this Raptors team is in trouble because if this guy's not hitting, like if his spin move is not automatic and all his moves were just from the years before, he hasn't added anything. Maybe a fadeaway, but still, it didn't give me confidence going into the season. And then when I called him out on like Twitter or whatever, people were saying, "Oh, you're crazy! You don't know ball, blah blah blah." Because
welcome to the club.
Yeah, it's just predictable of where this Raptor season was going, and like, what do you think about these workouts during the summer? Because I feel like Siakam's
do them all the time.
Yeah, like Siakam's approach to the game is like he's in a Rico's right hand, Rico Hines run.
I literally brought this up in the last stream.
Yeah.
He does, it's like he goes right into the paint, dribble, right? And if it gets absolutely trapped, right? Here's the thing, guys. When you go into the paint and then you wait for the defense to kind of like trap you and then you pass out, you get desperate because he usually picks up the ball. And if you really like start to fundamentally break down the game, I want you to like play money ball with this. Chris Boucher, corner 3, or you have OG Anunoby above the break 3, right? Like seriously, which of those two is a higher quality shot? I mean, with all of OG's struggles, it's obvious to me that OG is the better option there, especially when you factor in other algorithms like Scottie. When I made a video breaking down Scottie's generational passing last year, where I showed that Scottie Barnes is a supercomputer. Basically, he's doing math calculus. Like every time Scottie makes a pass, I'm like, if I had 5 minutes to calculate what was the right pass based on the percentages, on how that player shoots in that situation, based on how that player is shooting on that game, he makes the correct pass. Like, I think I did the math. It was like 87% of the time. It is absurd to have a player that smart and to be able to make those calculations that fast. Siakam is like wielding. He's spitballing. He's freestyling. This is pickup basketball.
Yeah,
that's what you're watching right now. Everything that the Raptors do right now, you know why it frustrates me so much? Because it used to frustrate me back in the day when I was playing basketball on pickup, and these guys would just go one-on-one. That's pickup style. And you know what? If Rico Hines runs are encouraging that shit, then maybe they need to find a different run. But I don't think that that's really the issue here, to be honest. I don't think the runs are the issue.
I'm just saying his progression, like by now, like yeah, he had like a good month in when the season started, but it wasn't sustainable, and he's going back to the bad habits. And I just
think getting into the paint, yelling and one.
Oh yeah, that's coaching too. But I'm just saying, like from what you guys were saying, he's not a very smart player.
Okay, so let me shed some light. So if we just swap Siakam with Barnes in the Kings system, where there's a split cut action between Siakam, Fox, and Sabonis, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get a very dangerous Siakam because he's playing within that flow and he's coming off a Sabonis screen. That's a game changer. On this current Raptor squad, he is the featured player, and they do run this god-awful one-on-one 24-hour LA Fitness system to where all of his weaknesses are magnified. We always talk about role optimization. That's so important right now. And now, he's not direction. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I know that. I'm just saying as a player, individual player, like he should know better by now. At least from
but that's what they're asking him to do, though.
Yeah, game within the game, man. We keep talking about it. Game within the game.
I'm just trying to find some ways, like,
it's honestly, it is the game within the game, right?
What do you do if your coach asks you to do it, though? Because that's what they're asking him to do. Is play that way.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay, look, I think like at some point, Nurse is going to have to coach more than be aggressive, right? Now we don't have access to what he's saying behind closed doors, but you know what? At some point, oh my God, we have a watershed moment. Look at this comment.
Oh my God.
We got it. Your biggest detractor in all your comment sections, James Welsh, has finally agreed that Leo is making sense.
Come on board, James. I actually want to talk to you, man. I actually want to talk to you on the screen because I've never spoken to you.
Nick, thanks a lot, man. Thanks for calling in. Man. I really appreciate it. Respect to Hamilton. Talk to you later, man.
All right, see you.
Next up, we got Lauren, and then we got Kenyon. Lauren, talk to me, man.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. So I was watching earlier, and then I went for a bit. So I went away for a bit. So you guys might have already talked about this, but I was wondering, like, who you think we should target for a trade, if you had any thoughts on that. Like, what trade do you think could like make?
How about this? You tell me who you want, and I'll tell you if it's gettable.
I want Kyrie, but I don't want all the baggage that comes with Kyrie. You know.
That's fair.
We're not going to get Kyrie. The part of it is because MLSE is a notorious. I mean, Leo should know this because they have Terrence Davis, and we got rid of Terrence Davis. And trust me, what Terrence Davis did, you know, the accusations and everything that was against him, it doesn't compare. I don't think, you know, not in severity or whatever, but in scale to the baggage that is around Kyrie. That's not happening to anyone else.
It
was Kyrie or bust there.
Ayton?
Ayton?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's interesting.
That is a very interesting thing. I think the Phoenix Suns are playing a little too well for them to shuffle up a piece that big. But who would you want to trade for Ayton? Because I'll almost guarantee you it's going to cost a lot.
Oh, I figured it would cost like either Pascal and somebody else or something like that, maybe. Or would you think they would just do straight Ayton for Pascal or something like that?
That's getting spicy in here. No pun intended.
Let me know in the comments, guys. I assume there's a lot of Raptor fans in here who may be very frustrated with Pascal Siakam tonight. I implore you, do not let your frustration of him tonight. Don't be psychopaths and like jump off the ship and on the ship every night. Just take an objective look based on the fact that DeAndre Ayton is much younger, plays a position of need for you, probably is a much more natural fit with Scottie Barnes.
I have a trade proposal. DeAndre Ayton and 2 protective first going to the Raptors, and the Raptors are sending Pascal Siakam. That's the trade proposal. Yes or no? Let us know in the comments below.
I'll let you right now. No. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. See, here's the thing, Lauren. Here's what I would say. Once you get into the top 20 players in the league, and I think regardless of how high or low you are on Siakam, I think we should all be able to agree that fundamentally he is in that group of top 20 players, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's no that we know of, no personal baggage. There's no Kyrie situation here. There's no expiring contract situation. He's on the books for 2 more years.
Yep.
He is, by all intents and for all intents and purposes, a very hardworking guy, a good guy, to have in your locker room. The only thing that may be a downside to him versus other star players of his ilk is the marketability element. Like, I don't think you're selling out an arena because you got Pascal Siakam the way that you would had you gotten a big household name like a Giannis, like a Joel Embiid. Like, these guys are much bigger in the States, and I think, Leo, you could probably verify that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like how many people in Sacramento, if I talk to them, would be like, yeah, I'm like really big on Siakam. Like, they know of him, they know he's like a really good player, but I think like
Kings fans, I'll say this: Kings fans are in love with Siakam. They want him so bad. Like, that's all I hear on Instagram every single
y'all
day.
Also in love with DeRozan because of your video. Okay. But I will say but I will say, like, in general, like, I don't think that most people should look at him like the marketability element of it should be as high. I just say that when you get to that top 20 layer of players, the asking price becomes absurd based on market trends, based on precedent. Okay. I think we can all probably agree that Pascal Siakam has more market value than Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell. If he doesn't, he should.
He has more market value than Donovan Mitchell? I disagree with that.
I don't. He's a much better defender, and he's a very similar offensive player. I think Donovan Mitchell is a hair better offensively.
Oh no. He's a lot better offensively.
No, he's not. He's not.
Yes.
What are you doing to me here, Leo? You're turning me into a Pascal Siakam defender because you're going off the rails here. No, he's not.
Oh my God, I would.
Okay, defense matters. Defense matters, and I'm going to tell you right now that Pascal Siakam is a very overwhelmingly positive defender. He's not a great defender like some people want you to believe. He's not Draymond Green. He's not the best defender on this team, but he is a really good defender. And I guarantee you right now, if you swap Siakam for Donovan Mitchell on this team, they're going to do pretty much the same thing. Donovan Mitchell is going to shoot more threes. So yeah, you're going to generate more points, but the amount of points that you're going to give up with that guy as a pylon, Leo, look at his defensive analytics. You have your analytics screen open. Just look at his defensive analytics. He's a terrible defender. Okay?
He's a B- on the perimeter, so that's not bad.
Perimeter what though? On ball, right? What about screen navigation? What about chasing out the screeners? So, anyways, I don't want to get too off topic. But my point is, I think that once you get into that top 20 layer, you're starting to talk about Paul George level packages back, which is much more than DeAndre Ayton and 2 first-round picks.
Do you think Siakam is better player
than Paul George?
No, than Donovan Mitchell.
Yes, I do.
For sure.
Absolutely. And by the way, guys, case in point, this is what a Kings fan actually thinks of Pascal Siakam. And what did I say in my last?
I'm a bigger fan than you than Siakam.
Clearly not.
You think he's better
clearly
than
not?
Mitchell. I promise you, you will not get a package of a Donovan Mitchell. I promise you that. For a guy like Siakam, you will not get a bigger package. So
I know that we will not be able. Okay, guys. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you how crazy you are. Let me know in the comments below. No matter how sour you are on Siakam, would you trade Siakam? Okay, that is gonna be eggy. Who do you think is a better player? Both sides accounted, offense and defense. And by the way, Donovan Mitchell is like one of the worst defenders in the NBA. Fact. Last 3 years, one of the worst defenders in the NBA. Pascal Siakam or Donovan Mitchell? Let me know in the comments below. I'm gonna flash your comments on screen just so Leo can see it.
He's a +4 Raptors when added, which is the A-. Okay, he's a C+ defensive Raptor. He's an A+ offensive Raptor. Like, don't compare Siakam to a true superstar, man. Come on.
He's not a true superstar. He's a star. Look,
he's made the Cavs the third best team in the East. Like, legitimately, it's them.
Do you realize before tonight the Raptors were 4 games behind? I think it's a little bit disingenuous to say that it's the 4th team in the East. It's a pretty stacked East. Okay, first of all, like, in my opinion, the most impactful player on the Cavs is Jared Allen. Okay. The second most impactful player is Donovan Mitchell. The third most impactful player is Darius Garland, and the fourth most impactful player is Evan Mobley. Okay, so that's where I stand on those guys. But I will tell you that if Evan Mobley ever figures out the offense, Donovan Mitchell is going to be the third most impactful player on his own team. And you're calling him a superstar? I disagree. I think he gives up a lot. I think the Raptor fans who probably remember the game against the Cavs, and look, honestly, if Siakam is ever traded, if that ever happens, I think you will see the package that comes back for him is overwhelming. Okay, James Welsh probably went from like fan of yours to like detractor all over again. Look, we can agree to disagree. I'm not saying it's far. I'm not saying it's super far. I'm not trying to pretend like it's a big gap. But I would rate Donovan Mitchell like the 19th to 20th best player in the league, and I would rate Siakam comfortably 15 to 16. It is a gap. It's not a seismic gap, but it is enough of a gap where, as I'm trying to say, at this point, you get to this level of top 20 players, and the returns as you go up the ladder are insane. Like, the return for Giannis right now would be probably 2 blue chip prospects plus a solid starter plus every draft pick you own for the rest of your life. When you go 5 players down, you lose like half that value. So it is like it's tiered. So when I'm saying like when a lot of fans out there try to put trade packages together and they say, well, Siakam is like the 16th best player, would you take the 30th and the 32nd best player for him? No, you never do that. And you should never, ever do that unless you have a very good reason to believe that your 16th best player is about to fall off a fucking cliff, and or if he's creating locker room issues. Anyways, Lauren, I hope that answers your question a little bit in a roundabout way, but thanks a lot for calling in.
Guess who has a better defensive Raptor?
I love the channel, by the way.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate
you, Lauren. Appreciate you, Lauren. Let's put some context out there. In the poll right now, next minute, who has a better defensive Raptor? Pascal Siakam or Donovan Mitchell? You guys guess. After we see the comments, I'll let you guys know. But go ahead, Robert.
I know that Mitchell's defensive Raptor is higher, and by the way, that's one of the biggest fundamental flaws of the defensive Raptor, because he's playing with generational defenders. Are you kidding me? Look at his defensive Raptor on the Utah Jazz, where he was also playing with a defensive juggernaut in Rudy Gobert.
This guy has made the fucking T-Wolves worse. Come on, man.
Because he's playing with Karl-Anthony Towns. Look, this could be a heavy, this could be a healthy debate for another time. But I will tell you that. Who is saying OG in the comments? Stop it. Don't spam. Don't spam or you're going to get booted. Next up, we have Amir. Amir, what's up, man?
How's it going, bro?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. I missed the beginning of the show, so I'm not sure what you guys talked about. But
we're gonna bring on Kenyon as well because he's making gestures. Kenyon, sorry, we know that the conversation with you is going to go a little bit long, so we wanted to keep you for the end. But obviously you're getting impatient here, so you can just talk to all three of us. What's your comment, Amir?
Amir. No, I was gonna comment on this whole Donovan Mitchell thing. I know we're talking about Mitchell and Siakam, but looking back, we should have actually tried to make that trade for
100%.
Donovan Mitchell. Like at the package that they 100%. Gave up, we have all those pieces. We have all the draft picks, available to us.
How many draft picks are you willing to give up? Do you know how much draft picks are worth to a team that drafts as well as the Raptors and performs as good as the Raptors? I'm gonna put this out there. Just I don't want to cut you off, but like, here's the thing, guys. A draft pick in our hands, as in the Raptors have a draft pick. It's the 22nd pick, 23rd pick. That is an asset that is worth its weight in gold. That same pick, when transferred to another team, loses all its value or half its value. You're giving these picks up at half the price because the other team does not have your scouting or your training or your eye for scouting or your talent development or Masai Ujiri and on this culture of stability. I'm telling you, man, like every time we've given up like a pick, and we've given up a lot of first round picks. We gave up a first round pick to move up again, DeMar Carroll. We give up first round picks all the time. The reason that the Raptors were able to rebuild so quickly, and I do mean like rebuild, they took 1 year off in Tampa after Kawhi left, Serge left, Gasol left, Lowry left. Name me another team that took that much of a hit and remained competitive. It's because of these draft picks. You need to keep these draft picks if you're the Raptors, in my opinion, unless you are actually getting a guy who's catapulting you into championship, contention. And I would just say, Amir, like the way the Raptors play on defense, it is very difficult to envision that if Gary Trent Jr. is having trouble in that system, I don't even want to think about how Donovan Mitchell is going to.
But don't say he's. My God!
The difference. Donovan Mitchell is a superstar scorer. He's averaging 30 points a game right now. And he can drive. We have not one player that can slash to the rim. Like, name me one player that does it, other than Siakam. Maybe VanVleet can't do it. Trent can't do it. OG can't do it.
I completely agree with you. He has rim grab. He puts pressure on the rim. He has a great shot diet. He takes a ton of threes.
He's a great
and he makes
passer,
a lot of,
by the way. He's a great.
He's not a great passer. He's a very good passer. He's not a great Okay, if he's a great, like, I don't like these superlatives that are used for players like generational, great, whatever. I realize that I called Scottie a generational passer, and maybe I need to eat some crow for that. But I really do believe it. I do believe that he is that level of passer. But like, if he's a great passer, what is Siakam? Because I think they're close. They're
Siakam
really close.
He gets doubled. That's why he has to pass it out.
Leo's about to walk off this. Passer. He's so.
I love Siakam. And again, I'm a bigger fan than Robert is. But God diggity, he's not on Mitchell's level.
No,
like there's levels to this.
No, Mitchell is a much better scorer than Siakam. I'll give you that. He takes a much better diet of shots. He takes a healthier amount of threes. I would trust him 100 times more in the playoffs. I'll give you all of that.
No,
but I'm telling you,
other than like that championship year, what did Siakam do in the playoffs? That's so impressive.
Did you watch him in the playoffs last year?
Yeah, I did. But
did you watch Mitchell in the playoffs last year? You want to compare their stats?
The difference is
historically, though, Mitchell has been a historic playoff performer.
Remember in the bubble,
Michael Jordan numbers.
Remember in the bubble?
Yes, I remember the bubble.
He was going off in the bubble. I
remember that team without Bojan.
And Siakam hadn't touched the ball in 4 months, so I don't think that's necessarily a fair comparison.
Yeah, I'm not.
We can argue all day, and Kenyon's going to snap if I start going into why he didn't touch the ball for 4 months and how much I resent that he didn't.
Hey, I'm just keeping quiet here.
Yeah, but look, honestly, like we can debate Siakam and Mitchell all day. I think Siakam.
I'm shocked that Robert's saying this. I'm perplexed, honestly.
I'm not debating the two. I'm just saying we should have paired him with Siakam, and I think we had the pieces to do it. And I know you
want one ball dominant guy with another ball dominant guy. Do you see what's happening to Evan Mobley in that offense right now? He's scoring like his scoring is like so low, and he doesn't need to be that low. He has a lot of talent. I don't want two of those guys, and now Scottie has an even harder time grabbing the ball, because I'll tell you, whatever you want to say about Mitchell's passing or Pascal's passing, Scottie's a better passer than both of those guys.
That's true.
Yeah.
So I want to not put more hurdles in the way for Scottie's ascension. Now, I know that this might be a very Scottie-focused team-building philosophy, but let me tell you, I'm gonna give you an anecdote here, okay? The Toronto media has been on their soapbox about Scottie's struggles. There was a beautiful call-in with Will Liu where he was talking to someone from The Ringer, and he mentioned that he didn't think that the Scottie to Brooklyn package for Ben would work for KD because they have a similar player in Ben Simmons. And Leo and I discussed how that's not exactly a terrible problem to have two extremely versatile defenders who can switch and play 1 through 5. But what's really funny is, Will Liu said this as a well, I don't think the Brooklyn Nets would want Scottie Barnes. And do you know what the Ringer the Ringer writer said?
What?
He said, if I get Scottie Barnes, I would waive Ben Mitchell. I would waive Ben Simmons and drive him to the airport. That is how the rest of the league feels about Scottie Barnes.
That's why the Raptors need to
I'd keep both.
No, you would keep both, but the obstacle that Will Liu presented, and I don't mean to like shout this guy out every single night. I feel like I'm driving traffic towards his podcast at this point. But what he said was that he thinks that the Nets would have a problem pairing those two together. And the Ringer the Ringer writer was so confident that Scottie was such a get for the Nets that he said, if that was your problem, I'll waive Ben Simmons, who's, by the way, a max player who makes $35 million a year. He'd waive him. Now, I know that was somewhat said, like, haha, but that's the sentiment. And every single person you talk to around the league who's not named Sam, sorry, I had to do that. I'm so low, right? Any serious writer that you talk to, any serious analysts, coaches, scouts, talk to the players, the real ones get it, Who is the guy that you see on this team that is the future? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a real question, okay? You see like sometimes you have like a superstar like Giannis, right? And you'll see like a young player come up next to them. Like, can we think of an example just off the top of the head of like a superstar who had a young player come in who had like a lot of potential? Can you think of someone like that? Leo, Kenyon, Amir?
Not really. Wait, what's the question again?
So can you think of a superstar, a guy who's considered a superstar around the NBA? Think Pascal Siakam level, who had a young player come into his team through whatever reason, and everyone just started anointing that young player as the future within half a year. Can you think of another like situation where that has happened? I can think of one, which was
LeBron?
David Robinson, Tim Duncan. That was the only situation where I can think of where a rookie just came in and immediately it was obvious that the team had to shift who they were building around. Can you think
like
of another?
Curry.
Oh,
When, they had Monte Ellis.
Okay, let us know in the comments. Oh my God, we have so many comments here. We have so many people.
Could be like the Curry Monte Ellis days.
Curry Monte Ellis.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Curry and Monte Ellis was a very serious debate. VC and Bosch, except Elton. Chris Bosh was never seen as the franchise player while Vince was here. It was only after that they shifted the narrative of this is Vince's team now, in my opinion, and as someone who watched that team. Magic and Kareem. That's an interesting. Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead, bro. Anthony Bennett. I love it. What was the question? What was the question? Okay, can you think of a player on Siakam's level who had a rookie come into his team in the first year and lost the tag of guy worth building around within the first year around the league? Kareem and Magic? Okay. Zion Ingram? No. That's not even.
No, you said the perceived narrative. That's not. It don't have to be true. But the perceived narrative is...
Well, the reason that I'm saying is because there are players around this league who say, well, this is the guy that they're building around. And I don't think that you would say that if you replace Siakam right now with Giannis. Or if you replace Siakam with Durant. Like, you could say this guy's a future. But if Scottie Barnes had been drafted to Brooklyn, do you think that people would be like, oh my God, trade Kevin Durant or get the ball out of Kevin Durant's hand. We need Scottie Barnes to get touches. I don't think anyone would be saying that at all. Okay? No, because they would understand and Scottie would understand. You wouldn't see Scottie all frustrated because he would understand. There's no chance that I'm better than this guy.
When they asked Lonzo Ball about the trade, right, for AD, he said, yeah, I got traded for AD. Like
perfect example.
Understand
Bert West, God bless. Yes.
That's a good one.
Anthony Edwards and Towns. Example. Yes. Thank you. That is correct. Anthony Edwards was seen as the guy almost immediately when he got there. It was like a 60 game transition, and once we saw what he was doing, we were like, oh, this is coming.
And they still gave Towns a supermax.
They still gave him a supermax.
Yeah, I mean,
by the way, they're a little bit closer in age. Yeah. That's funny. That's I'm so sorry, Bi. If you ever end up watching this, I'm so sorry. But you got blessed to get out of that situation.
That's a dope ass thumbnail though of Scottie Barnes.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amir, sorry, we've completely talked over you a bit here. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, that way like Cain talks.
I just like they need to make a decision of where they want to go. Okay, VanVleet is just like it's over for him.
What did Masai Ujiri say? He said no man's land is not a place we're willing to be, right?
Yeah, but he's all like sometimes I know people love to praise Masai, but sometimes he's all talk. It's all we want to win. It's all about winning, and in the practice, court they have win and all that. So if you want to win, like you have to make serious moves that or you want to rebuild. You want Scottie Barnes to be the future. Okay, then rebuild the situation. If you don't want him to be the future right now, then get pieces, get shooters, get ball handlers. Like it's the same team as last year, and it doesn't seem like they have a direction. Do they want to rebuild or do they want to contend?
Yeah, coaching staff is really
need to figure it out.
Amir, I would say this, and this is homework to anyone who thinks, being critical of Masai. And I'm not saying that Masai is above criticism. He's made mistakes. He's a human being like any of us, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for the man. And this is someone who is I'm willing to entertain the idea that he just sucks. I'm willing to entertain that. I'm willing to entertain the idea that he's not a top 5 exec. But every time I'm willing to entertain that idea, I've found that he is. So here's my suggestion to anyone out there who may be feeling like, is Masai doing enough? Because I've seen a lot of those comments. Oh my God. Okay, Luigi, my dude, why do this? Okay. So here's my homework to anyone out there who thinks that Masai Ujiri is not doing a great job, or that he may not, if you're maybe a member of the Rogers family listening out there who thinks maybe Masai Ujiri wasn't worth all that he was worth. Let me ask you a question. Look at the last 12 years in the NBA. Look at the last 11 years in the NBA. When did he come on? He came on in 2013, right? 2012? So look at the last decade in the NBA. Calculate the winningest teams in the NBA and let me know what you find. Warriors, Lakers, Celtics, all the teams that have been good. Figure it out. Which teams have won the most in the last 10 years since he took over?
I agree. I agree that he's been good, but I'm just saying for the past couple of years, like the Scottie Barnes year, we weren't supposed to be tanking.
But who decided to shift it to tank?
Yeah,
right.
He did, but it's because
he signed Aaron Baines. You know how much more obvious can you make it that you're trying to lose basketball games? He signed Aaron Baines. He gave you the tank commander.
But they weren't supposed to be tanking. They had a pretty good team to start the year. Like, they just couldn't sign anybody.
They brought in. Okay, hold on. Let me just put this.
They weren't trying. They couldn't sign.
They brought in Stanley Johnson and Rondae Hollis Jefferson to replace Kawhi Leonard. You think they were trying to win a championship that year?
No, the Rondae Hollis Jefferson was the year they won the championship. I'm talking about like
what?
They were in Tampa Bay.
I believe it was the year after. Please correct me if I'm wrong, someone in the comments. But the year they were in Tampa.
Yeah, when they signed that year.
I don't think they didn't. Rondae was not on the championship roster, man.
No, he was on the year after, but that was in the bubble. I'm talking about like the year we drafted Barnes. So not last season, the year before when we were.
The year before we drafted Barnes, so the Aaron Baines year,
where
Kem Birch came on late.
Yeah, so that wasn't supposed to be a tanking year. They started the year okay. We ended off the year in the bubble, and we didn't end the way we wanted to end. And then they came back with basically the same kind of team, but they couldn't sign anybody. Their best signee was Aaron Baines, and that was a Masai mistake because they couldn't sign anybody. They couldn't sign a center. They couldn't replace.
He's made mistakes.
Hold on.
Like a top 5 guy.
This is not a completely fair argument, Amir, because look, in terms of roster flexibility, they had their mid-level exception. Okay. And to be honest, that puts you at a competitive disadvantage, in my opinion. You are playing a year in Tampa, okay, with no fans, really, like 0 fans of home fans, and you're having to sell free agents on that prospect that, hey, we might be in Tampa, but we might shift back to Toronto. That's a very dicey proposition. Number two, you can't tie up the cap because you need to save space for Giannis. Okay. So you had to literally bring somebody on who was willing to take that type of deal. And I think all things considered, regardless of how poorly Aaron Baines worked out, I think that was a reasonable idea at the time that it was made. I don't judge people after the fact. I cannot do that. The benefit of hindsight is what I think armchair, GMs do all the time. They say, well, how did you not know so-and-so was a bust? Or how did you not know this trade wasn't going to work out because the guy died in a car accident, right? It's like, it's easy to judge from the benefit. Like, I think that Masai Ujiri has taken very calculated gambles throughout the years. Okay. I think he's an excellent general manager. And I think that other general managers who sometimes throw out 6 draft picks, 7 draft picks, young prospects, look at how those trades work out for those teams and how much continued misery those fan bases have. They're literally chasing 41 wins, and we have a fan base right here. And if you want, by the way, guys, this is kind of a closing, we will end this here. Thanks a lot, Amir. Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah.
Just to put this out there, we are 2 games under 500 right now, guys. As a fan base, we are 2 games under 500. If you talk to an average Raptor fan right now, you would think we are 15 to 25 games out of behind 500. You would think we lost every game this year with how much we are panicking as a fan base right now. Why? Are we all crazy? Or is it that over the last 10 years, we have grown accustomed to not being a 500 team? Do you know how many teams out there are just desperate to be 500 teams? Masai Ujiri has come here and Leo is putting his hands up. He's like, yep, the Kings. Leo literally today, no offense, said we need to be open to trading Keegan Murray, who is their 4th overall pick this year, who's doing pretty well, Davion Mitchell, who was their 9th overall pick last year, and Harrison Barnes, potentially, in order to get better at the small forward spot. This is what 16 years of losing does to you guys.
I said we need to trade anyone to
be
improve
open to
the
trade.
roster.
I'm with you.
To improve the roster. I don't believe in, they're 4 games above 500. You're going to mess with the chemistry. I'm like, bro, it hasn't even been 30 games. Like, if you can get better today, get better today.
Is this a sentiment you would have if your team had basically been the top 3 team in the league for the last 10 years? Do you feel like you would be this impatient? Exactly.
And
this is my point.
I said, we're acting like this team has had.
Oh, we've lost Leo.
Can you hear me, by the way?
I can hear you. Go ahead. We've lost Leo for a moment. Guys, anyone else wants to call in? The link is in the description below. I'm going to post it again in the comments.
While we wait for Leo, first of all, I want to say, yes, that is what happens when you haven't been in the playoffs since Bush was the president. That's
George Bush reference? No. No. By the way, guys, honestly, look up, while Leo is not here, and I can just say this, without him, snapping, I looked it up earlier today. Look at the win history for the Sacramento Kings.
Don't do
for
that
the last 35 years. 35 years. There was 7 good years. The Raptors just enjoyed 10 good years. And what did Masai say? Even Tampa was a win. Why? We got Scottie Barnes, right?
Yes.
We got Scottie Barnes. And, by the way, plus, no Canadian fans really had to see it. We weren't even here for it.
That's
so
true.
that awful basketball of Aaron
vacation.
Baines missing 3 after 3 after 3 after 3, nobody really had to see it even. It was like a wash year. We got an awesome prospect. We're building around him. He's amazing. No, Franz Wagner is not better than him. You cracked out people. What is wrong with people overreacting to 1 game? My God. So look, Masai Ujiri, he doesn't bat 100. I'm the first person to say, I think he's too patient. I think that Bobby Webster and, Dan Tolzman, I think the front office in general. But you know what Masai Ujiri did? He put Bobby Webster in that place.
Absolutely.
Jeff Weltman, the guy who, the team that you just saw, the guy you just saw in Orlando, that team of giants that we just faced and got blown out 1 game and beat the other game by a whole bunch of rookies, second-year players, etc. Who do you think assembled that team? Jeff Weltman. Who was Jeff Weltman the GM for? The Toronto Raptors. Who hired him? Masai Ujiri. Guys, Masai Ujiri has one thing I will tell you that is fundamentally missing from most top executives. He is willing to be challenged by those beneath him. He's willing to be challenged by his players. He's willing to learn. He's willing to grow. If you've listened to Masai Ujiri talk about things outside of basketball, you'd understand this about him. He is worth every penny. If he was paid twice as much as he was paid right now, he would still be worth it. Not because he is like the perfect basketball executive. He is the perfect culture setter for this franchise. Just put it out there.
Can I just say a few things? First of all, in terms of Masai, and you and I actually talked about this on, I believe this is actually the first thing that we did. We talked about Masai for a while.
Yeah.
And we talked about how we compared Masai and Scottie actually in terms of how they are as people.
Yep.
And
They're
I
very
actually
similar.
want to say, before I go any further, I made the mistake of I could have went and he was doing a talk at UFT Mississauga and I missed the talk and I regretted every day.
I went.
We could have met earlier. But he is someone, if people know his story with he had a childhood friend that he used to bike and he put the friend on the bike every single day. And the friend, I might be telling it wrong, but I believe the friend had, problems with his leg kind of a thing. That is not how most people are. Some people are like that. That's how you should be.
Yeah.
I push people to be that way because I think you should be that way. Not everyone is. Not everyone's perfect, but you should be like that. He is like that. You made a comment about Scottie Barnes, but I'll make it.
My camera died. My bad.
All good. I'll make it in relation to both of them. I wrote this down as you were talking, and I said, I wrote down. I said, Steve Jobs is a good example. Steve Jobs surrounded himself with people that he wasn't the smartest guy in the room. He had Steve Wozniak. He had other people to do the things that he didn't know how to do.
That's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
So
I mean, that's interesting.
We can dive into that a little bit more. And
I think like, let's have some fun here, guys. Let's I've been seeing it in the chat. Fred VanVleet trades. I'm not really a big trade machine guy, but fire it off. Let's let me know in the comments below, who do you want to trade for? You're offering Fred. I'm the rival GM. You're offering Fred to me. I'll tell you if I accept it or not. And I'll try to be as fair as possible, and I'll eliminate all my bias against him.
So
let me know in the comments below, who do you want for Fred, and I'll let you know. Okay, go ahead.
So there's a few other things. One thing we need to talk about later, not now, but I think that in the next CBA, they need to incentivize winning. I think that solves a lot of things. They need to get away from attaching awards to media, to money. I think that disrupts the league, but I don't want to get into that today.
Yeah. Okay. Let's respond to this here. Fred for Dyson Daniels. I say, are you drunk? Are you mad? Have you read the analytics? Hell no. And I hang up the phone and I never ever talk to you again. Leo was put on a timeout.
We'll drive Fred VanVleet personally to the airport.
Fred and Gary for Kyrie. Oh, you can have them. You can have our problem. You want to give us Fred VanVleet and Gary Trent to pair with Kevin Durant and Ben Simmons. Yeah, we may not be a better team, but I will guarantee you that there's not a chance that Brooklyn wouldn't do that. That Brooklyn would do that in a heartbeat. I think they would do that. What do you think, Leo?
100%. Right now, they're trying to get rid of Kyrie. Like they want to get rid of a headache.
Yeah. While I understand that as a talent level, and by the way,
he's better than both. But
he's way
better than both.
To say Kyrie Irving is better than Fred VanVleet is like almost insulting to say. He is miles better than Fred VanVleet. But you have to consider the off-court stuff. You have to, and look, I'm not one of those people who thinks Kyrie Irving's a bad person. I think he's a very misunderstood person.
He's not a bad person.
And I really, really hope that this anti-Semitic thing has just been spun totally to hell. But guys, like, the media loves to hate on people, and when they start to hate on these guys, it just builds and builds and builds, and they just look for more reasons. So Fred to Chicago for Williams, Terry, and White. This is interesting.
I love that. I love that.
As Chicago or Toronto?
It's Toronto. It's a lateral move that makes Scottie your guy, and then you have Kobe White who can come off the bench, provide that secondary. His
What's the
backup.
gap between Kobe White and Malachi Flynn right now? Be honest. What's the gap? If Malachi Flynn is like
I think Kobe's better for sure.
I think he's better too. But like, how big
Yeah.
is the gap though? Is he better than Delano Banton? You think Kobe White's way better than Delano Banton?
I don't think he's way better.
No.
I think he's better.
When
than
you
both
factor
guys.
in for defense, are you factoring in defense?
I'm
Yeah,
not.
that's
I'm
why I said
factoring
way
in.
better no.
I'm factoring in the fact that he's going to be Scottie's backup.
I think I think the Bulls get better because Fred VanVleet next to DeMar DeRozan will work 100%. I think the problem here is that when healthy, the Bulls have a better point guard already. I would argue they have two better point guards already in Alex
I don't know
Caruso
if
and
Lonzo's
Lonzo
ever going
Ball.
to be healthy again, though.
Lonzo may not play this whole year.
Yeah.
News just came out.
Well, if that is the case, then I think this deal is a good deal. If I was Chicago, I would tell you, let me hang up and get drunk and call you back later. I'll have to think about this. Okay, guys. Sorry, we're gonna try to get to all of these. Okay.
Yeah, I'll let you guys get to the comments.
My goodness.
A couple other things.
We're gonna get to that, but
Yeah,
we want to get into these. Jakob Poodle, which I assume means Jakob Pertl for Freddie.
Yeah.
If I'm
Yeah.
San Antonio, I say no.
Right.
Wait,
but if
hold
you're
on.
the Raptors, you say yes.
But San Antonio's trying to lose. Like they're trading one winning player for another winning player. I think they're getting the better winning player. No, I would rather have Jakob, but I think that's a lot of my own personal bias. Fred and Precious for Ingram. I once again tell you, how did you get my number? You already called me about Dyson Daniels,
there's no
and I
way
told
they
you
did
to
that.
never ever call me again. And now you want an even better player in Brandon Ingram, and I tell you to at this point I'm leaking nudes. Okay. Draft picks, young players. Let's get more specific, guys. Fred VanVleet for Caruso and Williams. This I like. This I say yes to. I think it helps both teams. Williams has, not necessarily been great for Chicago, although they're trying to start him right now. It's iffy. I think he really fits with the Raptors.
God-given sent deal for the Raptors. That's a yes for the Raptors.
And Alex Caruso has one beautiful thing about him. He's not ball dominant. He's a system player. He's a team player, and he's a team first guy. And honestly, Patrick Williams is the same way. I would do this deal in a heartbeat. I know that Raptor fans.
Would the Bulls say yes to this though? It's tough.
Yes, I think they would. I know that they
talked
love
to
Alex Caruso.
My friend about this deal, and he's a Bulls fan. A similar
Is
deal.
your friend Flowery and DeRozan?
No.
Okay. I love the name, by the way.
Yes, I would do something like that, and that was yesterday, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So yes,
that's the best deal. Oh my god! Like if that's a deal, you got to take that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
I mean, if you want, Luigi, you can go to the back. You can go to the front of this chat. Like in the beginning, we addressed exactly this summit. Oh my god!
Hey, bro. Shout out to my boy Gravis, bro. I mean, that's the real MVP right there.
Full circle.
He's great. Oh my god, some of these trades are awesome. Gary Trent Jr. for Jonathan Kuminga.
Come on. Why would
Kuminga's not as good as you think? He's got a lot of potential, but he's been a net negative again this year. Explosive 30+ points.
You would trade Kuminga for the Warriors for Gary Trent Jr.? Are you serious? No, stop it.
No, I wouldn't. But I'll give you an offer, and I'll raise you an offer. I will give you James Wiseman and Moses Moody for Gary Trent Jr. plus a draft pick, plus a first rounder. Your first rounder this year. So you take
what?
I will give you James Wiseman, who makes around $9.5 million as the first overall pick, plus Moses Moody. So yay, Maubird reunion for Scottie Barnes and Moses Moody, for Gary Trent Jr. and a and your first round pick this year, and maybe a future second. You'll have to give me something. But I don't think Moses has worked out that well. I don't think James Wiseman's worked out that well. Maybe you don't have to give me anything. You just give me a first round pick. Give me a future first, protected, lottery protected. You say yes?
No, I'm not trading for Gary Trent Jr. from the Warriors. He's just
okay. Leo is notorious for hating Gary Trent Jr. I don't want to put that label on you.
No one's doing that. No one's doing that.
You didn't like Gary Trent Jr. last year, and like honestly, I don't like Gary Trent Jr. I feel like I never would meet somebody who liked him even less than I did, and you like him even less than I do. Okay, Kenyon.
No, I'm saying I don't like him even less than both
nobody likes Gary Trent Jr. God damn it! Can somebody call in who likes Gary Trent Jr.? Can one of the those thirsty comments all the time?
But let's just think about how Gary would fit in that system, though.
Option on the Raptors today.
I think he could fit okay. I mean,
how if Poole is a better version of him, he's coming off your bench. I don't think you've thought this through. You want to have two liabilities come off the bench, two chuckers come off the bench? Hell no, that's not happening. That's not going to happen. Trust me. They don't want that. They don't want Gary Trent Jr. anywhere near that team. I promise you that. And they're not giving up their only assets to get KD.
Hold on. Are we considering Jonathan Kuminga, James Wiseman at this point an asset? He is a liability. He's not an asset. The asset in this trade is Moses Moody. James Wiseman is in the G League in his third year.
Yeah,
as a first overall pick.
I just watched him play 2 weeks ago live.
Let me put this into context.
He's not that good, by the way. I was very disappointed. I was courtside.
He's horrible. I would take Christian Koloko. Look, here's how much I think James Wiseman is really bad. I would not give you Christian Koloko for James Wiseman plus a future first. That is how low I am on that guy. Yes.
I mean, yeah.
And Christian Koloko has been roasted by the Toronto media. Shame on you guys. Honestly, I don't mean to divert to this every hour, but shame on you guys. You know he's a rookie big man. Grow some balls and call out your max player. Call out the stars. I don't remember any time in Raptor history. I don't remember Mo Pete being called out in his rookie season. I don't remember, Andrea Bargnani being called out in his first season for his slumps. Why are you calling out Christian Koloko? Like, why is everything I hear about, well, thank God Christian Koloko is not starting tonight? Y'all be better than this. You're grown men. This is a guy who picked up basketball at 17 years old. And by the way, I know it doesn't seem apparent to you because, by the way, like apparent to you is Fred VanVleet's an all-star and a superstar. Christian Koloko is a really good player. He's not doing certain things right now, but man, if you knew fucking one thing about basketball, you would understand why Nick Nurse is starting him right now. Sorry, I'm heated. All right, we got somebody on here. Are you a Gary Trent fan? Talk to me, man.
Oh no, I am not.
You're not.
No,
Bro.
I mean,
okay.
I'm a fan of winning basketball, and he doesn't exude that at the moment. Maybe he could like if Gary Trent was on a full Warriors team, maybe he'd be great, possibly. We don't know, but I am definitely beating the drum right now that the Raps should make, major-ish moves. I think Pascal Siakam's value will never be higher than it is right now, and if you can go out and get like a Shaedon Sharpe package for him, I think Portland would be more than willing to
100%.
To like can they do Josh Hart, Shaedon Sharpe, and picks for Pascal? Would they
the salaries don't work. You'd have to include Jeremy Grant and or Yusuf Nurkic. You'd have to include a big package into that.
Would they have to be included?
Yes, because the Blazers are well over the cap. And yeah, so Vince, I want your reaction to this comment right here.
Sure. LOL at people thinking Scottie is ready to be the starting point guard. Yeah, it's his second year. What? Of course, let him take his lumps. Yeah, if he was the starting point guard on the team team probably wouldn't be very good. And guess what? He would like his improvement would be leaps and bounds beyond that of what it is right now with Fred running the show.
I think the team would play better. I think offense starts with your point guard. I think your point guard is your tone setter. right? Like when we saw Kyle, right? Like passing is infectious. Chucking is also infectious, by the way. If you ever play pickup ball, you know that, right? One guy starts hunting his, then suddenly everyone's like, okay, well, this guy's going to never pass me the ball back. I better take mine too. It becomes infectious. I think Scottie is a natural giver. Kyle Lowry said when he saw Scottie in grade 7, he's like, this guy's a point guard. He was huge. Scottie in grade 7, grade 8 was 6'4". Right. He was the biggest kid on the court, but he insisted on playing point. I think they'd be better with Scottie playing point. I think they would have more turnovers, but as you say, the experience that it would develop, yeah, you may lose more games. You might, because turnovers kill your offense, but not passing to guys who are wide open also kills your offense. So it's a trade-off. Right. And also, guys, like, honestly, as low as you are on Gary Trent Jr. for whatever reason, he is a hell of an isolation scorer, and guys who can get off there, you know, like Jordan Poole is a hell of an isolation scorer. I think the difference between Jordan Poole and Gary Trent Jr. right now is mainly, and please don't tell me it's shooting, because Gary Trent Jr. is a better shooter than Jordan Poole right now.
Right.
Okay. He is. The difference is Jordan Poole can get to the basket. That's the big difference. He can slash, and that completely changes who you are. Siakam for Cat. No. I say yes. As the Minnesota Timberwolves, I say hell yes. But if you're the Raptors, you should have absolutely say no.
Siakam's way more of a winning player than Cat.
Can I just say that a year ago, you and Leo both said that you would do Siakam and Fred for Cat and Russell.
We both said
Russell,
you have the tape?
We're talking about.
Do you have the tape? Can I buy it from you?
D'Angelo?
I'll buy that tape from you for $5 if you just
D'Angelo?
It's one of Leo's lives, so
D'Angelo Russell?
Whatever, yeah.
Who? Fred?
You guys were talking about a swap between basically Cat, Siakam, Fred, and D'Angelo Russell. This is back. I'll find it later. But yeah, so I'm just happy to see things.
Where do you rank Cat then? Because I mean, y'all acting like Cat's some type of a bum or something.
I'm not saying he's a bum. I am not saying he's a bum at all.
I say he's a top 40 player, top 35 player.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to get into the ranking of stuff. I'm sorry, but
I think he's the type of player where you need to. I think he's the type of player where you need to prioritize defense at every single other position on the court, and even then,
which the Raptors have. He actually fits perfectly well into the system.
But he's
theoretically,
also,
at least,
the system works on a string. So technically, you can say that, oh my God, the system can compensate, but that's not the way systems work. If you put the worst defender in the league on like the Detroit Pistons 2004, they're not the Detroit Pistons 2004. There's a break in the chain, so everything has to funnel.
But
everything has to work
for elite offense, though.
I think the top 10 defense. Look, when you want to win a championship, okay, top 10 defense is non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. It's never been done. Go in the league history. There's no team that has ever won without a top 10 defense. Now find me a team that won a championship. This is a thought exercise for everyone in the comments section. Can you think of a team that won a championship starting a player who played at least 40 minutes? I don't mean fringe starters who play like 25 minutes and then, they're there for their offense or whatever. Find me a team that won a championship in the last 25 years with a defensive player as consistently lazy as Cat. Now, Cat is an okay defender close to the basket. I just want to throw that out there. He's a good post defender. He's okay in certain situations. But in a league that is transitioning increasingly every year more and more towards switching, I don't want him anywhere near my team.
And he got played off the floor in the playoffs.
Yeah. There's a reason why they thought this Rudy Gobert thing would work. I thought it would work. I can't believe I did. And that's that. You asked Leo. You asked me in one of my streams, what is the stupidest thing I've said? That Rudy Gobert and Karl-Anthony Towns had a good chance of working. That's the stupidest thing I've ever said. Fred for Lonzo.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I thought the Rudy Gobert thing might have been a bit of a hedge to say, okay, Cat doesn't seem like a winning player. He takes really stupid fouls in really big games and takes really stupid shots and does all this dumb shit in crunch time. Let's bring in Rudy. And if the shit doesn't work, then we'll flip Cat for players that are more complementary around Rudy and oh my God, Anthony Edwards. Yeah.
Well, the problem is that I think most of what's going on in Minnesota right now is that Anthony Edwards and Kat and D'Lo just hate playing with Rudy Gobert. Like the body language is incredible.
And they don't play defense.
And they don't play defense. And you know what? Look, honestly, this is where clicks have to be considered. Okay. You have to consider the fact that Rudy Gobert made a lot of enemies when he did that COVID thing. There are a lot of people that still haven't gotten over that. He's also foreign born. And I don't need to tell you that xenophobia is a thing in the United States. I was an immigrant to the United States. I can tell you that there is a, feeling of like foreign versus American born. And Rudy Gobert is just a weird dude. Right. He's just a different dude. He's a different type of dude in the locker room and stuff. And there's a lot of teammates who haven't like necessarily loved or vibed with him. So I think you get a young, immature team with a 21-year-old perceived franchise player leader and another max guy who, frankly, does not strike me as very mature. I've never met Karl-Anthony Towns. I've never talked to him. I don't think I've listened to 5 interviews of him. But on the court, his demeanor, how he acts, doesn't seem very mature to me at all. So maturity is lacking in that locker room. And, if you do end up, as you say, Vince, trading away Karl-Anthony Towns as a hedge, then you still have the problem that you have Rudy Gobert on the wrong side of 30 as a largely one-sided player, for the most part, clogging the paint while your other players can't shoot and need the paint open. It is a really weird fit.
I mean, how does I know how Golden State makes it work. They have 2 of the greatest shooters of all time on their team and the greatest shooter of all time on their team. But they roll with 2 non-shooters on the team at all times. Like not at all times, but when Kevon Looney and Draymond are on, those are 2 non-shooters right there.
They're high basketball IQ players, though. They're very high basketball IQ players.
So this is the thing, right? Like being able to get out of the way is such an important thing. What Draymond can do is he can put pressure on the rim. He's not an elite finisher or anything, but he can take his man off the bounce, and he can often get into that. He can also he can do something that Pascal Siakam has not even scratched the surface, which is he can get off the ball and create havoc, right? He can be a short roller, right? He doesn't need to dominate possessions. And in transition, he's an absolute beast. As a hub, he sees everything. So I think that, Draymond has never really morphed into a great shooter, but, I think he doesn't really need to. It would help if he could shoot some threes.
For sure.
It doesn't hurt, but
how many?
Any more comments? Any
no, I just mainly wanted to get a gauge on where you guys think the possibility of, like, I hate the term blowing it up, but like trading away your 2 quote unquote best players so that your 2 highest paid players, whether that's
the Raptors' 2 highest paid players.
Yeah, so Pascal and Fred, right?
Well, they there is a line in the sand, right, where they are your 2 oldest players in terms of core pieces. They are, there is an idea that if you trade them, you're going in a different direction. You're going back to let's get to the playoffs and get some first round experience. You're removing the barrier of we need to show that we're serious about contending right now. It sort of resets your timeline, which is probably a good thing right now. It reorients your culture towards Barnes ball. And I think that will absolutely improve the roster around. Larry, if he's still watching, perchance, brought up this very fascinating point, and he's brought it up a few times, where would Siakam have become most improved player if Marc Gasol, Kyle Lowry, Kawhi Leonard, Danny Green had not so graciously moved the ball in order to facilitate that type of improvement from him? And is he willing to do that? Are he and Fred, who benefited from those guys, graciously bringing them up? And it was obvious. It was obvious in their interviews when they talked about those guys. Is he willing to pay it forward for Barnes? Is he willing to pay it forward for OG? Is he willing to pay it forward for Delano Banton? Are they willing to give what they received? And I haven't seen it so far.
I don't think you would. I don't think you can convince those guys to do that, because when Kawhi was on the team, it was like, this guy is just so much more of an alpha over us that like we have no choice but to concede the basketball to them if they whenever they want it. You know, you pointed this out in one of your videos, like Fred coming out and saying Scottie is one of my biggest projects, which pissed me off like just as much as it did you, just speaks to the fact that he doesn't like Scottie doesn't have that respect from him as of yet to keep moving the ball. He's like, just pass it along. Obviously, this guy's a better.
That is such a great point. And, you know, it's not just about Kawhi, but I implore everybody to look at what Kyle Lowry said about that amazing play that he made in the bubble against Boston, which extended the series and won them the game, where he passed the ball over Taco Fall. It's a 6-foot guard.
Right.
Passed the ball over Taco Fall, 0.5 seconds. OG hits the three. And he's asked in the post game, Kyle, hell of a pass. And he said, guys, pass means nothing without the shot. Let OG have his flowers. That is a leader. You know how I know that's a leader? I'm a leader. It took me a really long time to get there. When I was 18, I was insecure. I wasn't a leader then. It's taken a lot of people burning out, a lot of people quitting, a lot of books read, a lot of hard talks, hard truths. Did Masai Ujiri sit me down for some hard truths too? Maybe he did at some point. Truth be told, it takes a long time to evolve as a human being to the point where you're comfortable enough in your own skin, where you are fit to lead other people. Kyle was not a leader at 22. He was not a leader at 25. He didn't talk to DeMar DeRozan his whole first year. It's fact. Proven. Yeah. They both have commented on it. It's the weirdest thing. But now, when guys came into the locker room, that was the godfather in the locker room. And him giving OG his flowers. Look, I think that fundamentally, maybe Fred will get there someday. Maybe he gets whatever this thing that he's looking for, validation, whatever. But I have never seen a team win with this many players who are not over themselves. And I find it fascinating that two of the guys who are so over themselves on this team, three of the guys who are so over themselves on this team are so young. In Scottie, Christian Coloco, and Jeff Doughton. Just so over themselves, so humbled out. And you know what? If there's any player on this team who deserves to have a really big head, it's probably Scottie Barnes. He's the top 5 pick. He was the top 5 recruit. He was recruited by every college in the country. He didn't have to grind it out and, beg for a contract or a 10-day. He didn't have to do that. He could have coasted like a lot of prospects do. Team USA, national spotlight, mixtape in grade 8. Everyone who knew hoops knew who Scottie Barnes was in grade 8. And they hated him.
Yeah.
I implore you guys, go back and look at Scottie Barnes' grade 8 mixtape by Hoop Diamonds. Look at the comments. This kid sucks, just bigger than everybody. He read all of that, all of it, and he kept grinding. He is a grown-up. He's a grown man. He's a kid too. Sometimes he's 12, 13. He's a petulant child. He whines and he cries, but man, he's mature beyond his years. Fred talks big, but maturity, leadership requires getting over yourself. I think it's fundamental to that. So I don't think that they can do that for these guys. And you know what? If they move both those guys, shift the direction of the team. OG Van Barnes says, I'd swap Siakam and Gary for KD.
Duh.
They're not giving KD away. KD is on that team.
Yeah.
They might do it in the summer, but I wouldn't do that.
The Nets are playing well right now. They're winning. They're not.
That's why I said that they might do it in the summer, because I don't think Kyrie's going to stay there. And if Kyrie goes, I don't know what happens to KD.
I don't. To the commenter here, I don't think you can get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander without giving up Scottie Barnes. Unfortunately, the Thunder are on a very young timeline right now. All their players are young. There's no reason for them to ramp up the timeline by bringing in,
anybody.
Exactly.
All right. I want to show Scottie's 10 assists tonight, which I already have it pulled up on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was watching that earlier.
I'm looking forward to this. Okay, let's structure it out. Okay, Vince, thanks so much for coming on, man. Really appreciate it.
No worries. Just wanted to say a quick shout out. You've got the best shit on Raptors, like by far, bro. Like your stuff is like insightful, intelligent. It's like not to. like to say, okay, you're really good at something, so everybody else sucks. They're fine. They do whatever they do, and like the Toronto media does their thing, and it's been shaped a certain way over a course of years, so that's why it's the way it is. But but your stuff is by far tops. It's the most insightful, and it's like the first when I'm not frustrated enough to make Raptors a part of my day, I click on your stuff first. You're really great at what you do, and yeah, keep going with it, bro. Are you like 100% solo? Do you do everything by yourself? You do? Damn, fuck! You must live and breathe this shit, man.
I don't.
Kudos, man. You're really good at it.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And you know what? To anyone out there who maybe has a bit of withdrawal, I know there's a lot of people who are coming into this saying, "I like your videos, and now I don't like so and so's videos." But I will say that I just want to pay some of this praise forward. That there are content creators out there that I believe are doing great stuff that I've learned a lot from. And if you guys, are curious, I would say Thinking Basketball, I really appreciate. Athletic Alchemy, it's a Golden State podcast, but I really appreciate what he does and everything he's doing. I really like a couple of those guys. And you know what? It's hit or miss sometimes. Some of the stuff is okay, some of it's not. And I know some of the guys over there, so I want to be careful with what I say, but I think Raptors Republic has some good stuff too. I've listened to some stuff with Samson Folk, and I've found myself learning stuff, and when I can learn stuff, I really appreciate that. So, I appreciate all the love, Vince. I really do, sincerely from the heart. It means a lot to me. And I never thought, like, when I met all you people face to face, like everyone who's, calling in, that I'm just so humbled by how smart all of you are. Just blown away. I think everyone is. Everyone who comments, like, oh my God, I can't believe how great your guests are. So you guys are the ones who are making this community. I'm just making videos. You guys are the ones commenting, liking, sharing, defending me on Reddit threads when I don't have a Reddit account. So I appreciate you guys so much.
Yeah, man.
Thanks,
well,
Vince.
I'm old, so I've been since '95 Raptor supporter for sure, and I've been a season ticket holder for a while. So yeah, I mean, I've seen my fair share of generations of Raptors, and the content that you put out is top notch for sure. So keep the flow going, man. You're wicked.
I appreciate it so much, Vince.
Hey,
all right,
Leo,
let's.
Before you show the highlights, in terms of Scottie Barnes, you guys were talking about turnovers. There's a really important point that I want to say, that when you start making turnovers early on, obviously it depends on the kind of turnovers that you're making. I'm going to make a comparison point between Scottie Barnes and not the same age, but an earlier version of Lowry. Lowry was really good at making these pocket passes, these short roll passes, and he would do what I call thread the needle. He became really good at it because he tried it and he was willing to gamble early on with it. So all of these turnovers are reps. They're reps for the future. There's reps for when Scottie Barnes wins a championship, and he will.
Okay. Completely agree. Leo, do you have your screen? You want to pull it up?
Yeah.
Okay. Kenyon, it's going to work a little bit better for the screen if we have two people on. I appreciate you popping
that's okay.
up, man.
I did want to get into Siakam stuff, but that's fine.
Let's do it on the next pod. I think we have a game on Friday, and if we lose, we'll play whiskey shots. How about that?
I'll do next week because I have an exam coming up the very next day in the morning.
Okay.
So
okay, thanks a lot.
Take care. Hopefully next time I'll get on a little bit earlier. I'll get through, because you made some really good points about Siakam, and I've been saying the same thing every time you were saying that. I was like, I don't know.
I don't know how we got here,
maybe
man.
Leo did something to you, but I'm like,
no.
I've been saying this guy is not selfish. He is not selfish at all.
No, he's not. He's just in a system that is making him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You need to get rid of one of those two guys, ideally. My thoughts. And I really do think that Scottie Barnes will be the head of this snake for the Toronto Raptors. So,
I absolutely agree. Thanks a lot, man. Have a great night,
All right,
Kenyon. Talk to you later. Sorry, I removed you too. Okay, let's figure out the screen on the screen, guys. We're gonna look at Scottie Barnes' assists and we're gonna geek out and grab your popcorn, right? We should have can't grab coffee right now. You figure it out? Okay.
Can you see this?
We got it. Yep.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Can everyone see that? Let us know in the comments. Can you see that?
Okay, so right here, at the 10-minute mark, we see the ball.
Can you possibly expand it to a full screen? Is it possible for you to do that?
Yes. Let's see. Yes.
Okay, we got it. Yeah.
Okay, so here we see Scottie Barnes in the post against Terrence Davis, which we all know that this is a mismatch. Scottie knows that. The Kings defense knows that, so they're kind of overreacting. And this is how fast Scottie Barnes processes the game, where he knows exactly where everybody is at, right? And this is the moment where De'Aaron Fox is like, oh, fuck. I'm caught off position because his eyes was looking here at Fred for the pass. This was the obvious pass, right? Which most people would make. Scottie looked at him, tricked De'Aaron, and now the ball goes to a wide open Siakam, which is too late for Harrison Barnes pretty much to rotate.
Mm-hmm.
And now you get a quality open look and the shot goes in. That is all fabricated by Scottie Barnes' no-look pass and just
absolutely
his fundamental understanding of how to move people, which is just incredible to me.
Absolutely.
If you have any thoughts on that?
What do you think would have happened if he didn't no-look it? I'm just curious.
Okay, so like I said, 99% of the people would have made the pass here, right? To VanVleet.
Yep.
But the fact that he has the ability to look over a defense, again, we always talk about 6'6", point guards or taller. He has that, that awareness to know where everybody is at. He knows that someone's open because there was a double in Siakam. So somebody has to be open. And that's the thing. If Harrison Barnes stays home, guess who's open? That is. And he would have found that as well. But he knows exactly where everybody's at on the court. And he uses VanVleet as his decoy to find this guy open. So
now here's the thing. We all know that great players see the game at a speed that you and I and mere mortals like us, we could never fathom. Is it possible? I'm just going to throw it out there. Is it possible that look at how ready Fred VanVleet is to take another shot? Just look at him. He's so like, I'm ready, bro.
Yep.
I'm fire. I'm ready. I'm ready to chuck this away.
Yep.
Is it possible that he's like, if you had followed me back on Instagram, you would get this pass?
No.
No, bro. You didn't follow me on Instagram? No ball for you.
Okay. So to your point about that, I think Fred is a fundamental part of this to work as well, because as you said, Fred's so ready to like chuck this shit that De'Aaron has to like be like, oh shit, if he gets the ball, I have to go and contest that. So Fred actually helps this entire thing happen because he's always ready to like shoot the ball. So just again, this is really on Scottie knowing the player's tendencies. So great job by Scottie.
Let's move to the next play.
Yes, move to the next play. Here we go.
And guys, like you could go through an average player's entire season and not find 10 passes this good. This is from one game. Let's full screen it.
Yeah. Here we go. You see De'Aaron Fox, turnover, in transition. It's the obvious pass, but the right pass. No and one called. Here we see and
at the point of the decision. And let's figure out like what else he could have done. So he had really nothing else, right? He's not
nothing else.
But important here, guys, he is actually so here's something that I want to break down. Okay. Look at where Scottie is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine if that was another player. I'll guarantee you that there's another player out there who takes this exact play and they go down the middle. Right?
Yeah.
Think about that. Think about that, guys. Like all of you out there, like, I know that every one of the 280 people here who are, like with us at 1:13 in the morning. I appreciate y'all so much. Think about it. If Scottie Barnes goes down the middle, how does this play work out? It doesn't work out because that's what every other player on this team would have done. That's not Scottie. They would have gone down the middle, and the defender would have had far easier gap to close to the second player. Yep. However, by going on the opposite side, Scottie Barnes forces the defender to focus on the ball because he's not going to leave the ball, right? Guys, you got it, right? Like, yep. I'm not like talking out of my ass. If Scottie Barnes doesn't stay on the side of the floor, that defender can actually recover to Gary Trent Jr. By doing this for Gary Trent Jr., he's giving Gary Trent Jr. an open layup as opposed to a highly contested layup, which he'll probably miss, which he does all the time, by the way. And guys, honestly, one of the worst things about the Raptors offense, they fuck transition so much. Mm-hmm. How many times tonight by the way, here's a thing. I know we're not going to get into the tape of it. How many times did Chris Boucher fall out of bounds, not make it up the court, and Fred VanVleet didn't even notice that he wasn't there? He didn't even look back. He didn't even notice that he was playing 4-on-5. That's the guy you want to run your offense through. The guy who doesn't realize his team is playing 4-on-5. My God. All right, move on to the
next one. Here we go. Here we see a ghost screen by Fred VanVleet, which causes a defense to react, right? So we see that there happening, and that gives Scottie a lane to the middle. At this point, people are overreacting because he's such a mismatch for everybody, including De'Aaron Fox, just because of his size. So when that happens, Lyles doesn't play the ball right, and you just get... So this is what I hate about assists. And
that's really not an assist.
Right, like nothing against him, but this shit should not count as assist. And
in Europe,
league wide, and this is
in
like
Europe, it wouldn't.
Right.
Let's move on to the next one. This is a trash assist.
Yeah, that's a trash assist. Here we go.
See, we're keeping it real. We're keeping it real with you guys.
Okay, here we go. Here. So we see a nice. Let me back it up. So just to explain what the Raptors are in, this was a double staggered screen here for Pascal Siakam. The play really started over here, but they kind of fast forwarded it. And here's a second screen, which again gets Pascal going with the live dribble. Back to Scottie here, and just a goddamn dime. Oof.
So everyone of you media guys out there who are always complaining that Christian Koloko can't finish dunks, can't finish layups, tell me how often he's passed to the way Clint Capella, DeAndre Jordan in his prime. These guys are set up to shoot 70% at the rim, but not when they're getting passes from guys who can't make passes like this. This is a clean look.
This is a clean look, and
it's beautiful, and it uses the no look again.
And on top of Scottie executing it, because obviously it comes down to process as well. I feel like people all the time just look for the result, and the process of the entire play was magnificent. So great kudos to the coaching staff, but the players for executing, because this was an actual set by the Raptors that I actually enjoyed. One of the very few that I did, because this is a whole team, right? Strong side action. Strong side over here, weak side action over here, which was a double stagger screen coming off. Great roll by Koloko here. And again, great look by Siakam back to his point guard, and his point guard attacks the middle. The defense converges, and then boom, drop off, no look. Just beautiful. And also thing to note here, that no look pass as well is what, caught Keegan Murray off guard, because Keegan could have easily thought that this was going for a 3-point shot, and it didn't.
But Scottie's looking at the rim, so he doesn't even realize that he's going to make a pass. He doesn't even see Koloko sneaking behind him. And guys, Koloko's like in the dunker spot right now. And basically, this is why the no looks are not a gimmick. Real no looks, not those fake, I looked at you and then whatever. Because as a defender, you're watching the guy's face, you're watching the ball, you're watching his hips, right? So when you really put yourself in a motion to score and then suddenly you pass off, there's a split second where everyone has to react to that. And if the offensive player that you're playing with, i.e. if we'd been running Barnes at point and all these players that he's passing to right now, like Kem Birch, Chris Boucher, Thad Young, etc., had actual chemistry with him, they would understand those passes are actually coming. Right now, you'll see sometimes Barnes will throw a pass and the guys will just fumble it because they're just not used to getting passes in that situation, because you become conditioned and brainwashed working in this offense, playing with just selfishness, and you're just like, okay, I'm wide open, I'm not going to get the ball, and it's like Barnes finds you. So yeah, shout out to any Raptors out there. If Scottie Barnes has the ball, move. He will find you.
And to Siakam's credit here as well, Siakam's gravity gets Metu to like play tighter up top, right? Which this allows the actual roll. So when this function, so without Siakam's gravity, none of this happens. So this is why I love Siakam in the right type of system. And I just wish that the Raptors would be more focused on running sets like this that gets them going. So that's why this roll happens here, because he could have easily just dropped the pass, right? Easy ass pass to make. He doesn't make it, which is fine. So let your point guard find him in a dunker spot, because he can blow by anybody. So great stuff there. Let's move on to the next play. Here we go. Oh goodness. Great pass. Great cut. Okay, here we go. So here we see Scottie Barnes go one-on-one against a clear a mismatch against Trey Lyles. He's just observing the floor. He's scanning what's open and what's not. Everybody's
heads up all the time. Heads up.
Always heads up. See what I'm saying? His head is looking. He's scanning everybody. He's just waiting for the defense to react. He's gonna
make
take
a
what
mistake.
Defense gives him, right? And that's all he's doing. So at this point, not to bash Fred. Fred's head will be down right now, looking for his own shot. Okay,
100%.
Scottie Barnes is actually looking for a mistake in the defense, and he waits. So he makes his move. He spins around, and this is the timely cut. High basketball IQ by Wancho. Shout out to Mr. Cruz here, and that's the right play. Scottie has the awareness to know where the hell he's at, and this is just a great pass and a great cut. So good stuff there.
Awesome. Let's get to the next one.
Here we go. Scottie Barnes, one-on-one against De'Aaron.
And guys, just in case you're wondering,
what a pass!
Oh my
Holy
gosh,
smokes! I mean, this is just God-given talent.
Can you play it at real speed?
Yeah, I'll play it real and then slow it down. Look at this. It's so impressive what he does. Okay, so let's break this one down, bro. So this is the opposite side.
God likes some people, and God doesn't like some other people, and God blesses some people with generational vision. And this is how we break this play down. Because honestly, I didn't see this pass, and he saw this pass.
I didn't see this,
and
pass.
I see everything.
And I'm a very good passer.
Yeah,
by the way.
know. Me too. And I'm seeing it from the television, and I didn't see it. Like when something like that happens, I'm like, I know I'm in the presence of greatness.
This is the moment right here. Okay, this is the exact moment.
Wait. Facts.
So
Banton deserves some credit here too.
Yes, he does. But this is the moment, right? Eye vision. They make eye contact. And again, what does Scottie do well? He waits. His head is always up, and he waits for the defense to make a mistake. So in this position, because the Kings are afraid of Scottie's hook shot, which Scottie made a living today inside the paint, because everybody's just too small to guard him. So Sabonis reacts to it, brings the double. But at this moment, Scottie already knows what he's going to do, which is the beautiful thing. He already processed the whole thing. And when we say he's 2 steps ahead of people, this is 2 steps ahead of everybody, okay? So
wait. To use it from a term that Raptor fans will be familiar with, he's 2 steps away from being 2 steps away.
No, Christian Colok, what's his name?
Bruno
Cabaloco.
Yeah.
And he played for the Kings, so I know that mother hover. Here we go. So great cut here. And Scottie waits the exact, again, here he goes. He's looking him off. He knows exactly where he's at. He's looking at Keegan. He's looking at Sabonis. They're thinking, okay, or Monk. Okay. Monk is thinking this is a pass to Gary Trent. Just beautifully, right? Oh, psych. Here we go.
Do you know why I'm laughing?
Right.
Rewind that for a second. Now, guys out there, please take your eyes off of the brilliant passing of Scottie Barnes and just look at Pascal Siakam and Gary Trent throughout this entire play. Just look at them.
You were paying attention to something now. Look at me. What? Why the fuck are you asking for the ball up here? First and foremost.
Bro.
Oh my god. He's
what
like,
is wrong
"Please
with this,
give me
bro?
the ball." This is a perfect illustration. It's too much.
You got like 3-on-5 This is Barnes basically taking 3-on-5. Okay, he's just like, okay, 2 of you guys are with me. These other 2 guys are just going to stand out there. They're not providing any spacing, guys. Listen, if Siakam was Karl Anthony Towns right now, I know we've been kind of down on Karl Anthony Towns. The amount of gravity that Karl Anthony Towns has out there, he would actually be sucking somebody out. And I just want to transition this because we're going to get into a few more plays here, but I want Leo to take us through the Kings offense a little bit after this. So we can get some Sacramento because, by the way, this is like we are at 124 on the East Coast, but we're just getting into nice sleepy time in Sacramento. So we're going to be transitioning over to something that's both Raptors and Kings related after this, where Leo's going to take us through the Kings offense, why it's working so smoothly. And we're going to look at some of the stuff that they do with Domas and Fox, right? We're going to do that.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go into this.
Again, this is just hilarious. But yeah, so to your point, Monk. So Gary does provide spacing in the aspect that Monk is afraid of his shot here. But again, Scottie knows exactly what's going to happen. And just a great finish there. Let's move on to the next one. Here we go. Okay, let me see what he does here. Okay, so just a regular play here. This one will be quick. Nice down screen by Thad here. Just an easy assist, easy play. Boom, boom. Let's move on to the next one. Let me see, Scottie. And at this point, the Raptors are up by 4 in the third quarter. At this point, Mike Brown was already ejected. Oof, what a great look. Okay, so this is actually a good one.
Yo, Leo, you want to know where people are actually from in this chat?
What are they saying?
We got global, baby.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go.
Saskatchewan. Shout out Saskatchewan. Shout out Toronto. Brampton. Winnipeg.
Beautiful. Okay. So here we see some strong side action, right, by Scottie. We see a pick here by Koloko. And why this works is because this is an iteration of the Spain pick and roll, but on the weak side where Fred VanVleet sets a back pick on the guard. And I always say on Basketball Zone, guards do not communicate on every level, whether that be elementary, middle school, high school, AAU, college. For the most part, most guards don't like to talk. So why the Spain pick and roll is so successful is because you put guards in positions to communicate. So this is a good backstream by Fred VanVleet, which gets my guy open over here, and then he rolls to the basket, and it's a great look by Scottie Barnes. Just a great play overall, man. So I love it. I love an iteration of the Spain pick and roll, which is my favorite action in basketball. Next play here.
Hold on for a second. I got to give a shout out to France.
Okay.
We got Korea. Okay.
Korea.
We got Ottawa. We got Montreal. Scarborough. Where are you from in Scarborough? Let me know. Give me intersections. I want intersections. Barrie. All right. Did I tell you we got Congo up in here? We got Congo up in here. That's crazy. Okay. Vancouver. Victoria.
Beautiful.
Kitchener.
Victoria. Love it. Okay, perfect. So we saw a
Hold on. It's just Scarborough. Relax. No baby needed. Why the shade on Scarborough? Why? Like what's going on here? Scottie Barnes claimed Scarborough. Did he not? Scarborough's awesome. Shout outs to Scarborough. Ignore Tanzania. Holy. My girlfriend is obsessed with Tanzania. She's been there. Sweden. Leo, are you processing this?
Hold up. I'm trying to look at the screen because so for me, all I'm seeing is the play, so I can't see like.
No, I'm reading it out to you.
Okay, so now I'm on my phone. Holy smokes, that's dope.
I mean, we got like 8 countries, 9 countries up in here.
That's
Mark
beautiful.
Anderson, the biggest Scottie Barnes hater on the planet. I see your comments, sir. I do not agree with them, but I am too angry. I am too tired to be angry at you right now. All right, Scarborough is amazing. I agree. All right, back to the play. I'm sorry. I just it's so cool. It's so cool to have a global attendance, guys. This is it's humbling. Thank you so much to everyone.
So on the last one, we just saw Gary Trent cherry pick, and Scottie Barnes just found him for an easy play there. So on this play, I haven't watched it yet. Oh, again, one of his famous just overhead passes. This is good stuff here, right? Just a great pass there. Nice cut there. I don't know if this is after a time. Was this after a timeout? Yes, I think this is an ATO here, drawn up by Nick Nurse. So good stuff there. That was the last assist. Okay, let me see.
Yo, Christopher Chu, Agent Court? Is that Agent Court, Warden and Shepherd? Nice. That's cool, man. All right.
See.
Bro,
Okay.
we got Madagascar and East Africa up in here.
Wow, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Leo's like, I'm just trying to look up stats and plays. You can fanboy over your global attendance all you want, buddy.
No.
Court, shout out.
Do you want to watch Fred VanVleet's bat shots, or should we move on to the Kings?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is too late for Fred VanVleet bat shots. I feel like I want to leave people on a high note. I really do. I mean, okay, let me know in the comments. Like, shout it out in the comments. And honestly, if you guys vote on Fred VanVleet bat shots, we'll look at Fred VanVleet bat shots. But my mother told me, think about good things when you go to sleep. Rest in peace, my mom. But yeah,
Rest in peace. Okay, so let's look at some of Sabonis' passes then. That way we kind of illustrate what a well-oiled machine of a good offense is.
That's true.
Sabonis. So we can look at his attempts.
We got so much of the bad shots. Okay. Yeah. Rest in peace, my mom. Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's been like 15 years. Actually, oh my God. Yo, I need to give a shout out to my mom.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Today is December 15th. My mother passed away on December 15th, 2008. So I just want to take a moment, honestly, and just say, and it was around this time. It was actually exactly this time. My mother passed away at 1:30. That is crazy. Wow. It's 1:31 right now. At 1:30, the doctor came out and told a 20-year-old me that my mother was no more. That's crazy.
Rest in peace.
That's 14 years. But you know what? Like, my mom always told me that if you become a good person, my life's work is complete. And I hope that I have done that for her.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Thank you to all of you, man. Honestly, I appreciate it. It's like, man, this is like a family thing here. Just thank you. Yeah.
Amen.
All right. Let's go into it.
Okay. So I want to look at his attempts. Actually, I'm gonna look at his assists first. Let's look at his assists first.
Wait, hold on. I want to say one more thing. Sorry, I'm getting sentimental here. I want to give a shout out to Scottie's mom too, Kat. If you ever end up watching this, you're one of the best people in the whole world. You really are. And you have, like, straight up, guys. Like, honestly, the Scottie Barnes comes from good people. Like, I can't even, like, I'm not gassing. And shout outs, Kat, because you did like I'm not trying to big up like women who had to do it like the hard way, but raising a young man, that many kids, she's GOAT. Like, I knew he would be so great from her. Sometimes the apple does not fall far from the tree. So yeah, shout outs to Kat. You're amazing. All right, let's move on.
Beautiful there. Here we go. So we see a whole side reversal from the Kings here. Nice floor spread out for them, and they want to throw the ball into Sabonis. Typically, this is a split cut, but we see a quick cut here because Scottie brings a double, and the Raptors defense is very aggressive. They were very aggressive. They set the tone early on. They would contest everything. So good double here. That was the game plan all along, is to double Sabonis. So that opens it up for TD, who was very good for them in the beginning. This is just good basketball, like good cut there, and too late. Good shot. Here we go on the next one. And this is what we were talking about earlier, where you have a center not only grab the rebound, which he had 21 of those, but push the ball in transition. This is your point center, and he knows exactly where everybody's at this point. He has 3 guys ahead of him. What's he going to do? Okay, he's going to kick it off, and he's going to react just like good passers do. He's going to react because guys are taught to stop the ball. He's going to react to what Fred VanVleet does, and he does the right thing. And to me, this is a mistake by Fred because Sabonis is not a threat out here, right? So huge mistake by Fred VanVleet. Sabonis takes advantage of this mistake, and he just finds an open TD for 3. Now, the Kings are very good in transition. Here we go. And once again, Sabonis in transition. He's scanning the whole floor. Everybody runs with the purpose. And I think this is the difference right now with the Raptors and the Kings, is that every screen set, every time you run your lane, it's done with a purpose. Like they're purposely doing this with the true intent to get a quality shot every single time. Now that doesn't mean you're going to get points every time, but the process is so important, and that's what Mike Brown preaches every single time. The process of how you get a quality shot, and this is one of those again.
We have a question here for you. Don't the Kings have top 5 offense or something like that?
They do. They do. Yes, they are top 5, top 4. It depends on the night, but they fluctuate from 5 to 2 on any given night. The Celtics are far beyond the best offensive basketball. So good stuff there by TD, ex-Raptor here. And once again, Sabonis always with his head up, right? His instincts are to always pass the ball. He does. Open shot, bad defense by the Raptors.
You can't see this. Sorry, Leo, to interrupt you. There's a question for you. Hey, Leo, you see how Holmes almost immediately was subbed in after Brown got ejected? I don't think Mike Brown is a fan of Holmes. Do you think that's true?
I think that's true. And I don't know why, because obviously we saw when Shemezi Metu came into the game, and I told Rob this, I was texting, I'm like, well, this is crazy. Like, this has happened too long. Okay, so quick story for Raptor fans. Sabonis, Harrison Barnes, Rashawn Holmes. They all had pitiful, disgusting games the first 4 games of the year, which is why they were 1-4. Obviously, Harrison Barnes, Sabonis, one of your better players. They got the long leash, and Rashawn didn't. And it's funny because he makes $12 million a year, so he should be one of your better players, and in theory, he is. 2 years ago, he was averaging damn near 14 and 10. And the Raptors had a lot of interest in signing him as well. It came down to the Raptors and the Kings. But so that happened. He got demoted. Metu's been playing really good offensively, but that's where the Raptors took advantage, right? Where they took that lead was when Sabonis went to the bench. Now you saw a huge difference there. Metu playing center, he's undersized. He's a power forward playing center, so offensively it makes sense because he's faster than everybody else. But defensively is where they truly suffer. So that happened, and I've literally been crying for Holmes to play and to give him a chance, because if they want to trade this man, they got to build up his trade value.
I think
that part of the future, you got to at least play him, give him the confidence to get back to that level where he was, to then try to trade him. So
can we shift gears for a second? Because I think that a lot of Raptor fans are just kind of like tired right now, and they want to have a peace out sort of. Can we shift to just now that we've seen some good offense? Can we shift to Fred VanVleet shots?
Oh yeah,
I've changed my mind. I want to see it after seeing some good offense. We saw Barnes passing. I want to see, and I think here's another thing I want to look at. It's not just Fred VanVleet shots. I want to see what the other guys are doing. Who else is open when he's shooting? I think because that's going to be a really central point of my low light mix. So I want to see when he's taking a shot, like what is available. So Raptor fans, you know, who are out there like saying that, hey, Fred VanVleet gunned his shot. Maybe we can pause and play, and you know, in the comments, you can tell me what you think Fred should have done instead, right? And I can flash it on the screen for everybody to see. Cool. This is a good way to keep us energized right now. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so here we see a push off and an offensive foul there, and he got away with it.
Okay.
Great move there. I was tweeting out like, man, the Kings are really making Fred VanVleet look really good right now. I said, this is just bad defense by Terrence Davis.
Yep. He knew that Terrence Davis and De'Aaron Fox starting in the backcourt, he was going to get whatever he wanted.
Pull up. Okay, so this is a good one here. So this is in transition. Okay,
we got Tokyo in the house. Shout out to Tokyo.
Shout out to Tokyo. At this point, he has, I guess, two guys ahead of him. I guess if he counts Scottie. So quick shot. 21 seconds left, and I don't know. This is just a bad habit from Siakam. But why the fudge is he asking for the ball at the logo? I think he just does this just naturally. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why.
Let me ask you a question. If you played with Fred VanVleet, wouldn't you feel a need to do this too sometimes? I feel like I empathize with Siakam. Shout outs to Siakam, man. I understand. I understand that.
That's funny.
You know.
So this is a quick 3-point shot in transition here. And yes, that was a miss.
How many seconds were on the clock there?
21.
Holy shit. It takes him 5 seconds to get up the court. Bro. Jeez.
That's what he took out of that. I love it. Okay.
I don't want to turn this into the roast of Fred VanVleet. People are telling me that, you know, people will be like, bro, if you want to be taken serious as an analyst, I actually want to be taken serious as a stand-up comedian. So let's go through this.
Yes. Okay. So we actually see the Raptors run their offense here into the high post. So very similar to what the Kings do. Some split cut action here. Here's a little back screen by Fred, which allows him to pop up for a nice dribble handoff here. DHO. So now he's looking, he's probing, and he gets to a spot, which is good offense here. So
hold on. Can we please look at the obvious play here? You've got Chris Boucher cutting to the basket behind a defender who's not aware of him, and you don't pass to him. Instead, you take a contested 2. That is contested, guys. Rear contests count as contests. Okay? Bro, I don't care if the shot goes in or not. I don't remember if it went in, but that's a shit shot.
But this is what this action was designed to do, though. If this was Scottie, obviously,
he passes to Chris.
Yeah,
he passes to Chris
easily. But
or he passes to like some player that I don't even know is on the court right now because Scottie Barnes is a genius and I'm just a mere mortal. But
this is Fred, though, so this is actually a good play for Fred.
Facts. Scottie Barnes would have thrown the alley-oop.
No, I think Scottie would have just dropped it off right here. Like at this point, it's a pass. Right.
Scottie is a showman. Okay, he would throw the alley-oop. Come on, let people have it. He would throw the alley-oop. Chris Boucher would throw down a thunderous jam. But honestly, with the way the Raptors offense goes, it would probably be like he would throw an alley-oop and Chris Boucher would get like stumped at the rim or something or fall underneath the basket. And then everyone would be like, oh my God, if that was Fred, he would have just done the secure play.
So the alley-oop was to Koloko here on the roll.
Oh my God. We're having a watershed moment. Phil Real says, Robert, you may have opened my eyes on Fred. Let's give Leo some credit. Shout out to Leo. Taking us through the game film here. And if you want to hate watch Fred, go back and watch my 4-minute low light video. I feel like my girlfriend and I laughed at that when
James.
Yeah. Yeah, my girlfriend and I laughed at that, like when I first made it, and she's like, "Are you sure you want to post this?" And I was just like, "People need to know." Yeah.
Here we go. High double stagger screen for Mr. Fred VanVleet. Again, this whole offense revolved around him at times. That's why it makes me mad when I see this, but it's all good.
You don't like fadeaway contested 35% shooters? You don't like that? That's not efficient offense for you?
No.
0.7 shots, 0.7 points per possession doesn't look good to you?
Okay, so he makes this shot right.
That was very Steph Curry-esque.
Yes, it was. It was very Steph Curry-esque. I love that this was Steph Curry. And again, this is designed for Fred to get this shot. He makes it. Kudos to him. I like this shot better than the last shot now that I looked at it. So good for him. So we also got to give him credit though. So this was a good shot by him.
Okay.
Yeah. This was designed for him. This is a play called for him specifically. I would like more plays called for Scottie, not to necessarily score, but to allow him to make the right play. If that's him scoring, fine. If not, we know what he's going to do because he's a very unselfish guy. Here we see a pick and roll with Siakam and Koloko, which leads into a dribble handoff. So or never mind. It should have. I don't know what the hell Bo Cruz was doing. So he's not there. God damn! Don't tell me he shoots this. Okay. Oh, this is a play. Robert, this is a play where Robert was texting me. Okay.
I think what I texted you. Oh my god! Are these in chronological order?
Yes.
Oh my god! I could actually read you my texts from the game.
Okay. No, don't do that.
Oh, right. Sensitive information. Okay.
So this is just bad defense by TD. He gets by him, and this is just Fred in a nutshell, right? Like no bursts, not much touch. If we compare him, right, for a guy that makes $23 million a year, that touch is not $23 million touch. Okay.
Is it 10 day? What level of touch is it? Can we get a metric on this? Is it a 10-day contract touch? Is it an exhibit 10 deal touch? 2-way contract? Where are we talking? Veteran league minimum, Euro league, Turkish league?
No, that's a disrespect to the Turkish league because those motherfuckers have touch out there in Europe. Shout out to my Turkish people, man, in the chat.
We haven't seen Turkey show up in the chat. I don't think we're ever going to see Turkey show up again.
Oh, they will. Oh, you know why they will?
Because I just said Turkey.
No, because you and me are going to do an Alpro and Shingun breakdown, and we'll have plenty of Turkey people.
We'll do it.
I got 35,000 views on that Shingun video, so we're bound to get some more.
Okay.
Here we go. So, yeah. Okay, let's stop the pile. All right, so next play here. God diggity. What the fuck was that?
So damn, y'all still alive. Respect indeed, man. We're having fun here. We're having fun.
Okay, so there's 11 seconds left. I understand this is a 2-for-1.
Larry Cain says that was horrible. 10-cent touch.
But don't tell me that.
Oh, shout outs. Fred put up the ball thinking he's John Moran. Yo, I'm not even the only comedian here. Shout outs to all of you guys.
Look at Nick Nurse. Okay, this might be a comedic moment for Robert. Look at Nick Nurse looking at Fred like, oh my god, is he gonna shoot this ball from there? Yes. And then look at his face. Okay, he's like, oh no. Oh no, fudge. She said, look at his face. Look at that. Okay, I'm literally pulling the Robert here, y'all.
Oh my god,
that is crazy. Let me go ahead.
Hold on, let's play this out. Okay, hold on. Hang on. Go. Play it.
Alone, stripped by Michael, stolen by MJ. Bulls down 1. 17 seconds from Game 7 or from championship number 6. Michael against Russell. 12 seconds. 11.
We can't time it. I wanted to give Fred VanVleet a shout out, to every undersized guard who wanted to be like Michael Jordan. Yo, you're living all our dreams, bro. Okay, go on.
Okay, so yeah, that wasn't a good shot there. Here we go again. Go screen here. This is the one we watched earlier. Look at this is probably the most burst we've seen all season, though. So shout out to Mr. Fred VanVleet.
Yo,
and this is on fellow Canadian Trey Lyles, right?
Yeah. Inside scoop, his agent told him that he's playing for Maccabi Tel Aviv next year if he doesn't fix it.
This is a good move, though.
I'm sorry, bro. Like, honestly, with the amount of frustration that I've had over Fred VanVleet, I don't mean to be mean. I really don't. I feel like I'm resorting to a level of shit talking, right?
But
straight up, like, this game drove me insane.
This was a good move, though. That was a good
Trey Lyles, the pride of Saskatoon.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh my god.
This shot, I'm okay with this shot, right? This is within the flow of the offense. He shoots it and he misses. So
okay,
I'm okay with that.
Go back to it. Go back to the release. Let's focus on it. This is when he okay.
Or he makes the extra pass over here to Thad,
which is which would not be a great shot. And you know what, guys? Honestly, the correct play here, in my opinion, if I was the coach and I was doing a film session with these guys, I would say the right play is, Fred VanVleet takes the shot if the guy doesn't get out to him soon enough. But I think once he gets into his form, I think he gets out to him.
Yeah, he does.
Take us to the point of release. That's contested. Per the analytics, that would be a contested three for a guy who's shooting like what in the 20s for three over the last few games. Like, this is bad. I mean, I don't think this is a great shot. Also, like, I'm not sure that that's a high quality shot. What I would like to see him do is drive it, right, and pass it out to Delano Banton. Now, to those of you out there saying, Rob, you just lost all credibility saying Delano Banton should be shooting threes. Okay, objectively speaking, Delano Banton corner open three is a higher percentage shot than Fred VanVleet contested three right now. And you can look at the numbers on that. Delano Banton has improved a lot on those shots, and we saw him hit a few. So
I'm not mad at the shot. I'll be honest. I'm not mad at
everything right now. I'm just mad. I'm just hating on this guy right now.
I'm not mad on the shot, but he could have easily pump faked and sidestep like a Kevin Huerter, and then shot the ball as well.
Bro, please do not put Kevin Huerter, one of the smartest players in the league, and Fred VanVleet,
I'm just saying he could have sidestepped and then shot the ball. But he didn't. Here we go again. Fred is looking at everybody. He sees Siakam. He sees, who is that? That's Scottie? Can't tell. Yeah, that's Scottie. And he does this. God, this is all Robert here. I'm gonna let you just clown him on this one.
Okay, so we got 20 seconds on the clock. Okay,
so we got 20 seconds on the clock, right? He makes the move.
Yep.
Right. He cradles the ball, which is the right move here. But the fact that he doesn't have the burst or the athleticism like a De'Aaron to literally yak it on you, he resorts to a contested, which he could have, tried to dump it off to Scottie Barnes, little bounce pass. Scottie gets it, he dunks it.
That's a very obvious kick out, right? Or a dump off pass to Scottie. I can't, how? Right, it's not even a dump off behind the back, it's a dump off right between the defenders. Scottie would see this, and Scottie's obviously there for a reason, right? Like he's expecting it. Well, I mean, if he's played with Fred VanVleet long enough, he shouldn't be expecting it. It's just terrible shot.
Yeah.
So when Alvin Williams, if you end up watching, you're not going to watch this 3.5 hours in, but I mean, in reality, if somebody who knows Alvin Williams decides to forward this to him, please call this out. Be like, you know what, maybe you're not willing to go as far as I would, in your position of privilege to be able to call this game in front of a national audience, but maybe just say, hey, I don't know about that shot. Just at least put that doubt out there so that we don't have a generation of kids coming up thinking that was a great shot because you're like, oh, well, at least he's being aggressive. No, bro. No. All
okay,
right.
So we see another. You're not gonna like this one. This is just bad defense by the Kings, and we see a switch here, right, from De'Aaron to HB on Fred, and Fred is like, okay, I'm gonna step backwards and shoot this shot, which he was feeling himself tonight. So I don't know. I mean,
I don't even hate that shot.
Yeah,
I don't hate that shot. I don't hate that shot because what I would have hated is if he had taken that exact same shot from 3 feet closer to the basket. That I would have hated. As a long two, I would have hated that. I think, okay, yeah, like fine. You know, we can. I mean, I'm not going to roast the guy for taking shots. He's obviously got to be able to, you know. And for anyone out there who's like, oh my God, Rob hates, you know, hating on Freddie tonight. Yes, I'm a little bit frustrated with him, but I do believe that his willingness to take and make shots, he has to be a willing shooter. He doesn't have to be this willing at all, and that's putting it kindly, but he does have to be someone who can consistently make those shots, because I don't know if you noticed this, but Pascal Siakam, Delano Banton, Thaddeus Young, Scottie Barnes, these are not guys who are scaring anybody from three. Christian Koloko hasn't made a three all season. Khem Birch, not a great three-point shooter. So there is a lack of spacing in this offense, and you can argue that Fred VanVleet's ball dominance doesn't make it better, but maybe we can also play devil's advocate here, and I can do an about turn and say, how many point guards are asked to create in an offense that is this lacking in spacing? Is that a fair point? Yeah, yes. I think that's me playing devil's advocate and saying, you know, there isn't a lot of space to drive, and I think that's one of the things that's hurting Scottie Barnes the most as well, because wide, like guys, like I read an article on Raptors Republic, shout outs to Samson Folk, and it's called The Physiology, I believe, no, it's the biomechanics of Scottie Barnes. And I think it was a really interesting reader on athletes with long legs, the type of strides they need into the paint. And I think anything that expands my framework of the variables that I'm looking at when evaluating prospect. Now, I think Scottie's a generational athlete. Larry's echoed those sentiments. I think Blake Murphy's echoed those sentiments as well. But for a guy who is like that type of athlete, long strides, long, you know, strides into the rim, there's got to be some space for him to attack. Everything can't be congested. So my thing is, Scott, you know, when people say Scottie and Pascal are the most ideal fit together, they're so synergistically fitting. Well, I think the problem is that when Pascal was 2019 Pascal spacing out to the corner, taking catch and shoot threes, where I think defenses actually cared about him out there, defenses don't really care about him as a shooter right now. They are willing to live with him and Scottie taking those threes. And I don't think that an offense can necessarily function without that. And then to everyone saying, oh, well, trade Fred. Well, Fred right now still has a reputation as a shooter, right? So one thing, you know, that was brought up in the last chat was, you know, and I believe it was by Effie, and shout outs to Effie from North Carolina, you know, and you were like, hey, like, you know, Scottie's shooting 32%, Fred's shooting 32%. Why is it a bad shot for one, bad shot for the other? Well, I think that it's an important thing to note that defenses react very differently to a Scottie Barnes 3 and a Fred VanVleet 3. Fred VanVleet is not getting the threes that Scottie Barnes is getting, which is almost wide open, because defenses want Fred to drive because he can't, and defenses want Scottie Barnes to shoot threes because they think he can't, which is why, to Jack Armstrong out there saying, why is Scottie Barnes shooting threes? Because unless he takes and makes those, he basically cannot help his teammates. He becomes part of the problem. And I think he knows that. He's smart enough to know that. His trainer, shout outs Brian, they know that together. And Nick Nurse knows that if Scottie Barnes does not evolve drastically as a shooter, this experiment between he and Pascal probably can't work. And ditto for Pascal. They both need to evolve as shooters. And for Fred to go out, you need to get shooting back, because you don't want to see this offense without even him, right? So anyways, that was my little rant.
Yeah. So Raptor Eyes says cap on him being generational. I'll say this. I feel like if Fred would have just dumped it off to Scottie, this would have led to another pass, right? So this is when you and I talk about the hockey assist, and Fred is reluctant to give up the ball. He could have easily just passed it back out, swing the ball. As what's his name from earlier, Coach? What was his name? Mo. As Coach Mo says, the ball has energy, and when you pound the ball and you go in circles, and your name isn't Steve Nash, I have issues with this. Yes, he makes his shot, but for the most part, this isn't a quality shot because Sabonis is actually one of the better. It's funny as hell to say this. He's actually one of the best at the rim defenders in the game right now.
That is scary, but true.
No, it is, and he's done a great job in just staying vertical the whole time. He won't block your shot, but he's gonna stay vertical to where he contests it and he makes it difficult on you. So
he's just really smart. He's figured this out. He knew that this was a weakness. This is like the whole reason for the Miles Turner Sabonis, pairing, because Sabonis can't guard. Sabonis is a defensive liability, and kudos to him and also to Nikola Jokic, both of whom have really figured it out. That being a big body, simply being a big body that knows where to be, makes you a half decent defender in the NBA.
Yes. So shout out to Sabonis. Obviously, great finish. But it's not a high quality shot, and that's why we're doing this, right? I think this is if you're a coach, unless your name is Nick Nurse, it's a no. Oh yes, it's like one of those. But let's move on to the next one. Oh, close up Fred here. Shout out to the cameraman. Here we see a slip by Thad. And another attack. And as Williams likes to say, he's being aggressive. But the reality is, and again, I think Scottie went back here as well, just because he's like, this motherfucker ain't gonna pass me the ball. So let me go back. He also realized that he was trying to take Sabonis with him. So shout out to Scottie for at least trying to, but Sabonis is like, he ain't gonna pass the ball. So let me go.
This is the other part of it. When you are so you're so consistently selfish, other teams game plan for you to not be a passer in those situations.
Yes.
Scottie Barnes is consistently. If I would say Scottie Barnes is a criticism, he is the anti-Fred. He is too passive. And tonight he wasn't. Tonight he took shots that were available. He reacted to defenses favorably. Honestly, we can be. There's 4 things about Scottie tonight: the pass to Kem Birch, the turnover in the front court where he was trying to pass to Fred VanVleet. Honestly, Scottie should know that Fred VanVleet's not beating anyone in a foot race right now too. So maybe that wouldn't have worked out as well. He should have dribbled it. My opinion. He could beat anyone in a foot race on the floor. Scottie Barnes is the fastest player on the floor next to De'Aaron Fox.
So here we see on the next play again, Fox did a poor job tonight, and a lot of it too is because of his injury. But this is poor screen navigation here, which then allows Freddie to get to his spot. Which again, this is a quality shot. It's wide open. It's a good for him for knocking down this mid-range shot here. But a lot of it too is just bad defense there.
Yeah, just to finish my thought here. What I wanted to say was Scottie played a virtually perfect game today. It was almost perfect. There's again, I'll point out, there's a mid-range shot that I wasn't super happy with, but I understand why he has to take it. There's the 2 turnovers, and there's offensively, defensively, a lot of issues. I have a lot of issues with how he played defensively today. His screen navigation is troubling. At times,
got burned.
He got burned a few times.
By De'Aaron. To be fair, he burns everybody too, though.
He does, and I think it's fair to say that in OG's absence, Scottie having to level up. He took that assignment on Domas, and I think he got the better and De'Aaron and Domas. This guy is doing work for you, and let me tell you, no one can stay in front of De'Aaron Fox. Domantas Sabonis scores 20 plus on the regular for a reason. It's not because teams are bad at defending him. That's just because that's how good he is. He's supposed to get 20 every night.
Yes.
You're supposed to make it a difficult 20. That's what my coach always used to tell me about these guys. Is yes, Jason Tatum's going to get 25 to 30 points. You just want to make it a really hard 30. You want to make him work for it so he'll have less gas on defense. That's pretty much how teams scheme for stars.
Yes, 100%. So here we see a switch and a terrible shot. I mean,
someone just said, would you say Fred is low-key turning into Isaiah Thomas after he was traded to Cleveland? No, because I actually liked Isaiah Thomas.
But Isaiah played no defense.
I know.
Here we go.
But for what he was awesome.
I mean, yeah, that year he was an MVP candidate right before he got effed up. So on this switch, I have so many problems with this, and here we see Siakam who's like, "Give me the ball." I have Keegan Murray on me.
You're spoiling my low light, because my low light is basically going to be Siakam standing at the logo demanding the ball for the whole game. It's going to be like 10 minutes of Siakam standing at the logo, and maybe on the season I can do a beautiful like 10-hour montage of Siakam standing at a place where defenses don't care about him. Like, guys, like straight up, this is selfish. I know that people don't talk about this enough. You are not helping anybody by doing this. You are not spacing. Nobody cares about you. All you're doing is you're allowing, if you don't move, you're just standing there like, give me the ball. My turn, my turn. This is the worst offense I've ever seen.
Okay, so, and he literally looks him up, and look at his face. He's like, oh, no. He sees that. And he shoots a contested shot over Sabonis.
My boy Freddie, what happened? What happened to you? You were hitting those. You were hitting those last year.
Here we go.
Daryl says it's even funnier because he knows there's no chance Fred passes on the ball. Yo, bro, I feel like this. Oh my God, I don't know. Like, I feel like this laughter is about to turn into tears. Like, I'm just gonna straight up like ugly cry on camera, and like get me some Vaseline. I'm ready to have my Stephon Marbury moment. Yo, this is like
Fred gets to the mid-range shot. He gets to a spot. That's a good shot there. So for the most part, he's taking a lot of bad shots. Here we see Fox trying to navigate. Nice little hook there by little OG move there. To keep on with his back, keep on with his hip, and again.
How do you not drop that off? How?
Right.
How do you not drop that off?
So if this was the Aaron Fox doing this, I'd be okay. But this is Fred VanVleet. Easy drop off here, right? Bounce pass, to Thad, or Keegan is looking right at the ball. He's ball watching. If this was Scottie, he would have kicked it out to the corner.
Facts.
He doesn't. He sidesteps, goes with the opposite hand. Again, this is a verticality that we're talking about. So great defense here by Sabonis. Sabonis knows he's not going to pass the ball, so he just stays vertical. He uses his big body.
You see Scottie in the corner, right? That's not just me. I see. You see it, right? Is that the ghost of Scottie Barnes, or is that actual Scottie Barnes?
No, that's actually Scottie Barnes.
That's really Scottie, the real Scottie Barnes.
The real Scottie Barnes, yeah.
Okay.
And so he goes up with it to no avail, and now the Kings are out in transition, and this is where the Raptors, got hurt, right? The Kings are lethal in transition. They had a few hiccups tonight, but for the most part, this is what you're trying to avoid if you're the Raptors, which is shots like that. So this could very well be, and again, this may sound like a hater, but this is like a turnover to some degree, like a live ball turnover, because it's a shit shot. And now you got De'Aaron Fox with the ball with space. That's pretty much asking for a bucket, right? So, bad job there by Fred VanVleet. Here we see Siakam. Siakam forcefully had to pass this because he was off balance, but he was like, man, I don't want to pass it to him. So he throws it back out for the God. This guy was chucking everything. Like he had no remorse of nothing tonight. It's infuriating me just watching this back. Contested, right? 6'8" Keegan Murray with the plus wingspan. Not a good shot. He should have just pump faked him, gone to the rim. or at least to the mid-range shot for a better shot, and he didn't. So that's tough. Let's move on to the next one. You see Davion Mitchell. Jeez Louise. So this shot here cost me a lot of money. Because I had the Kings plus 1.5. Obviously, they're down by 1 at this point, so I'm up. But with this 3, kind of effed me up. Terrible shot. I would take this every single time if I'm the Kings. I like my odds. He just made the shot at this point.
How far is that per synergy? That would be like 32 feet, right? It's about 32 feet, 33 feet, 34 feet.
So this right here is just like a damn.
This is the type of shot you take when you are really hot. That's a heat check.
It's just not a good shot regardless, though. Like, he's not that type of a shooter.
I mean, distance threes are his thing, but they were his thing. They haven't been this year. Not when he's shooting left, right, and
past tense,
struggling. Yes.
Right. Again, just a tough make. He just had it going tonight.
Honestly, bet on yourself, bro. Bet on yourself. Bet on somebody else. I'm coining that phrase.
All right. Oh my God, he's complaining about a foul. Here we go.
LA Fitness with the dribble, and I mean, he has a point. He did go right into the guy. I think he made contact with his wrist. He has a point. But I will tell you, as an objective analyst, whether Domantas Sabonis passed him or Domantas Sabonis went and took the break off and got himself some popcorn, he ain't making that. I don't care. He's not making that.
I didn't see no foul there. I saw.
Hold on. Do you see Siakam right now? Do you see Juancho? Poor Bo Cruz. Fred VanVleet, did you not watch Hustle?
I mean,
Europeans can shoot.
This apparently is an easy pass.
I can't believe you don't pass to your boy. Like Siakam and him. Like Siakam is one of the dudes he still follows on IG. Like, why don't you pass it to him? He's your friend. He bets on himself too.
Oh man,
you guys are tough. Like, you guys came up together. Like, why?
That's tough.
Bet on the ball to drop. That's not Fred's shot. Yeah, no shit. What?
So again, very contested here.
I don't even look at that to tell you it's not going in. Look at the balance. Look at
this is good defense here. Contested.
Daryl has made a very good point that Siakam's hands weren't up, so it's on him, and he wasn't at the logo. So
Fred doesn't. Scottie. This is gonna make Robert angry. Look at Scottie asking for the ball. He's like,
no, please. And Scottie's at the part of the floor that he really shoots hot from. Oh,
look at this right here. Left side. Scottie Barnes is lethal from here. And he looks him off. He says,
guys, look up the shot chart. Leo's not gassing. I told Leo about this earlier in a different context. Like, Scottie Barnes on one side of the floor from corner three is pretty abysmal, and on the other side of the floor is pretty much like Larry Bird. And like this is some of the stuff that they're working on with him right now, is figuring out how to improve his shot diet to make him most effective, and how to bring Scottie Barnes back to Scottie Barnes. Now, I've waited 3 hours and 57 minutes into the stream to say this, but if you go back, I think about, I want to say about 15 days ago, somebody, it was me, said right around mid-December, look for Scottie Barnes to turn his season around. It's December 14th, guys. It's coming. I promise. It's coming.
So obviously we see the Kings bench kind of laughing like, yeah, take that shot, bud. They didn't care for that. They're up by 4. And again, context matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Time and context. This is just a terrible shot. Down by 4 with 5 minutes left. You got to kick this out, brother. And he doesn't. So here we go there.
Raptor Eyes says, I don't think Leo believes you about Scottie. No, Leo is just really, really, really interested in the game film right now. I think he believes me about Scottie, and he knows why he should believe me about Scottie. You're a goat, bro. I didn't even watch your post-game interviews yet.
Yeah. Here we go. Another contest. 2:46 left. Okay, so let's break this one down here. We see his best friend Siakam set him a pick and roll, which gets Harrison Barnes, which again, I don't know if that's the smartest thing to do. Like, you got the wrong switch there,
Look
buddy.
at this comment. Siakam open, Hernan Gomez open,
Yeah,
Scottie open, Fred with the ball. Oh, look, the rim is open. Oh, no! No! Can I nominate this for comment of the night?
Yeah.
Kyle, comment of the night. This is my favorite comment. I don't mean to, maybe this is hyperbole, but this might be my favorite comment in YouTube history. Let me repeat it slowly with emphasis. Siakam, open. Hernan Gomez, open. Scottie, open. Fred with the ball. Oh, look, the rim is open.
That's pretty funny. So here,
bro, I'm like giggling like a toddler right now. Like, I feel like this is high school shit. Like, I feel like I'm laughing at that dude who just never passed the ball at LA Fitness, and that's why he's LA Fitness.
Yeah. So at this point, I think some of the Raptor players, and they're focused. This is just bad offensive construction. Some of the guys are out of position. A lot of it too because they know he's not going to pass the ball. Fred doesn't have eyes behind his back, so he doesn't see Trent. He only sees Siakam, which he's being guarded. But either way, he could have just dumped it off here for Thad. Maybe he gets a foul called on Sabonis. They are at home.
Yeah.
And he takes his contested shot over 6'8" Harrison Barnes.
Guys, I think we're killing like a lot of other Raptors content right now in terms of views. But since I know by tomorrow there's going to be thousands of views on this, can we please popularize the rim is open? As Daryl says, the rim is open. If anything can replace bet on yourself tagline, it's this. So I think that we need to do that. Or LA Fitness. Pick your Raptorized is right. You're right. Leo only cares about the video. Raptorized, it's because Leo can't see your comments. Only I can see your comments. That's why he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the comments. You can only see his screen.
I'm looking at the video because I have the cell phone right next to me. So
Facts.
Right here, this is the moment where it's Scottie Barnes in a nutshell. He's like, "Oh my God, I'm open," and he sees him right. And he's like right here. So he can easily, pass the ball to Scottie. Potentially Scottie pump fakes and he gets to the rim and he gets fouled. Yep. What does he do? He crosses back to the other side. He's like, yeah, psych, I'm not passing it to you. He crosses back and he goes back again. He's playing with his lunch. He's playing with his lunch. And Sabonis does a great job here of moving his feet again against a very slow point guard. But he gets there, no foul. Fred gets away with the little shimmy hook. Again, OG move here. You see this here. He swings his elbow to create the space. He doesn't get the foul call because the refs knew that they could have called it offensively if they wanted to, but they didn't. So it's a great no call. He stays vertical, and he makes the shot. So again, he makes a shot, but it's saying no. Oh, yes, he made it. It's the guy at LA Fitness where you're just like, fudge, bro. I can't believe he made that. Like, that's exactly what his teammates are thinking right now.
Someone said Toronto is the only place where an undrafted guy and a 27th overall pick can both politic their way to max volume leadership positions.
That's funny.
Jeez. I don't know if it's the only place.
Here we see,
but it's one of the only places. Yeah.
God, this guy was just throwing shit out the rim today. At this point, De'Aaron Fox is playing the 3-point shot, so he doesn't care about it too, right? So he lets him go there, and this is just VanVleet in a nutshell, okay? And I want people to really pay attention to here. And if you guys don't see what I see, which I saw it right away, and me as a point guard myself and as a very good passer, at the
LA Fitness,
LA
Fitness,
at
LA
the
Fitness,
LA Fitness level.
Straight.
I would have at this point I would have just dimed the pass to Gary Trent in the corner.
I've seen the tape, guys. He would do it for sure. I've seen him play.
And it's unfortunate because this is an NBA player making $23 million a year, and yet he decides with 9 seconds left. Time is everything, right? Context matters here. You're down by 4. A 2 does nothing for you, and he decides to take a contested shot. I can't make this up, bro. When the easy pass here.
Look at him. Look at. Can we please say that Gary's heart just broke?
Yes,
into 400 pieces. Look at Gary Trent's body language here.
Yeah,
it's just like, I can't believe this.
And look at him. He's just like, damn. This was Scottie. This was gone already. So yes, I think that's
shout outs to Scottie for not throwing his hands up.
This is the last play. I know there's a ton of Raptor fans in here, but y'all, but y'all can't tell me that this is not an absurd freaking tackle on De'Aaron. I mean, Jesus Christ! What? And then he missed.
Okay. First of all, that is okay. So that's two things. Number one, you're putting the refs in a very, very awkward position where they could easily call you for an offensive foul. Number two, you're probably so nervous about making the shot that you're probably like, unless I break this guy's back on this play, I'm never going to get the shot off anyway. I'm probably going to get blocked. So you decide maybe an offensive foul, risking an offensive foul is probably better than getting blocked by De'Aaron Fox, who's long, right? Like he's super long defender. I mean, he's not a good defender, but he can block your ass, right? Especially when you're
Steph Curry before.
He's blocked Steph Curry. So I mean, Sir Cats, for real, I don't think that was a flop. There's not a player in the league who would even chance flopping on that play.
Yeah. What the
No,
on,
that's
crazy.
Dude, this is why Raptor fans, honestly, I don't mean to like throw shade on Raptor fans, but like we get a really bad reputation around the NBA for being like unfiltered homers.
Jesus
and Knicks
Christ.
Fans. What other fan base? Celtics fans? Lakers fans? Pretty
full
much
extension. Okay, this is breaking down. Full extension of the arm, and this is a flop. This is crazy.
Someone said, didn't Fox die 3 times in one game? For real, he did.
Poor guy has stitches all over his eye right now. Geez Louise. And he missed a shot. I can't believe he got the shot. This is nobody within, I don't know, 5 feet of him.
Fred VanVleet ran into Fox so many times today. That's why the Kings coach got angry and ejected. Straight up, honestly, like, you know, you're getting mad watching it at home, right?
Yeah.
But he's watching it like 5 feet from his face.
Right.
Like I would have lost my mind if I was Mike Brown. I'm surprised he didn't jump onto the court sooner and just knock the ref out.
Yeah.
Like straight, like honestly, kudos, man. You know, like that's crazy.
He was pretty upset. Now
have you ever seen him do that?
No, that was the first. And I mean, Fox, for the most part, Fox doesn't complain like that animated. And tonight he was pretty animated because I mean he was getting hacked tonight. And again, that's part of like the aggressive nature of the Raptors.
But I mean, like, can you just like, okay, the same guy who doesn't register that he's 4 on 5 on offense because Chris Boucher hasn't made it up the court. And I mean, like, I'm sorry, like while you were breaking down the film, I was talking about my mom and talking about where people are from. But there's definitely a few plays where Fred VanVleet took a shot early in the offense where Chris Boucher hadn't even made it down the court. So the guy who doesn't even register that his own offense is at such a perceptive disadvantage going 4 on 5, doesn't know how to run a fast break when his team is 5 on 4, also happens to not know that the guy he knocked down was his primary defender and that he doesn't need to fade away on that stupid ass 3. Like, this is just a lack of vision. Anyone who look, a lot of guys have this perception that point guards need to be short. I cannot tell you how many times a day I encounter a comment from somebody that says, Scottie's not a point guard. Fred's a real point guard. Even, you know, Vince, shout outs to Vince, who was on. He even said, like, you know, the Raptors would be much worse with Scottie Barnes. I understand that Fred VanVleet takes care of the ball. As I said, it's very easy to take care of the ball if all you do is dribble and you shoot everything. But as far as I'm concerned, some of these shots should count as turnovers. Every single time he misses a corner shooter open, that should count as a turnover. Missing an open cutter, turnover. Missing a guy diving to the basket, turnover. Alley-oop pass that he doesn't make to Christian Coloco, turnover. All of those are turnovers.
Okay, so let me show Raptor fans what a playmaking 96 percentile point guard does in the league when you have burst, athleticism, and vision. This is the type of pressure that he puts on him. You got 3 Raptors, right? Fairly on him because they understand how explosive he is. And this is the accurate precision.
Hold on. Before you go forward, Raptor fans in the comments section, go forward like 1 frame.
Forward 1 frame?
Yeah. What do you think he should do? Let me know in the comments. What do you think De'Aaron Fox should do right now? I'm very curious.
Okay, so here we go. So at this, again, I feel like Fred would have just popped a mid-range shot right now. And he doesn't. So here we go. Some people might say pass that out to HB. Obviously, he doesn't.
Raptorized said pass to Barnes. I'm not surprised Raptorized said that. Silent said pass to Sabonis. Let's play it out. Oh, we have another pass to man behind him.
Okay, so some people might think after watching, oh well, that's the easy pass. But how many times did we say that about Fred? And
Daryl says, look at Sabonis.
Right. So this is a precise bounce pass in a congested lane with 3 plus length defenders, and it's the right pass.
100%.
And you get again like Fox has taken slack because he doesn't put up box score assist, but he does this every single game, and we'll see it right now. So here we go again. He turns Scottie, and again, and people are going to shit on Scottie for this. To be fair,
shout outs to everyone still in the chat. It's blowing my mind. I keep expecting the numbers to go down, but every time it goes down a little bit, it jumps right back up. Respect. We're going to keep blabbing. If there's still 250, 300 people in here, we're not just closing the door on you guys. Who cares if tomorrow it's like a 4.5 hour stream and no one wants to watch it? It's cool. This is for the people who are here. Thank you for being with us. I really do appreciate it. This is amazing.
We really appreciate it, guys. And
Leo and I love basketball. This doesn't bother us at all. Going 4 hours. This is cool.
Yeah, I'm like, my wife might beat my ass after this. I'm joking.
Oh, you wish you didn't say that live. And also, guys, let me just throw a shout out because it might not be obvious to the people who are watching this over on Pensari Basketball. Give Leo a like on his stream too after this. It really does help his stream get out to his followers. Leo has way more followers than Pensari Basketball, and they drop Toronto Raptors content all the time. I suggest you give him a sub up too. Okay,
appreciate that. So it's live on both channels. But to be fair, people are gonna shit on Scottie Barnes here. But as I said, De'Aaron Fox does this to everybody. Like this, and
honestly, like I will be the person to be critical of Scottie here. He needs to get lower. He needs to get much lower because there aren't a lot of 6'9" guys who can actually stay in front of Fox. But if he wants to, he's one of the guys who can try and do really well with it. Scottie Barnes, for all the people saying he's not athletic, guys, honestly, being 21, growing, having super long legs, it's very difficult to guard pesky little point guards. Yeah. It's really difficult. That's one of the things that article really taught me. And by the way, after I read the article, I went on a deep dive for 6 hours and read everything I could about biomechanics, like how the body works, long-legged athletes. I looked at other long-legged athletes. This is one of the things. He needs to get his feet further apart. When his legs are close together, it's actually going to make it really difficult for him to stay in front of anybody, much less De'Aaron Fox. But yeah, that's why his isolation defense is so great, but that's also why his screen navigation is kind of bad. Yes. But FYI, his team is aware of this. They're working on it. Don't worry about it. It's going to be fixed.
So great. Again, this is a point guard who has elite handles, elite speed. So he blows by him, which then the other guys.
I don't want to cut you off, but here's sorry. I'm so sorry. There's a comment here. Scottie plays too high. He needs to take a step back and use his length. I just want to say, guys, there is a massive, massive impact of ball pressure. Ball pressure. First of all, there are very few guys who can do it. well. Scottie Barnes is okay at it. He will get better at it. I promise. He has been good at it in the past. Ball pressure does what ball pressure does is it makes ball handlers uncomfortable. It shuts down passing lanes. It cleans up a lot of mistakes. It allows your defense to actually set up. It allows your defense to actually get a read on what the defense is doing. It sometimes forces turnovers. There are a lot of advantages. Yes, it's very easy to say, okay, just don't guard De'Aaron Fox 35 feet from the basket. But you actually have a much worse shot of actually guarding him if you're stationary. If you're like, okay, I'm just going to guard him 20 feet. Well, he's not a bad shooter. It's not like he can't make a three. So you do have to guard him.
He's a 38% shooter from three.
Exactly. So you do have to guard him high, but also he's a really good passer. So putting that ball pressure that Scottie's doing right now, some guys might say, oh my God, he's getting blown by. Yeah, he's guarding the fastest or second or third fastest player, maybe first fastest. Like it's close in the league, 50 feet from the basket. Yeah, he's going to give some blow-bys, guys.
Yeah, and sometimes too, when you play that high and you're pressuring people up that high, that exerts a lot of energy, which has to do with, Scottie sometimes looking like that. So I think Raptor fans have to chill down a little bit and just, acknowledge that he does a lot for that defense. And sometimes, as you said, when you pressure somebody that high, you can really speed them up. And then when you're sped up, you make mistakes. So that's what he's hoping for. Obviously, probably not the best guy to speed up because Fox likes to play fast. But he does. So Banton rotates here. And tell me that's not just a gifted pass. I mean, no look pass here. He's looking at his best friend, Malik Monk here.
Yep.
And Gary sees it. Siakam is there's always three guys around Fox. That's how much attention this guy. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think he gets a bad rap. But
it's also our defense. Our defense overhelps, overcrowds, any sort of paint breakdowns.
But this is every defense, though. It's not just the Raptors.
No, I agree. He deserves it. He's one of the better players in the league this year.
And I think he's fourth in the league in finishing, and this is with big men. So he ranks with like big men at finishing at the rim. He's so elite at finishing at the rim. So So he's looking at Monk here. Can people predict what he does next? So what's the next pass? Should he pass it out to Barnes, to Murray, or to Monk?
My personal advice to him is to bet on himself. But
yeah. Okay, so I'll let you guys decide in the comments below. Don't cheat just because I showed you guys. All right. So he jumps into the air, he gets everybody up, and the one person that he wanted to move with that vision right here is this guy. He knows he wants to go to Sabonis. He already made up his mind. He just needs Trent to literally fall for it and collapse and try to get close out to Malik Monk. And just a gorgeous bounce pass to the big man.
Shout outs to Kyle S, who said Sabonis. He called it.
Great stuff there.
Silent said, I just noticed every Raptor defender is looking at Fox. He can pass it to anyone. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Not to anyone. But by the way, like I keep shouting out this breakdown that Leo and I did during the playoffs with James Harden. It was the exact same thing. James Harden breaks the defender down. Yeah. And then once he gets past the first one, everyone is still help conscious that basically 5 defenders looking at him. And he just shreds you. Like not all passers are like Fred, guys. Like
he said the rim is open. Okay. Here we go. In transition again. This, not to pile on Fred, but if this was Fred, he would have just stopped at the free throw line.
Wait, not to pile on Fred. That door has closed, my friend.
Yeah.
we are well past, or we passed that bridge 3 hours ago. We're comfortably riding into the sunset at hour 4, like 4 hours and 17 minutes into this.
Okay.
I feel like, bro, we're gonna be doing this for another 2 hours. Some dude's gonna wake up for their for their morning shift or early morning shift. Be like, y'all still going? And it's like, yep, still breaking down Fred VanVleet plays. I'm kidding, guys. We're gonna wrap this up really soon.
Yeah,
so
very soon.
Yeah, Leo needs to get to bed. I definitely need to get to bed. I have a project later. If there's one final person who wants to come on and share some thoughts with us, we're open to having one final conversation. I'm just gonna write it into the chat right now. I'm gonna put this there.
What did you think about Keegan tonight?
What did I think?
Yeah.
Look, there are very few. I know the stats are eye catching for this rookie class, right? Paolo, etc. Right? There's a lot of guys who are putting up really big numbers. Paolo, Mathurin, etc. I think from watching the games, there are like 3 rookies that are standing out to me that are really impacting winning. Walker Kessler, Jabari Smith, and Dyson Daniels. 2 of whom I was really high on. Walker Kessler, I did not see this coming in a million years. I did not think he had the mobility for this. Keegan's in the slightly not impacting winning, but not to the point where I'm worried about it range. That's where I'm at with him.
Yeah.
You know, he's good. He doesn't make mistakes. He's not selfish. I like that about him. He seems to be really smart. Plays within the offense. I think you have at worst, you know, a really good
starter.
Yeah, like someone who can start for you long term.
Yeah.
I don't see star. I never saw that with him. I think I told you that as well. Like that would be the like a very crazy, you know, upside on him. But shout outs to the Houston Rockets, man. Like in that selfish, you know, non-ball movement offense, they have knocked off some really good teams. And if you are actually watching those games, Jabari Smith guarding Giannis Antetokounmpo about as well as I have ever seen a rookie guard him. And I'm not just hyping it up because I was really high on Jabari Smith and I'm, you know, doubling down on my own draft pick, but like that offense is not doing him justice. I realize like offensively, he's not like been great, but defensively, he and Dyson are like really flashing something. And I think maybe that's rookies almost never help your team win. Last year, the rookies that really impacted winning were Scottie Barnes, Evan Mobley, Herb Jones, right? There were very few. Bones Highland a little bit. I would assume not really. I mean, there are very few, right? Like when you look at Cade, Jalen Green, Jalen Suggs, Jonathan Kuminga, who is still like for everyone out there who thinks Kuminga and Barnes, like I saw some pretty comical takes, you know, the last few days. Oh, Kuminga and Barnes, it's pretty comparable. Oh my God. You are literally like if Kuminga is ever as good as Barnes is today, I would consider it a very big win for the Warriors. Like there's a big gap. Big gap. Don't let 30 points in one random game fool you. There's a huge gap.
I think this is one of the few plays where Fox missed. Again, I'm very objective about this. He should have just bounced past it inside where Fred can't get to it.
Yeah.
Right. Sabonis is calling for it.
Yeah.
He doesn't, right? Which again, he also understands that at this juncture of the game, they're down by 9 and 3 are worth more than 2. So he kind of waited just a little bit for the defense to react to Sabonis. Yeah. But I would have went for the sure dunk. That's just me though. But he kind of took a risk. It worked out because he got what he wanted. But at this point, Fred takes a 3-point shot. He doesn't. He kicks it back out to Keegan for 3. And bang.
You just say Fred?
Yeah, like Fred would have shot that shot as opposed to kicking it back out.
Yeah. Okay. Any final thoughts, guys? We are finally under 200 in the chat, so that's interesting. Okay, so people are like, "Hey, man, it's like 2 a.m. 2:30 in the morning over here. It's almost midnight over in Sacramento. Is it midnight? It's almost midnight in Sacramento, right?
11:30, yeah.
Yep. Okay, for sure, bro. Okay, so yeah, I think Leo, any final thoughts for the night?
Just a huge shout out to you for, you know, allow me to come on with you and you know, talk to amazing people who called into the show who are super intelligent. I really enjoyed the conversations with them, especially Coach Mo. Again, like he can reach out to you, to me on whatever platform. My DMs are always open. If you want, I talk to hundreds of people every day on the DMs just talking basketball. I love doing that. Cool. And he's one of those people. So people can subscribe to Basketball Zone. Robert and I will be doing a lot more collabs in the future. I think there's a Şengün video that I want to work on because he's having a solid second year. I was very high on him last year.
Yeah.
I love what him and Jabari bring.
You seen the comments right now, bro?
Appreciate that, yo. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So I appreciate everybody as well. And I think Şengün and Jabari they're a problem. I see Şengün as a baby Sabonis. The guy can push the ball. He can pass the ball.
I don't see that.
I do. Like he's
baby
so
Domas Sabonis, not Arvidas.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank God. Okay.
Baby
yes.
Domas.
That I see.
Yeah. Baby
Never
Domas.
mind.
Like they play so similar. Especially at that age. I feel like obviously
he's good. He's really good.
Yeah, like he's solid. So I like what the Rockets are doing in terms of accumulating talent. What they ultimately do, we'll see. It's the 4th biggest market in the U.S., so they could attract free agents to go there, obviously, with no state taxes in Texas and it being a huge market. So it makes sense with what they're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's one of the videos that we should do very, very soon. We just did a Dyson video as well. Dyson Daniels, your favorite rookie of the class. They can check that out. Raptors content. Just trying to
Jabari, Christian Coloco. I'm telling
Yeah.
you, pull this video up in 6 years and tell me that those 3 didn't make it. I really do see it. Like, guys, young players who care about defense, it's such a good indicator of success. All right, guys, thank you so much for staying with us. I'm sorry, Raptor fans, this wasn't the night, that we had expected when we saw Kevin Huerter not playing, Raptors come back home, work some stuff out. I genuinely believe that this team has some serious chemistry issues. I really do. And I'm not trying to start beef or anything, but the body language out there is basically, I play for me, you play for you. And we'll take turns and we'll see who does it best, right? It's almost like there's a competition right now that shouldn't be happening. It's not team basketball. It's not great basketball to watch. I hope, you guys saw what we just did right now, right? We broke down the film. We saw what the other team did to us. I'm speaking to the Raptor faithful right now, and we saw what we didn't do to them. We didn't punish them in certain situations. We saw how Scottie Barnes was running the point. Let me know, once this video goes live, because I will need your support once this video goes live, to just like and comment, because it'll get the video out to more people tomorrow morning. Let me know as a parting note, what do you think the vibe is in the Raptors locker room when you're watching this tape tomorrow, going through film sessions, because every team does it, just to evaluate what can we do better, how do we get this right? How you, as Nick Nurse, how do you spin this to the other 16 guys as this wasn't just Fred VanVleet just chucking for his own contract? How do you spin Pascal Siakam consistently hunting for contact, not getting it on a night where the whistle was really favorable to us? How do you ignore how many times they're leaving guys open in the corner or just failing to dump passes that are so obvious? How are you not addressing this? I've been trying to be consistently cautious of being too critical of Nick Nurse, because I do have a tremendous amount of respect for him, and I don't want to just just, oh my God, everyone's stupid and I'm so smart. But how do you look at this footage every day? I'm looking at the same things you are, and the only difference here is I'm showing it to everybody else too. I'm doing what you're doing, but I'm just slowing it down and adding ominous music to it and making it kind of funny. But like, the truth is, like, you guys are seeing the same shit that I'm seeing. You're seeing the same data that I'm seeing. How are we arriving to such different conclusions? So that's all I'll say, is that this offense needs to be about more than chasing bags, putting up numbers, getting contracts. To the media out there, you guys really, the thing that I'm really happy about, that for 4 hours and 30 minutes, I have not had to flick on my phone and look at the thousands and probably thousands of comments about how great a game Fred VanVleet had tonight and how his team needs to step up and help him, because that is exactly what is going to happen when a guy goes over 35 points. But thankfully, thank you, Leo, for breaking down all that tape, so I don't really have to do it. Like, my low light video will be focusing on something else other than Fred VanVleet for the most part. you can see the objective reality of how well the
Just
offense
clip
functions.
it, bro. Just clip like those parts into like its own little segment.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, like I
out.
probably could do that.
Yes,
Anyways,
in and
thank
out.
you all so much for sticking with us. This was a 4-hour and 30-minute stream, and we said this was going to be short. We said we're going to condense. We're going to keep callers up to 3 minutes. We don't follow through on any of our promises, but we do keep it real. And you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Somebody said, bro, watch you talking about. I mean, I'm assuming you mean what you talking about. Great stream. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Thanks so much. I have unfortunately zoomed my screen in so much that I can't. Good night, everyone. Good night. Good night. Nurse has an ego too. Okay.
Yeah.
Not you, Pensari. What? All right, sorry. I want to understand this. What are you saying here, bro?
He's talking to somebody else, I think.
No, he said not you, Pensari. Oh, as in not me, Pensari. I was like not you, Pensari, as in like not me, as in like not me too. Like I've gone over to the dark side. Anyways, guys, thank you so much to the 200-ish of you watching. Please, the minute we wrap this, please do me the biggest favor in the world and click like and drop the quickest comment ever. Yeah. It will really boost the algorithms. It's going to help us out a lot. And if you want to listen to my voice on another video that I've posted, and you want to go from this to that helps the algorithm a lot too. Subscribe if you haven't already. Subscribe to Leo's channel if you haven't already. And thanks a lot, guys. You guys are the best.
Peace.